Pygidium, the caudal plate of trilobites, crustacea, and certain insects. Pygidiums, plural of pygidium. Pyman, archaic form of pygmean. Pygmalion, a legendary sculptor who was granted the wish of having life given to a sculpture of his which he fell deeply in love with. Pygmalion effect, the phenomenon whereby the greater the expectation placed upon people is, the better they perform. Pygmalion effects, plural of Pygmalion effect. Pygmalion word, the word bloody. Pygmalionesque, reminiscent of Pygmalion. Pygmalione, of or relating to Pygmalion. Pygmalionism, love for an object of one's own creation. Pygmalions, plural of Pygmalion. Pygmaliosexual, synonym of objectum sexual. Pygmaliosexuals, plural of Pygmaliosexual. Pygmy, like a pygmy, very small. Pygmies, plural of pygmy. Pygmies placed on the shoulders of giants, plural of pygmy placed on the shoulders of giants. Pygmod, resembling a pygmy, generally, shorter than other peoples but not short enough to be considered pygmies. Pygmides, plural of pygmoi. Pygmy, a member of one of various ancient equatorial African tribal peoples, notable for their very short stature. Pygmy backswimmer, any insect in the family Plaidae. Pygmy backswimmers, plural of pygmy backswimmer. Pygmy blue whale, a small kind of blue whale, Balænoptera musculus brevicauda. Pygmy blue whales, plural of pygmy blue whale. Pygmy chimpanzee, synonym of bonobo. Pygmy chimpanzees, plural of pygmy chimpanzee. Pygmy cormorant, Microcarbopygmaeus, a member of the Phalacrocoracidae cormorant family of seabirds. Pygmy cormorants, plural of pygmy cormorant. Pygmy falcon, Polyhierex semitorquatus, African pygmy falcon, native to eastern and southern Africa. Pygmy falcons, plural of pygmy falcon. Pygmy giant panda, the earliest known ancestor of the giant panda, Ailuropoda microta, now extinct. Pygmy giant pandas, plural of pygmy giant panda. Pygmy hippo, Pygmy hippopotamus Choeropsis liberiensis. Pygmy hippopotami, plural of pygmy hippopotamus. Pygmy hippopotamus, a large four-toed, four-legged mammal native to western Africa of species Choeropsis liberiensis and Haxaprotodon liberiensis, similar to but half the height of the common hippopotamus. Pygmy hippopotamuses, plural of pygmy hippopotamus. Pygmy hippos, plural of pygmy hippo. Pygmy har, Porcula sylvania, a tiny pig of India. Pygmy hogs, plural of pygmy har. Pygmy killer whale, an oceanic dolphin of the species Pherosa attenuata. Pygmy killer whales, plural of pygmy killer whale. Pygmy marmoset, a small monkey Sebula pygmea or Calothrix pygmea, native to the far western Amazon rainforests. Pygmy marmosets, plural of pygmy marmoset. Pygmy owl, any of various species of small owl from the genus Glossidium. Pygmy owls, plural of pygmy owl. Pygmy percher, a species of small libellula dragonfly, Nanodiplax rubra, of Australia and New Guinea. Pygmy perchers, plural of pygmy percher. Pygmy placed on the shoulders of giants, synonym of dwarf standing on the shoulders of giants. Pygmy possum, any of various small endemic Australian possums of the family Burmeidae. Pygmy possums, plural of pygmy possum. Pygmy right whale, a baleen whale of the species Caparia marginata. Pygmy right whales, plural of pygmy right whale. Pygmy sperm whale, one of the two small whales in the sperm whale superfamily Cobreviceps. Pygmy sperm whales, plural of pygmy sperm whale. Pygmy squid, a cephalopod of the family Idiospidae, including the northern pygmy squid Idiospias paradoxus and the southern pygmy squid Zipholeptos netoides. Pygmy tyrant, any of the passerine birds in the genera Euscorthmus meanes, Lophotrichus, Atalotrichus, and Pseudotrichus. Pygmy tyrants, plural of pygmy tyrant. Pygmy woodpecker, any of the genus Eungipicus of small Eastern Asian woodpeckers. Pygmy possum, alternative form of pygmy possum. Pygmydom, the world or sphere of pygmies. Pygmyhood, the condition of being a pygmy. Pyggish, like a pygmy, dwarfish. Pygmyism, dwarfism. Pygo, posterior. Pygosphalomorph, any extinct crustacean of the order Pygosphallomorpha. Pygosphallomorphs, plural of pygosphallomorph. Pygopher, the last segment of the abdomen of some insects. Pygophers, plural of pygopher. Idopody, plural of pygopagus. Pygopagus, a conjoined twin or a pair of conjoined twins exhibiting fusion of the sacrum. Pygophile, a person with an intense desire and or sexual preference for the human buttocks. Pydophiles, plural of pygophile. Pygophilia, a paraphilia involving sexual attraction to the buttocks. Pygophilus, sexually attracted to the buttocks. Pygophore, synonym of pygopher. Pygophores, plural of pygophore. Pygopid, any extinct bachiopod of the family Pygopidae. Pygopids, plural of pygopid. Pydopod, a species of the Pygopus genus. Pydopodid, any member of the family Pygopodidae, the legless lizards. Pygopodids, plural of pygopodid. Pygopodus, of or pertaining to the former Pygopods genus of aquatic birds that have the legs placed far back on the body. Pygopods, plural of pygopod. Pygocellid, any penguin of the genus Pygoceles. Pygocellids, plural of pygocellid. Pygostoe, a long surtout worn by Tractarian curates. Pygostoles, plural of pygostoe. Pygostyle, the plates supporting the tail feathers in birds, formed from fused vertebrae. Pygostyled, having a pygostyle. Pygostyles, plural of pygostyle. Pygostylian, any avialin of the clade Pygostylia that is a pygostyle. Pygostylians, plural of pygostylian. Theric, misspelling of Pidhic. A municipality of Kymenlaakso, Finland. The Perulant, Pi, an albuminoid constituent of pus related to mucin, possibly a mixture of substances rather than a single body. Teinicado, Burmese ironwood, Xylea xylocarpa. Pima, the wood of Lagerstromia speciosa. Pimana, Itan in the Nabiada Union Territory of Myanmar. Pajama, attributive form of pajamas. Pajama injunction, an injunction that was granted typically at night with expediency outside a court's office hours. Pajama injunctions, plural of pajama injunction. Pajama paralysis, the influence of night wear outside rest hours on patients accompanied with long periods of bed rest resulting in a loss of strength and mobility. Pajama parties, plural of pajama party. Pajama party, synonym of slumber party. Pajama shark, a species of cat shark, Poroderm africanum, endemic to the coastal waters of South Africa. Pajama sharks, plural of pajama shark. Pajamad, wearing pajamas. Pajamoas, without pajamas. Pajama-like, alternative spelling of pajama-like. Pajamas, British standard spelling of pajamas, clothes for sleeping in. Pajamas, alternative form of pajamad. Pajamas, archaic form of pajamas. Majta, a surname from Polish. Pajtar, a broker dealing directly with a manufacturer of goods. Picars, plural of picar. Picas, plural of pica. But, a surname, variant of pike. Bite, simple past and past participle of pike. Pikes, plural of pike. Pike, present participle and gerund of pike. Thekuna, plural of picnon. Thekdek, short and stout, endomorphic. Thekgex, plural of picnic. Picno, alternative spelling of picno. Pycnocyte, a distorted, contracted, or otherwise malformed red blood cell. Pycnocytes, plural of pycnocyte. Pycnocytosis, the presence of pycnocytes in the blood. Pycnocytotic, relating to pycnocytosis. Pycnocytosis, alternative form of pycnocytosis. Pycnolepsy, a form of epilepsy in which the sufferer experiences frequent brief attacks. Pycnoleptic, of or pertaining to pycnolepsy. Pygnometer, alternative form of pygnometer. Pygnometers, plural of pygnometer. Pygnometric, alternative form of pygnometric. Pygnometry, alternative form of pygnometry. Pygnomorphic, misspelling of pygnomorphic. Pegnon, the lower part of a tetrachord in ancient Greek music, consisting of a composite interval to successive intervals that is less than the remaining composite interval. Pygnons, plural of pygnon. Pygnoses, plural of pygnosis. Pygnosis, shrinkage and condensing, such as that of a dying cell or the appearance of a cell's nucleus. Pygnosome, alternative form of pycnosome. Pycnosomes, plural of pycnosome. Penotic, showing pycnosis. Penotize, affected by pycnosis. Thebrid, a solid substance made of water, ice, and sawdust, stronger than pure ice, originally to be used in combination with a refrigeration system as hull material for warships, used as a building material for ice buildings such as winter ice hotels and ice sculptures, usually without the originally envisioned embedded refrigeration systems. Ia, the passage between the iter and optocole in the brain. Pili, plural of pila. Hylagore, a deputy of Azate at the Embedonic Council. Hylagores, plural of Pylagore. Hylangya, plural of Pylangium. Hylanium, the first and undivided part of the aortic trunk in the amphibian heart. Pylant, a surname. Pylance, plural of pylant. Hyle, a surname. Hyophlebitis, infective suppurative thrombosis of the portal vein. Hyles, a surname. Pylian, of, from, or relating to pylos. Pillar, obsolete form of pillar. Pillars, plural of pillar. Pylochelid, any of the crab-like crustaceans in the family Pylochelidea. Pylochelid's, plural of pylochelid. Phylogenetic, misspelling of phylogenetic. Hylon, a gateway to the inner part of an ancient Egyptian temple. Hylon poet, any of a group of British poets of the 1930s who wrote about new technological developments. Hylon poets, plural of pylon poet. Hylon sign, a tall sign supported by one or more poles. Hylomus, without pylons. Pylon-like, resembling or characteristic of a pylon. Pylons, plural of pylon. Pyloralgia, pain in the region of the pylorus. Pylortomies, plural of pylortomy. Pylortomy, removal of part or all of the pylorus. Pylori, plural of pylorus. Pyloric, of or relating to the pylorus. Pyloric caeca, plural of pyloric caecum. Pyloric caecum, an outpocketing in the intestines of fish. Pyloric sphincter, muscular valve connecting the stomach to the duodenum and regulating flow of materials out of the stomach. Pyloric sphincters, plural of pyloric sphincter. Pyloric stenosis, a narrowing of the pylorus which prevents the normal passage of food from the stomach to the small intestine. Pyloric valve, a valvular fold at the end of the pyloric canal which lets food pass from the stomach to the duodenum. Pyloric valves, plural of pyloric valve. Pyloro, pylorus. Pyloduodenal, relating to or connecting the pylorus and the duodenum. Pyloromyotomies, plural of pyloromyotomy. Pyloromyotomy, a surgical procedure in which an incision is made in the longitudinal and circular muscles of the pylorus. Pyloroplasties, plural of pyloroplasty. Pyloroplasty, surgical correction of the pylorus. Pylorospasm, spasm of the pyloric muscle. Pylorospasms, plural of pylorospasm. Pylorotomy, incision of the pylorus. Pylorus, invertebrates, including humans. A zone at the lower end of the stomach that leads to and opens into the duodenum. Pyloruses, plural of pylorus. Pylos, a town and ancient city in Messenia Prefecture, Greece, formerly named Navarino. Though, a surname. Plymouth, a mead that is fermented with grape juice. Piments, plural of piment. Pymetrazine, the triazine pesticide 6-methyl-4-epyridine 3-amethylidene-amino-2,5-dihydro-1,2,4 triazine 3,1. Plymore, a village in Downham Parish, East Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS grid ref TL 4986. POS, plural of PIM. The abbreviation of payment. PEMS, plural of pimped. The obsolete form of pinmood. Pynchon, a surname. Pynchonesque, of, pertaining to, or in the style of Thomas Pynchon. Pynchonian, densely convoluted, verbose, and full of allusion. Pynchonians, plural of Pynchonian. Pine, a surname. Pined, simple past and past participle of pine. Pines, plural of pine. Pining, present participle and gerund of pine. Pincado, alternative form of pincado. A surname. Pincent, a surname. Pincents, plural of pincent. Plio, initialism of pick your own. Plio, a surname. Plio, us. Thiochelin, a particular cider offore, produced by Pseudomonas aeruginosa that solubilizes ferric iron. Thiochelins, plural of pyochelin. Pyocyanin, the spelling of pyocyanin. Pyocin, any of a class of bacteriocins produced by Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Pyozins, plural of pyocin. Pyozine, relating to pyocin or to pus that is colored blue by this pigment. Pyozine, a greenish-blue pigment produced by Pseudomonas aeruginosa that is an antibiotic and antifungal agent. Pyozine, alternative form of pyocyanin. Pyocyst, a cyst that contains pus. Pyocysts, plural of pyocysts. Pyoderma, an infection of the skin by pyogenic bacteria. Pyoderma fistulans significa, a distinct chronic infectious disease in which epithelialized tracts form within the subdermal fatty tissue. Pyoderma gangrenosum, a condition that causes necrosis of tissue resulting in deep ulcers, usually on the legs, that can become chronic wounds. Pyodermal, alternative form of pyodermic. Pyodermas, plural of pyoderma. Pyodermata, plural of pyoderma. Pyodermatitis, inflammation of the pyoderma. Pyodermatis, relating to pyodermatitis. Pyodermic, relating to or characteristic of pyodermis. Pyodermitis, synonym of pyoderma. Pyogenesis, formation of pus. Pyogenetic, pyogenic. Pyogenic, referring to bacterial infections that make pus. Pyogranuloma, a tumor in which polymorphonuclear cells have invaded an inflammation consisting of mononuclear cells. Pyogranulomas, plural of pyogranuloma. Pyogranulomata, plural of pyogranuloma. Pyogranulomatis, relating to or characterized by pyogranuloma. Pyohemia, alternative form of pyemia. Pyohemia, alternative form of pyemia. Pyohydronephrosis, accumulation of purulent urine in the renal pelvis and calyces. Hyoid. Resembling or relating to pus. Hyoid. An antimicrobial compound found in Pseudomonas. Pyomelanin, a pigment related to melanin that results from the catabolism of tyrosine and phenylalanine. Pyomelanogenesis, the production of pyomelanin. Pyomelanogenic, relating to pyomelanogenesis. Pyomphra, an infection of the uterus most commonly seen in dogs, but also occasionally in other small mammals, resulting from hormonal and structural changes in the lining of the uterus. Pancreatitis, a bacterial infection of the skeletal muscles which results in a pus-filled abscess. Py, a surname from Korean. Pyonephritis, alternative form of pyelonephritis. Pyonephrosis, an infection of the renal collecting system in which pus collects in the renal pelvis and causes distension of the kidney. Pioneer, obsolete form of pioneer soldier employed to build roads, etc. Pioneers, plural of pioneer. Pyongyang, one of the 8 provinces of Korea during the Joseon Dynasty. Pyeongseong, a municipal city in South Panan Province in North Korea. Pyongyang, the capital city of North Korea. Pyongyangite, a native or inhabitant of Pyongyang. Pyongyangites, plural of Pyongyangite. Pyongyangology, criminology applied to North Korea. Pyons, plural of Payan. Pyopericarditis, the inflammation of the pericardium accompanied by the formation of pus, purulent pericarditis. Pyoperitoneum, an accumulation of pus in the peritoneal cavity. Pyophthalmia, an infection of pus in the eye. Pyopneumothorax, the accumulation of air or other gas and pus in the pleural cavity. Pyophoesis, suppuration. Pyoptosis, expectoration of pus. Hyoid, alternative form of pure. Hyoid, an inflammation of the gums in which the teeth become loose, chronic periodontitis. Pyoio, relating to pyorrhea. Pyoias, plural of pyorrhea. Pyli, or pertaining to pyorrheas, characteristic of pyorrhea. Pyoia, flowing or discharge of pus, periodontitis. Pydo, relating to pyorrhea. Pyoias, plural of pyorrhea. Pyohoe, alternative form of pyorrhea. Pyoia, alternative spelling of pyorrhea. Pyo, obsolete form of pyorrheal. Pyohoe, obsolete form of pyorrheic. Pyroid, a red pigment produced by Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Pyos, plural of pyo. Pyos albinges, plural of Pyos alpinx. Pyos alpingitis, inflammation of the Pyos alpinx. Pyos alpinx, a distally blocked fallopian tube filled with pus. Pyos alpinxes, plural of Pyos alpinx. Pyosticemia, alternative form of pyosticemia. Pyosis, formation of pus. A magpie, a water ouzel. Pyophorax, plural emphysema, an accumulation of pus in the pleural cavity. Pyotr, a transliteration of the Russian male given name Pyotr Piotr. Pyets, plural of payas. Pyoverdine, alternative form of pyoverdine. Pyoverdine, a fluorescent cider offer produced by the bacterium Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Pyoverdines, plural of pyoverdine. Pyoverdins, plural of pyoverdin. Paya, an alarm call made by the putty-nosed monkey and others, usually a warning that other animals are lurking nearby. Payos, plural of payao. Pyaxanthin, a yellow pigment isolated from Bacillus pyasanicus. Pyaxanthos, a greenish-yellow crystalline coloring matter found with payasine in pus. Hyber, a surname originating as an occupation. PayPal, abbreviation of PayPal. Or a Great Pyrenees dog. Alternative form of pyro. Pyrobactin, a synthetic sulfonamide, 4-bromo and 2-pyridinylmethyl-1-naphthalenesylfonamide that mimics the plant stress hormone abscisic acid. Pyracantha, any of various thorny shrubs of the genus Pyracantha having small white flowers followed by hard red or orange-red berries. Pyracantha, a firethorn any of the genus Pyracantha of thorny evergreen large shrubs. Pyracanthus, plural of Pyracantha. Pyracanths, plural of Pyracanth. Pyracanthus, a Pyracantha, a plant of the genus Pyracantha, the firethorn. Pyracanthusas, plural of Pyracanthus. Pyracarbolate, a particular fungicide. Pyraclostrobin, a particular fungicide used to control several plant pathogens. Pyraceae, obsolete spelling of piracy. Pyrrole, of or pertaining to a pyre. Pyrrolid, a moth of the family Pyralidae. Pyralid moth, synonym of snout moth. Pyralid moths, plural of Pyralid moth. Pyralids, plural of pyrales. Pyralids, plural of pyrale. Pyrales, a species of firefly, Photinus pyrales. Pyralizes, plural of pyrales. Pyraloi, any moth of the superfamily Pyraloidea. Pyraloids, plural of pyraloi. Pyrospite, a form of garnet consisting of a solid solution series of pyrope, almandine, and spessartine. Pyrospites, plural of pyrospite. Pyro, any of many ectoparasitic sea snails of the family Pyramidalidae. Pyrabed, a solitaire card game where the cards are arranged as a triangle, a pyramid, and the object is to get the cards from the bottom to the top. Pyramid billiards, synonym of Russian pyramid. Pyramid down, to lift weights in decreasing increments. Pyramid Elimia, Elimia podosiensis, a species of Elimia snail. Pyramid Elimias, plural of Pyramid Elimia. Pyramid hip roof, a hip roof without a central ridge, thus pyramidal in form. Pyramid inch, a unit of measure claimed by pyramidologists to have been used in ancient times, supposedly 1/25th of a sacred cubit, 1.00106 imperial inches, or 2.5426924 centimeters. Pyramid inches, plural of pyramid inch. Pyramid of doom, the presence of many levels of nested indentation in source code, making it difficult for a person to read. Pyramid, piano, a piano that has its strings slanting upward from left to right in a case that is shaped like a tall isosceles triangle. Pyramid pianos, plural of pyramid piano. Pyramid pool, a form of the game of pool, mainly played in the 19th century. Pyramid roof, a pyramid-shaped roof. Pyramid scheme, an illicit money-making investment scheme whereby early investors are paid primarily or wholly by later investors. Eventually, all such schemes fail to the detriment of recent later investors. Pyramid schemes, plural of pyramid scheme. Pyramid seller, one who partakes or engages in pyramid selling. Pyramid sellers, plural of pyramid seller. Pyramid selling, synonym of multi-level marketing. Pyramid site, synonym of barleycorn site. Pyramid sites, plural of pyramid site. Pyramid texts, a corpus of ancient Egyptian funerary texts of the Old Kingdom consisting of plural of pyramid site. Pyramid texts, a corpus of ancient Egyptian funerary texts of the Old Kingdom consisting of spells to assist the journey of the dead king into the afterlife carved on pyramid walls and sarcophagi. Pyramid trading, a strategy by which the trader gradually adds to an existing trade or position as the price moves in the expected direction. Pyramid up, to arrange in a pyramid. Pyramidal, pyramid-shaped. Pyramidal cell, a type of multipolar neuron found in areas of the brain including the cerebral cortex, the hippocampus, and the amygdala. Pyramidal cells, plural of pyramidal cell. Pyramidal neuron, any large, triangular-shaped neuron in the cerebral cortex that transmit impulses to voluntary muscles. Pyramidal neurons, plural of pyramidal neuron. Pyramidal number, a number that represents the number of items in a pyramid having a given number of sides and layers. Pyramidal numbers, plural of pyramidal number. Pyramidal tract, a major collection of axons that transmits nerve impulses from the motor cortex to the spinal cord. Pyramidal tracts, plural of pyramidal tract. Pyramidalism, the condition of being pyramidal in form or structure. Pyramidalization, the deformation of a trigonal planar molecule into a tetrahedral arrangement. Pyramidalizations, plural of pyramidalization. Pyramidalize, to make pyramidal. Pyramidalize, distorted towards a tetrahedral molecular geometry. Pyramidalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pyramidalize. Pyramidalizing, present participle and gerund of pyramidalize. Pyramidally, like a pyramid, in a pyramidal manner or shape. Pyramidals, plural of pyramidal. Pyramid, obsolete form of pyramid. Pyramided, simple past and past participle of pyramid. Pyramided down, simple past and past participle of pyramid down. Pyramided up, simple past and past participle of pyramid up. Pyramidalid, any gastropod in the family Pyramidalidae. Pyramidalids, plural of pyramidalid. Pyramider, one who engages in pyramid trading. Pyramiders, plural of pyramider. Pyramids, plural of pyramid. Pyramidia, plural of pyramidian. Pyramidic, of or pertaining to a pyramid. Having the form or imposing presence of a pyramid, pyramidal. Pyramidical, pyramidic, pyramidically, in the form of a pyramid. Pyramidine, misspelling of pyrimidine. Pyramiding, the practice of an athlete progressively increasing the dosage of an illicit drug to a maximum and then progressively lowering it between competitions so as to reduce the chances of being caught. Pyramiding down, present participle of pyramid down. Pyramiding up, present participle of pyramid up. Pyramidion, the small pyramid which crowns or completes an obelisk or pyramid. Pyramidions, plural of pyramidion. Pyramidia, pyramidologist, one who believes prophecies are encoded in Egyptian pyramids. Pyramidiates, plural of pyramidias. Pyramidization, alternative form of pyramidization. Pyramidism, classification into a rigid hierarchy as of the sciences. Pyramidas, an expert in Egyptian pyramids. Pyramidists, plural of pyramidists. Pyramidization, the process or the result of pyramidizing. Pyramidize, to form into a pyramid. Pyramidize, simple past and past participle of pyramidize. Pyramidizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pyramidize. Pyramidizing, present participle and gerund of pyramidize. Pyramid-like, resembling a pyramid. Pyramidoi, a solid resembling a pyramid. Pyramidoidal, resembling a pyramid. Pyramidoids, plural of pyramidoi. Pyramidological, relating to pyramidology. Pyramidologist, one who studies pyramidology, who studies pyramids from a supernatural viewpoint. Pyramidologists, plural of pyramidologists. Pyramidology, the study of pyramids, especially the Egyptian pyramids, from a supernatural or New Age perspective, rather than the historical or archaeological viewpoint. Pyramidon, an organ stop having wooden pipes in the form of an inverted pyramid, giving very deep notes somewhat like those of a stopped diapason. Pyramidons, plural of pyramidon. Pyramidotomies, plural of pyramidotomy. Pyramidotomize, modified by pyramidotomy. Pyramidotomy, cutting of a pyramidal tract as a treatment for Parkinsonism. Pyramids, a set of ancient pyramidal shaped constructions in Egypt, mostly built as tombs for the pharaohs. Pyramids down, third person singular simple present indicative of pyramid down. Pyramids of doom, plural of pyramid of doom. Pyramids up, third person singular simple present indicative of pyramid up. Pyramidwise, in the form of a pyramid. Pyraminx, a puzzle similar to a Rubik's cube but shaped like a triangular pyramid tetrahedron. Pyraminxes, plural of pyraminx. Pyramis, a pyramid. Pyramid, alternative form of pyramidoid. Pyramids, plural of pyramoid. Pyrems, plural of pyram. Pyramus, a Babylonian lover in the tragedy of Pyramus and Thisbe. Pyra, any of a class of unsaturated heterocyclic compounds containing a ring of 5 carbon atoms, an oxygen atom, and 2 double bonds, especially the simplest one, C5H6O. Thyrenic, concerning pyrin. Thyronine, a hydrophilic, pH-sensitive fluorescent aryl sulfonate dye. Pyranines, plural of pyranine. Pyranumthocyanin, any of a class of anthocyane that develop in red wine during fermentation. Pyranophthalmos, plural of pyranophthalmos. Pyranocalmarin, any of a class of organic compound in which a pyran ring is fused to that of a calmarin. Pyranocalmarins, plural of pyranocalmarin. Pyranoflavonoid, any flavonoid based on a pyran group. Pyranoflavonoids, plural of pyranoflavonoid. Pyranoflavonol, any flavonol based on a pyran group. Pyranoflavonols, plural of pyranoflavonol. Pyranoglucoside, the pyranose form of a glucoside. Pyranoi, of, pertaining to, or having the structure of a pyranose. Pyranoindole, any of a class of heterocycles composed of a pyran fused to an indole. Pyranoindoles, plural of pyranoindole. Pyranol, any alcohol derived from a pyran. Pyranols, plural of pyranol. Pyranometer, an actinometer used to measure solar radiation incident on a surface. Pyranometers, plural of pyranometer. Pyranometric, of, pertaining to, or produced by a pyranometer. Pyranometry, measurement with a pyranometer. Pyranetophoquinone, any of many compounds whose structure is that of a pyran ring fused to a naphthoquinone. Many of them have biological activity. Pyranetophoquinones, plural of pyranetophoquinone. Pyridon, synonym of pyrone. Pyranons, plural of pyranon. Pyranopterin, any of several enzymatic cofactors containing a pterin coordinated to a metal ion via sulfur atoms. Pyranopterins, plural of pyranopterin. Pyranose, any cyclic hemiacyl form of a monosaccharide having a six-membered ring based on tetrahydropyran. Pyranosas, plural of pyranose. Pyranose, of, pertaining to or derived from a pyranose. Pyranose, any glycoside of a pyranose. Pyranosides, plural of pyranose. Pyranocytic, relating to pyranosides. Pyranosol, a univalent radical derived from a pyranose. Pyranosols, plural of pyranosol. Pyrans, plural of pyran. Pyretzel, an antinematodylthiophene. Pyrargyrite, a sulfazole mineral used as a silver ore. It is dark red or black in color with a metallic adamantine luster, is sulfide of antimony and silver, Ag3SBS3, and occurs in rhombohedral crystals. Pyrargyrites, plural of pyrargyrite. Pyrite, obsolete spelling of pyrite. Pyrates, plural of pyrite. Pyrithiazine, a chemical compound, CHN2S. Pyritone, a plastic-like substance once used for the outer coating of golf clubs. Pyrosta, any moth of the genus Pyrosta. Pyrostis, plural of pyrosta. Pyrazine, alternative form of pyrazine. Pyrazinamidase, an enzyme that converts the prodrug pyrazinamide to the active form pyrazinoic acid. Pyrazinamidases, plural of pyrazinamidase. Pyrazinamide, the amide of pyrazinoic acid, a bacteriostatic prodrug, pyrazine 2-carboxamide, used to treat tuberculosis. Pyrazinamides, plural of pyrazinamide. Pyrazine, a diazine in which the two nitrogen atoms are in the para positions. Many of its derivatives are pharmaceuticals. Pyrazines, plural of pyrazine. Pyrazino, a pyrazinyl radical as a substituent. Pyrazinote, any salt or ester of pyrazinoic acid. Pyrazinotes, plural of pyrazinote. Pyrazinoic acid, the carboxylic acid pyrazine, 2-carboxylic acid derived from pyrazine. Pyrazinoisoquinoline, a pyrazine ring fused to one of isoquinoline. Pyrazinoisoquinolines, plural of pyrazinoisoquinoline. Pyrazinon, a heterocyclic amide derived from pyrazine. Pyrazinons, plural of pyrazinon. Pyrazinos, plural of pyrazino. Pyrazins, plural of pyrazin. Pyrazinyl, the radical derived from pyrazine. Pyrazolamide, alternative form of pyrazolamide. Pyrazolamides, plural of pyrazolamide. Pyrazolite, any pyrazole carboxylate. Pyrazolates, plural of pyrazolate. Pyrazole, a heterocyclic organic compound containing two nitrogen atoms next to each others in a 5-membered ring, called 1,2-diazole in EPAC nomenclature. Pyrazolamide, any amide containing a pyrazole ring attached to the carbonyl group. Several are antimalarial drugs. Pyrazolamides, plural of pyrazolamide. Pyrazoles, plural of pyrazole. Pyrazole, of, pertaining to or composed of pyrazole moieties. Pyrazolide, the anion produced when a hydrogen ion is removed from pyrazole. Pyrazolidine, a saturated 5-membered heterocycle containing 3 carbon atoms and 2 nitrogen atoms. Pyrazolidines, plural of pyrazolidine. Pyrazoline, a 5-membered heterocycle containing 3 carbon atoms, 2 adjacent nitrogen atoms, and 1 double bond. Pyrazolines, plural of pyrazoline. Pyrazolinon, a derivative of a pyrazoline that has a carbonyl group in the ring. Pyrazolinons, plural of pyrazolinon. Pyrazolo, a radical derived from a pyrazole. Pyrazolone, a tetracyclic heterocyclic ketone composed of a pyrazole ring fused to an anthrone. Pyrazolone, a 5-membered unsaturated heterocyclic ketone or lactam derived from pyrazole that is the basis of several pharmaceuticals. Pyrazolones, plural of pyrazolone. Pyrazolopyridine, any of a class of anxiolytic drugs that act as positive allosteric modulators of the GABA receptor at the barbiturate binding site. Pyrazolopyridines, plural of pyrazolopyridine. Pyrazolopyrimidine, any of a class of sedative and anxiolytic drugs with similar effects to benzodiazepines, their molecules typified by the linked 6-sided pyrimidine ring and 5-sided pyrazole ring. Pyrazolopyrimidines, plural of pyrazolopyrimidine. Pyrazolos, plural of pyrazolo. Pyrazole, a radical derived from pyrazole. Pyrazoles, plural of pyrazole. Pyrazophos, a systemic fungicide used against powdery mildew. Pyrazoxyphene, the herbicide 2,4,2,4-dichlorobenzoyl 1,3-ethylpyrazole 5-iloxyacetophenone. Pyrazole, the radical derived from pyrazole. Pyre, a funeral pile, a combustible heap on which corpses are burned. Pyractic, any substance that produces fever or a rise in body temperature. Pyractics, plural of pyractic. Pyri, an ancient Persian temple devoted to fire. Pyries, plural of pyri. Pyrena, a nutlet resembling a seed or the stone of a drupe comprising the endocarp and a kernel. Pyrene, plural of Pyrena. Pyren, of or pertaining to the Pyrenees, a range of mountains separating France and Spain. Pyrenean. Pyrenean, of or pertaining to the Pyrenees, a range of mountains separating France and Spain. Pyrenean chamois. Rubicapra pyrenaica, a goat antelope that lives in the Pyrenees and the Apennine Mountains of central Italy. Pyrenean desman. Gaelmes pyrenaicus, a small semi-aquatic mammal related to moles and shrews. Pyrenean desmans, plural of Pyrenean desman. Pyrenean ibex, a recently extinct subspecies of the obedient ibex Capra pyrenaica. Pyrenean ibexes, plural of Pyrenean ibex. Pyrenean sheepdog, a small to medium-sized breed of herding dog from the Pyrenees region of France. Pyreneans, plural of Pyrenean. Pyrenees, the mountain range separating Spain from France, inhabited by Basques in the west, Occitans in the center-north, Aragonese in the center-south, and Catalans in the east. Pyrenees, alternative spelling of Pyrenees. Pyrenees Atlantiques, a department of Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France in C code 64. Pyrenees Orientales, a department in Occitania, France. Capital, Perpignan. Pyrenate, a grayish-black garnet. Pyrenates, plural of pyrenate. Pyrens, plural of pyren. Pyrenia, plural of pyrenium. Pyrenic, of, pertaining to, or derived from pyren. Pyrenium, the wall of the perithecium. Pyrenocarpus, having a pyrenocarp. Pyrenocyte, a transient cell derived from an erythroblast by removal of the nucleus. Pyrenocytes, plural of pyrenocyte. Pyrenodine, globular and nuclear. Pyrenoid, any of several transparent structures found in the chloroplast of certain algae, etc. They are responsible for the fixation of carbon dioxide and the formation of starch. Pyrenoids, plural of pyrenoid. Pyrenol, any phenol derived from pyren. Pyrenolichon, a lichen that produces perithecia. Pyrenolichons, plural of pyrenolichon. Pyrenols, plural of pyrenol. Pyrenomycete, synonym of Sortoriomycete. Pyrenomycetes, plural of pyrenomycete. Pyrenomystis, relating to pyrenomycetes. Pyrenophore, the central zone of a neuron containing the nucleus and organelles. Pyrenophores, plural of pyrenophore. Pyrenus, relating to the stone of a drupe. Pyrenyl, a univalent radical derived from pyren. Pyrenylene, any cyclic polymer of pyren. Pyrenylenes, plural of pyrenylene. Pyrenyls, plural of pyrenyl. Pyres, plural of pyre. Pyrethric, related to pyrethrum. Pyrethrin, any of a number of naturally occurring insecticides extracted from the pyrethrum plant, unusual in having a cyclopropane ring. Pyrethrin, obsolete form of pyrethrin. Pyrethrins, plural of pyrethrin. Pyrethrins, plural of pyrethrin. Pyrethroid, any of several synthetic insecticides having a structure based on pyrethrin. Pyrethroids, plural of pyrethroid. Pyrethorazine. A particular pyrethroid. Pyrethrum, any of several days-alike perennial African plants of the genus Tanacetum, especially Tanacetum cinereifolium. Pyrethrum, plural of pyrethrum. Pyretic, caused by, pertaining to or resulting in fever. Pyretics, plural of pyretic. Pyretogenesis, synonym of pyrogenesis, the production of fever. Pyrogenetic, synonym of pyrogenic. Pyrodogenic, synonym of pyrogenic. Pyrotogenous, synonym of pyrogenic. Pyrotology, a discourse or treatise on fevers, the doctrine of fevers. Pyrotherapy, pyrotherapy. Pyrex, a brand of glassware produced by the Corning Corporation, capable of resisting high temperatures and suitable for cooking applications, currently made with tempered glass. Pyrexia, fever. Pyrexe, plural of pyrexia. Pyrexio, of or relating to fevers. Feverish. Pyrexias, plural of pyrexia. Pyrexic, feverish, pyretic. Pyrexical, relating to fever, feverish, pyrexial. Pedemic, a device that measures near-surface infrared radiation spectrum based on the resistance/voltage changes in a material that is sensitive to the net energy transfer by radiation that occurs between itself and its surroundings. Pedometers, plural of pedometer. Pedometer, relating to the piezometer. Pedometer, tower-shaped. Pegality, the study of towers. Pilla, a variety of the mineral pyrazine. Penomorphid, any grasshopper in the Pegomorphidae. Pegomorphids, plural of Pegomorphae. Petos, a town in Elis, Peloponnese, Greece, not far from Olympia. Peade, any fly of the family Peadidae. Peadids, plural of Peagade. Peoegraph, a peheleometer that makes a recording. Peheleographs, plural of peheleograph. Peheleometer, a device that measures the intensity of solar radiation received on the surface of the Earth. Peheleometers, plural of peheleometer. Peheleometric, relating to peheleometry. Peheleometrically, by means of peheleometry. Peheleometry, the study and measurement of solar radiation using a peheleometer. Tverdi, a city in Lubny Rayon, Poltava Oblast, Ukraine. Pyribenzoxim, the herbicide benzophenon O2,6-bis-4,6-dimethylcypyrimidine 2-iloxybenzoyl oxime. Pyrrhobole, any mineral of either the pyrozine or amphibolyl groups. Pyrrhoboles, plural of pyrrhobole. Ferrit, pyrrhobole, any mineral of either the pyrozine or amphibolyl groups. Pyrrhoboles, plural of pyrrhobole. Farish, a surname from Ukrainian. Pyridazine, a diazine in which the two nitrogen atoms are in the ortho positions. Many of its derivatives are pharmaceuticals, herbicides, etc. Pyridazines, plural of pyridazine. Pyridazinon, the heterocycle 3-hydroxypyridazine or its keto form. Pyridic, of or relating to pyridine or its derivatives, pyridyl. Pyridinamine, any of 3 isomeric amino derivatives of pyridine. Many of their derivatives are pharmaceuticals. Pyridinamines, plural of pyridinamine. Pyridine, any of a class of aromatic heterocyclic compounds containing a ring of 5 carbon atoms and a nitrogen atom, especially the simplest one, C5H5N. Pyridyl, any diradical derived from pyridine. Pyridines, plural of pyridine. Pyridinic, of, pertaining to, containing, or derived from pyridine. Pyrididyl, a univalent radical derived from pyridine. Pyridinitrile, a particular fungicide. Pyridinium, the cationic, protonated form of pyridine. Pyridiniums, plural of pyridinium. Pyridinol, the equivalent of a phenol derived from pyridine. Pyridinoline, a lysyl derivative of pyridine present in mature bone. Pyridinolines, plural of pyridinoline. Pyridinols, plural of pyridinol. Pyridinone, an unsaturated cyclic amide formerly derived from pyridine. Pyridinones, plural of pyridinone. Pyridinyl, a univalent C radical derived from pyridine or a pyridinol. Pyridinolimidazole, any pyridinyl derivative of an imidazole. Pyridinolimidazoles, plural of pyridinolimidazole. Pyridinylpiperazine, 1,2-pyridinyl piperazine, a piperazine derivative. Pyridinylpiperazines, plural of pyridinylpiperazine. Pyridinyls, plural of pyridinyl. Pyrido, a pyridyl radical as a substituent. Pyridobenzimidazole, a tricyclic heterocyclic compound which has benzimidazole orthofused to a pyridine ring. Pyridocarbazole, any of a class of organic heterotetracyclic compounds derived from pyridine. Pyridophili, a bronchodilator drug. Pyridhoimidazole, a bicyclic heterocycle composed of a pyridine ring fused to one of imidazole. Pyridhoimidazoles, plural of pyridhoimidazole. Pyridhoindole, any of a class of heterocycles composed of a pyridine ring fused to an indole. Pyridoindoles, plural of pyridoindole. Pyridomycin, an antibiotic that acts against mycobacteria. Pyridone, either of 2 isomeric derivatives of pyridine having a carbonyl group either ortho or para to the nitrogen atom. In its tautomeric form, it is the pyridine analog of phenol. Pyridones, plural of pyridone. Pyridopyrimidine, any of a class of bicyclic heterocycles consisting of a pyridine fused to one of pyrimidine. Pyridopyrimidines, plural of pyridopyrimidine. Pyridos, plural of pyrido. Pyridosine, the amino acid 2-amino 6,5-hydroxy, 2-methyl-4-oxypyridine 1-L-hexanoic acid found in heated milk. Pyridostatin, the compound 4,2-aminothoxy-N2N6-bis-4,2-aminothoxy-quinoline 2-ill-pyridine 2,6-decarboxamide that stabilizes the quadruplex form of DNA. Pyridostigmine, misspelling of pyridostigmine. Pyridostigmine, a parasympathomimetic and reversible cholinesterase inhibitor used to treat muscle weakness and to combat the effects of chloroform drug toxicity. Pyridoxal, one of the 3 natural forms of vitamin B6. Pyridoxalate, combined with pyridoxal. Pyridoxals, plural of pyridoxal. Pyridoxamine, a constituent of vitamin B6 essential for the metabolism of starch and amino acids. Pyridoxamines, plural of pyridoxamine. Pyridoxate, any salt or ester of a pyridoxic acid. Pyridoxic, relating to pyridoxic acid or its derivatives. Pyridoxic acid, any of a group of carboxylic acids derived from pyridoxine, such as 3-hydroxy, 5-hydroxymethyl-2-methylpyridine, 4-carboxylic acid. Pyridoxic acids, plural of pyridoxic acid. Pyridoxine, alternative form of pyridoxine. Pyridoxine, a derivative of pyridine, 4,5-bis-hydroxymethyl-2-methylpyridine, 3-ol found in fish, liver, cereals, and yeast, and essential for the metabolism of amino acids and starch. Pyridoxines, plural of pyridoxine. Pyridoxins, plural of pyridoxin. Pyridoxal, a univalent radical derived from the hydroxyl form of pyridone. Pyridoxylation, reaction with a pyridoxal group. Pyridoxals, plural of pyridoxal. Pyridyl, any of 3 isomeric univalent radicals, C5H4N, derived from pyridine, analogous to phenyl. Pyridylaminate, to react with a pyridyl amino group. Pyridylaminated, simple past and past participle of pyridylaminate. Pyridylmination, reaction with a pyridyl amino group. Pyridylamino, any pyridyl derivative of an amino group. Pyridylazo, any of 3 isomeric univalent azoradicals derived from pyridine, C5H4NN equals N, having the azo group in the 2, 3, or 4 position. Pyridylazose, plural of pyridylazo. Pyridylbenzene, synonym of phenylpyridine. Pyridylbenzenes, plural of pyridylbenzene. Pyridylglycine, an N-pyridyl derivative of glycine. Pyridylglycines, plural of pyridylglycine. Pyridylidene, a carbene derived from pyridine. Pyridylmethyl, any pyridyl derivative of a methyl group. Pyridylmethyls, plural of pyridylmethyl. Pyridyls, plural of pyridyl. Pyridylsulfoxamine, any pyridylsulfoxamine. Pyridylsulfoxamines, plural of pyridylsulfoxamine. Pyridine, the pyridine analog of benzyne. Pyriphenox, a particular fungicide. Pyriform, pear-shaped. Pyriform aperture, alternative form of pyriform aperture. Pyriform apertures, plural of pyriform aperture. Pyriform fossa, alternative spelling of pyriform fossa. Pyriform fossae, plural of pyriform fossa. Pyriform recess, alternative spelling of pyriform recess. Pyriform recesses, plural of pyriform recess. Pyriform sinus, alternative spelling of pyriform sinus. Pyriform sinuses, plural of pyriform sinus. Pyriforms, plural of pyriformis. Pyriformis, alternative spelling of piriformis. Piriformly, in a piriform manner. Piriforms, plural of piriform. Piri, a surname from Ukrainian. Pirilomian. Pyrimine. Pyrimidine, a synthetic compound derived from pyrimidine, acting as a folic acid antagonist and used in the chemoprophylaxis or treatment of malaria and in the treatment of toxoplasmosis. Pyrimidamines, plural of pyrimethymine. Pyrimethanyl, a particular pesticide. Pyrimidine, a diazine in which the two nitrogen atoms are in the metapositions. It is the basis of 3 of the bases found in DNA and RNA, thymine, uracil, and cytosine. Pyrimidine carboxylic acid, boric acid. Pyrimidine diene, any of a class of chemical compounds characterized by a pyrimidine ring substituted with 2 carbonyl groups. Pyrimidinediones, plural of pyrimidine diene. Pyrimidinergic, containing or releasing pyrimidine. Pyrimidians, plural of pyrimidine. Pyrimidine triene, any derivative of pyrimidine that has 3 carbonyl groups in the ring. Many are barbiturates. Pyrimidintrienes, plural of pyrimidine triene. Pyrimidinic, of or pertaining to a pyrimidine. Pyrimidinon, any of several heterocyclic ketones derived from pyrimidine. Pyrimidinones, plural of pyrimidinon. Pyrimidinol, a univalent radical derived from pyrimidine. Pyrimidinylpiperazine, 1,2-pyrimidinylpiperazine, a piperazine derivative. Pyrimidinylpiperazines, plural of pyrimidinylpiperazine. Pyrimidodiazepine, any heterocycle formed by fusion of a pyrimidone and a diazepine. Pyrimidodiazepines, plural of pyrimidodiazepine. Pyrimidhoindol, any of a class of heterocycles composed of a pyrimidine fused to an indole. Pyrimidoindoles, plural of pyrimidoindole. Pyrimidol, any alcohol that has a pyrimidine substituent. Pyrimidols, plural of pyrimidol. Pyrimidone, either of 2 heterocyclic compounds with chemical formula C4H4N2O, whose derivatives are the basis of many other biological molecules. Pyrimidones, plural of pyrimidone. Pyrimidopteridine, a tricyclic heterocycle formed by fusion of a pyrimidine and a pteridine. Pyrimidopteridines, plural of pyrimidopteridine. Pyrimidopyrimidine, a bicyclic heterocycle composed of 2 pyrimidine rings fused together. Pyrimidopyrimidines, plural of pyrimidopyrimidine. Pyrimidis rezidine, a bicyclic heterocyclic ketone. Pyrimidis reazindians, plural of pyrimidis reazindiene. Pyrimifos, alternative form of pyrimifos. Pyrivatate, a pesticide. Pyrir, a protein that regulates the body's inflammatory response to trauma. Thyrindine, either of 2 isomeric bicyclic heterocycles consisting of a cyclopentane ring fused to that of pyridine. Pyrindines, plural of pyrindine. Pyranine, an antiarrhythmic drug. Pyrinurin, a particular rodenticide. Pyriflegethin, synonym of phlegethin. Pyriproxyfen, a pyridine-based pesticide effective against a variety of arthropods. Pyridaceous, of relating to or containing pyrites, pyritic. Pyrite, the common mineral iron disulfide Fe(S) of a pale brass yellow color and brilliant metallic luster, crystallizing in the isometric system. Pyrites, plural of pyrite. Pyrithiamine, a particular antibiotic that is an analog of thiamine. Pyrithione, the tautomeric compound 1-hydroxy-2,1-H-pyridine thione form or 2-pyridine thiol 1-oxide thiol form. Pyridoxine, pyritinol. Pyridoxine, pyritinol. Pyrithaldiene, a psychoactive drug formerly used as a sedative. Pyritic, of, relating to, or consisting of pyrite or pyrites. Pyritic heave, damage to the floors or walls of houses when pyrite in the foundations oxidizes and expands. Pyritical, pyritic relating to, resembling, or consisting of pyrites. Pyritiferous, containing or yielding pyrites. Pyritinol, a nootropic drug whose structure is that of a disulfane derived from pyridoxine. Pyritize, alternative form of pyritise. Pyritize, simple past and past participle of pyritize. Pyritizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pyritize. Pyritizing, present participle and gerund of pyritize. Pyritization, the hydrothermal process whereby a rock is transformed into a pyrite. Pyritizations, plural of pyritization. Pyritize, to convert something into pyrites. Pyritize, in a state of pyritization, having been turned to pyrite. Pyritizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pyritize. Pyritizing, present participle and gerund of pyritize. Pyritohedra, plural of pyritohedron. Pyritohedral, having the shape of pyrites. Pyritohedron, an irregular dodecahedron, the faces of which are identical but irregular pentagons. Pyritohedrons, plural of pyritohedron. Pyritoi, pyritohedron. Pyritoids, plural of pyritoi. Pyritology, the art of using a blowpipe and often a charcoal block to analyze minerals and metal salts. Pyritos, pyrides, pyrides, pyritic, pyrthi, relating to or containing pyrites. Pyrishti, alternative spelling of pyrashki. Pyro, a pyromaniac. Pyro, fire, heat. Pyroacetic, of or relating to acetone once obtained by heating acetates. Pyroacetic ether, acetone. Pyroacetic spirit, acetone. Pyroacetic spirits, plural of pyroacetic spirit. Pyroacid, any acid obtained by heating another. Pyrovacids, plural of pyroacid. Pyroaconitine, a chemical compound formed by heating aconitine 1-alpha-3-alpha-6-alpha-14-alpha-16 beta-20-ethyl-3-13-dihydroxy 1,6-16-trimethoxy 4-methoxympyl-15-oxocontin 14-nilbenzo. Pyoanthocyanin, a type of anthocyanin found in Monina obtusifolia. Pyroantimonate, any salt of pyroantimonic acid. Pyroantimonates, plural of pyroantimonate. Pyroantimonic, of or relating to pyroantimonic acid or its derivatives. Pyroantimonic acid, an acid, H4SB2O7 derived from antimonic acid analogously to pyrophosphoric acid. Pyroarsenate, any salt of pyroarsenic acid. Pyroarsenates, plural of pyroarsenate. Pyroarsenic, of or relating to pyroarsenic acid or its derivatives. Pyroarsenic acid, an acid, H4S2O7 derived from arsenic acid analogously to pyrophosphoric acid. Pyroort, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing carbon, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, and oxygen. Pyrobiology, the study of artillery, the practice of using artillery as a weapon. Pyrobolonite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal dark red mineral containing hydrogen, lead, manganese, oxygen, and vanadium. Pyrobitumen, an amorphous fossilized petroleum mineraloid. Pyrobitumens, plural of pyrobitumen. Pyrobituminous, of or relating to pyrobitumen. Pyrobolic, powered by an explosive. Pyrobolical, pyrobolic. Pyrobolus, a person who makes fireworks, rockets, or artillery. Pyrobolists, plural of pyrobolus. Pyrobology, pyrobiology. Pyrobiology, pyrobiology. Pyroborate, any salt of pyroboric acid. Pyroborates, plural of pyroborate. Pyroboric, of or relating to pyroboric acid or its derivatives. Pyroboric acid, the chemical compound H2B4O7 obtained by heating boric acid. Pyrocarbon, a ceramic form of carbon formed at high temperature from the breakdown of a hydrocarbon gas. Pyrocarbonate, any ester of the hypothetical paracarbonic acid having general formula ROCOOCOR. Pyrocarbonates, plural of pyrocarbonate. Pyrocatalysis, catalysis by means of heat. Pyrocatalytic, relating to pyrocatalysis. Pyrocatechase, catechol 1,2-deoxygenase. Pyrocatachases, plural of pyrocatechase. Pyrocatechin, pyrocatechol. Pyrocatechinic, related to or derived from pyrocatechol. Pyrocatechins, plural of pyrocatechin. Pyrocatechol, a dihydric phenyl benzene 1,2-diol present in some tars. Pyrocatechols, plural of pyrocatechol. Pyrocellulose, nitrocellulose cellulose nitrate used in the manufacture of smokeless powder. Pyrocene, the period of the Holocene/Anthropocene in which climate change causes more frequent and intense wildfires. Pyrocentric, of or relating to the Pythagorean astronomical system which posited that the Earth, Moon, Sun, and planets orbit an invisible central fire. Pyroceram, a form of pyrex. Pyrochemical, of, related to, or produced by chemical reactions at elevated temperatures. Pyrochemically, in a pyrochemical way, by means of pyrochemistry. Pyrochlora, a mineral whose composition is that of a mixed niobate mostly of sodium, calcium, and NaCnB2OOF. Pyrochloras, plural of pyrochlora. Pyrochloric, of or pertaining to pyrochlora. Pyrocroi. Any beetle in the family Pyrocroidae. Pyrocroids. Plural of pyrocroid. Pyrocroid. A trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing hydrogen, manganese, and oxygen. Pyrocitrate. Aconite. Pyrocitrates. Plural of pyrocitrate. Pyrocitric. Describing any of the three unsaturated decarboxylic acids obtained by the distillation of citric acid. Pyrocitric acid. Aconitic acid. Pyroclast. Solid matter ejected into the air by an active volcano. Pyroclastic. Mostly composed of rock fragments of volcanic origin or comminuted during an eruption. Pyroclastic density current. A pyroclastic flow, a gas-rich, hot, dense, ground-hugging torrent of ash, lapilli, and volcanic blocks that results from the gravitational collapse of a volcanic eruption column associated with explosive Plinian and ultra-Plinian volcanic eruptions, and which produces a type of volcaniclastic deposit called an ash slow tuff or an ignimbrite. Pyroclastic flow. A dense flow of volcanic ash, dust, rocks, and debris that cascades at high speed down the slope of a volcano during an eruption. Pyroclastic flows. Plural of pyroclastic flow. Pyroclastic rock. Any rock formed by the accumulation of fragmented volcanic material pyroclast ejected during explosive eruptions. Pyroclastic rocks. Plural of pyroclastic rock. Pyroclastic surge. A fluidized mass of turbulent gas and rock fragments which is ejected during some volcanic eruptions. Pyroclastic surges. Plural of pyroclastic surge. Pyroclastically. In a pyroclastic manner. Pyroclastics. Plural of pyroclaste. Pyroclasts. Plural of pyroclast. Pyroclimate. A hot, dry climate in which fires are common. Pyroclimates. Plural of pyroclimate. Pyroclimatic. Relating to pyroclimates. Pyrocol. A tricyclic ditone with formula CH6N2O2, a yellow, crystalline substance obtained by the distillation of gelatin. Pyrocolloidal. A smokeless powder, a variant of nitrocellulose. Pyroconductivity. Electrical conductivity elicited in a solid by heating. Pyroconvection. Convection caused or intensified by a fire. Pyroconvective. Of, relating to, or caused by pyroconvection. Pyroconversion. A dry heat treatment of starch causing dextrinization. Pyrocotton. Nitrated cotton, a high explosive that is the main constituent of smokeless powder. Pyrocultural. Of or relating to pyroculture. Pyroculture. The use of controlled burning, chiefly by hunter-gatherers, as a form of ecological engineering to manage plant and animal distribution in a habitat. Pyrocumuli. Plural of pyrocumulus. Pyrocumulinimbi. Plural of pyrocumulonimbus. Pyrocumulonimbus. An extreme manifestation of a pyrocumulus generated by the heat of a wildfire that often rises to the upper troposphere or lower stratosphere. Pyrocumulus. A dense cloud associated with fire or volcanic activity. Pyrodin. Beta-acetylphenylhydrazine when used as an antipyretic. Pyrodivers. of an environment or ecosystem subject to variation in the kinds of fire experienced, whether produced by natural conditions or controlled burning. Pyrodiversity, a variation in the kinds of fire, whether produced by natural conditions or controlled burning in an environment or ecosystem. Pyroes, the god of the wandering star, letter 1F0 4 rho epsilon iota omicron sigma Ereos, or planet Mars. Pyroelectric, of, relating to, or exhibiting pyroelectricity. Pyroelectric effect, the production of electrical potential in a substance as the temperature increases. Pyroelectric effects, plural of pyroelectric effect. Pyroelectrical, of, pertaining to or produced by pyroelectricity. Pyroelectrically, by means of pyroelectricity. Pyroelectricity, the generation of electric charge as a result of a change in temperature. Pyroelectrics, plural of pyroelectric. Pyroelectrodynamic, of or pertaining to pyroelectrodynamics. Pyroelectrodynamics, the use of pyroelectric forces to move streams of liquids, especially in order to form patterns of very small spots. Pyroelectrometallurgy, pyroelectric metallurgy. Pyrogallate, any salt of the phenol pyrogallol when viewed as an acid. Pyrogallates, plural of pyrogallate. Pyrogalline, a poorly characterized nitrogenous derivative of pyrogallol. Pyrogallic, of or relating to pyrogallol pyrogallic acid. Pyrogallic acid, synonym of pyrogallol. Pyrogallon. Hyrogallol. Hyrogallol, a poisonous trihydroxyphenol, 1,2,3-trihydroxybenzene, C6HO, used as a photographic developer. Pyrogallolic. Pyrogallic. Pyrogallols, plural of pyrogallol. Pyrogasification, combined pyrolyses and gasification. Pyridine, any substance that produces fever or a rise in body temperature. Pyrogenesis, the production of fever. Pyrogenetic, synonym of pyrogenic. Pyrogenic, generating or produced by heat, especially in the body, causing or caused by fever. Pyrogenically, in a pyrogenic manner. Pyrogenicities, plural of pyrogenicity. Pyrogenicity, the condition or extent of being pyrogenic. Pyrogenous, synonym of pyrogenic. Pyrogens, plural of pyrogen. Pyrogeographer, someone who studies pyrogeography. Pyrogeographers, plural of pyrogeographer. Pyrogeography, relating to pyrogeography. Pyrogeography, the geographical study of the spread of fire. Pyrogeometer, alternative form of pyrgeometer. Pyrogeometers, plural of pyrogeometer. Pyroges, plural of pyrogy. Pyroglobulin, an immunoglobulin that coagulates when heated. Pyroglobulins, plural of pyroglobulin. Pyroglutamase, an enzyme that catalyzes hydrolysis of pyroglutamic acid. Pyroglutamate, any salt or ester of pyroglutamic acid. Pyroglutamated, simple past and past participle of pyroglutamate. Pyroglutamates, plural of pyroglutamate. Pyroglutamic, of or pertaining to pyroglutamic acid or its derivatives. Pyroglutamic acid, a lactam form of the amino acid glutamic acid. Pyroglutamic acids, plural of pyroglutamic acid. Pyroglutamination, reaction with pyroglutamate or other derivative of pyroglutamic acid. Pyroglutamine, a cyclic derivative of glutamine related to pyroglutamic acid. Pyroglutamyl, the univalent radical derived from pyroglutamic acid. Pyroglutamylated, modified by pyroglutamylation. Pyroglutamylation, any reaction in which a pyroglutamyl group is added, typically by means of a derivative of pyroglutamic acid. Pyroglutamylations, plural of pyroglutamylation. Pyroglutamyls, plural of pyroglutamyl. Pyroglycerin, nitroglycerin, diglycerol. Pyroglyphid, any member of the family Pyroglyphidae of mites. Pyroglyphids, plural of pyroglyphid. Pyronome, thermoluminescent. Pyronostic, of, relating to, or revealed by pyrognostics. Pyrognostics, the characteristics of a substance, especially of a mineral or metal salt, that are revealed by heat, especially by the use of a blowpipe and a charcoal block. Pyrogram, a visual representation of the results of pyrosequencing. Pyrograms, plural of pyrogram. Pyrogranuloma, misspelling of pyogranuloma. Pyrogranulomatous, misspelling of pyogranulomatous. Pyrograph, a handheld tool with a heated tip, used in pyrography. Pyrograph, simple past and past participle of pyrograph. Pyrographer, an artist who practices pyrography. Pyrographers, plural of pyrographer. Pyrographic, relating to pyrography. Pyrographically, by means of or in terms of pyrography. Pyrographies, plural of pyrography. Pyrographing, present participle and gerund of pyrograph. Pyrographist, pyrographer. Pyrographists, plural of pyrographists. Pyrographite, synonym of pyrolytic graphite. Pyrographs, plural of pyrograph. Pyrography, the free-handed art of decorating wood, leather, or other materials with burn marks resulting in surface burn designs from the controlled application of a heated object or tool such as a poker. Pyrogravure, pyrography. Pyrogravures, plural of pyrogravure. Pyroti, alternative spelling of pierogi. Pyroes, plural of pyroe. Pyroe, synonym of pierogi. Pyroid, pertaining to noble metals such as gold and silver. Pyroids, plural of pyroi. Pyrokinesis, the ability to set objects or people on fire or to supernaturally project fire from one's own being through the concentration of psychic power, the power to control fire. Pyrokinetic, of, pertaining to, or characteristic of pyrokinesis. Pyrokinetically, in a pyrokinetic manner. Pyrokinin, a neuropeptide that regulates some pheromones in some insects. Pyrokinins, plural of pyrokinin. Pyrola, any of the genus Pyrola of wintergreens. Pyrolaceous, of or relating to the Pyrolaceae. Patolagnia, sexual arousal from fire. Sexualized pyromania. Pyrolas, plural of Pyrola. Pyrolator, a fire worshipper. Pyrolators, plural of pyrolator. Pyrolator, alternative form of pyrolator. Pyrolators, plural of pyrolator. Pyrolatras, fire worshipping. Pyrolatry, the worship of fire. Pyroletter, a fire extinguishing chemical apparatus by which carbonic acid is generated and thrown on the fire. Pyroletters, plural of pyroletter. Pyrolidine, misspelling of pyrrolidine. Pyrolidone, misspelling of pyrrolidone. Pyrolidinyl, misspelling of pyrrolidinyl. Pyrolignate, pyrolignite. Pyroligneous, produced from wood by the action of heat, especially by destructive distillation. Pyroligneous acid, a dark liquid produced by destructive distillation of wood, containing acetic acid, methanol, oils, and tars, once used as a commercial source of acetic acid. Pyrolignic, produced from wood by the action of heat. Pyrolignite, a crude acetate produced by treating pyroligneous acid with a metal or basic compound. Pyrolignites, plural of pyrolignite. Pyroligneous, alternative form of pyroligneous. Pyrolyses, misspelling of pyrolyses. Pyrolite, a theoretical rock considered to be the best approximation of the composition of Earth's upper mantle, generally considered to be 1 part toliitic basalt and 3 parts stibnite. Pyrolites, plural of pyrolite. Pyrolythic, cyanuric. Pyrolytic, misspelling of pyrolytic. Pyrolyzable, able to undergo pyrolyses. Pyrolization, synonym of pyrolysis. Pyrolyze, alternative spelling of pyrolyze. Pyrolyze, simple past and past participle of pyrolyze. Pyrolyzer, alternative spelling of pyrolyser. Pyrolyzers, plural of pyrolyzer. Pyrolyzes, third person singular simple present indicative of pyrolyze. Pyrolyzing, present participle and gerund of pyrolyze. Pyrolidine, misspelling of pyrrolidine. Pyrological, relating to pyrology. Pyrologist, someone who studies the effects of heat or flame, often in regards to explosives or chemical compounds. Pyrologists, plural of pyrologists. Pyrolobby, the scientific study of the effects of heat or flame, often in regards to explosives or chemical compounds. Pyroluminescence, luminescence produced by high temperature, typically in a flame. Pyrolusite, a dark-colored mineral consisting of manganese dioxide MnO that is an important ore of manganese. Pyroluscites, plural of pyroluscite. Pyrolyzable, alternative form of pyrolyzable. Pyrolysate, any product of pyrolyses. Pyrolysates, plural of pyrolysate. Pyrolyze, to undergo pyrolyses. Pyrolyze, simple past and past participle of pyrolyze. Pyrolyser, that which pyrolyzes, a device or reactor that carries out or produces pyrolyses. Pyrolysers, plural of pyrolyser. Pyrolyzes, plural of pyrolyses. Pyrolyzing. Present participle and gerund of pyrolyze. Pyrolysis. The decomposition of a material or compound due to heat in the absence of oxygen or other reagents. Pyrolysis. To subject to pyrolysis. Pyrolytic. Of, relating to, or produced by pyrolyses. Pyrolytically. By means of pyrolyses. Pyrolyzable. Alternative form of pyrolyzable. Pyrolysate. Alternative form of pyrolysate. Pyrolysates. Plural of pyrolysate. Pyrolyze. U.S. spelling of pyrolyze. Pyrolyze. Simple past and past participle of pyrolyze. Pyrolyzer. Alternative form of pyrolyzer. Pyrolyzers. Plural of pyrolyzer. Pyrolyzes. Third person singular simple present indicative of pyrolyze. Pyrolyzing. Present participle and gerund of pyrolyze. Pyromag. The use of fire in combat. Pyromagnetic. That functions as a result of heat and magnetism. Pyromagnetism. The variation of magnetic field with temperature, the condition of becoming magnetic when heated. Pyromalate. Any salt or ester of pyromalic acid now known as malic acid. Pyromalates. Plural of pyromalate. Pyromalic. Malic. Pyromalic acid. Malic acid. Pyromancer. One who performs pyromancy. Pyromancers. Plural of pyromancer. Pyromancy. Divination by fire, the use of fire to supernaturally gain information. Pyromania. A compulsive disorder characterized by obsession with fire or uncontrollable urges to start fires. Pyromaniac. A person experiencing pyromania. Pyromaniacal. Or relating to pyromania. Pyromaniacally. In a pyromaniacal manner. Pyromaniacs. Plural of pyromaniac. Pyromanias. Plural of pyromania. Pyromanic. Relating to or exhibiting pyromania. Pyromantic. Of or relating to pyromancy. Pyromantics. Plural of pyromantic. Pyromechanical. Relating to pyromechanisms. Pyromechanism. A mechanism operated by an explosion. Pyromechanisms. Plural of pyromechanism. Pyromechanic acid. The pyranol 3-hydroxy-4-H-pyran 4,1 formed by heating mechanic acid. Pyromolytic. Of or pertaining to pyromolytic acid or its derivatives. Pyromolytic acid. The aromatic tetracarboxylic acid 1,2,4,5-benzene tetracarboxylic acid used in the preparation of polyesters and polyamides. Pyrometallurgic. Of or pertaining to pyrometallurgy. Pyrometallurgical. Of or pertaining to pyrometallurgy. Pyrometallurgically. By means of pyrometallurgy. Pyrometallurgies. Plural of pyrometallurgy. Pyrometallurgist. One who carries out pyrometallurgy. Pyrometallurgists. Plural of pyrometallurgists. Pyrometallurgy. Any process that uses high temperature temperatures to transform either metals or their ores. Pyrometamorphic, rapidly changed by heat, such as a natural fire or lava flow. Pyrometamorphism, a type of metamorphism in which rocks are changed by heat from burning fossil fuel. Pyrometer, a thermometer designed to measure high temperatures. Pyrometers, plural of pyrometer. Pyrometry, of or relating to a pyrometer or pyrometry. Pyrometrical, pyrometric. Pyrometrically, by means of pyrometry. Pyrometry, the measurement of high temperatures. Pyromorphi, a yellowish-green mineral, a mixed phosphate and chloride of lead with the chemical formula PbPoCl that is sometimes mined as an ore. Pyromorphites, plural of pyromorphi. Pyromorphous, changing form when heated, especially forming crystals. Pyromucate, any salt or ester of pyromucic acid. Pyromucates, plural of pyromucate. Pyromucic, of or relating to pyromucic acid or its derivatives. Pyromucic acid, feruic acid. Pyromucite, any salt of pyromucus acid. Pyromucus acid, an impure form of pyromucic acid. Pyromusical, involving pyrotechnic displays and music. Pyron, a surname. Pyronauritine. A particular antimalarial drug. Pyro, any of a class of cyclic chemical compounds that contain an unsaturated six-membered ring with two double bonds, one oxygen atom and a keton functional group. Pyronecrosis, a variant of pyrotosis that requires a caspase. Pyronecrotic, relating to pyronecrosis. Pyronemataceous, of or relating to the pyronemataceae. Pyrones, plural of pyrone. Pyronen, alternative form of pyronine. Pyroni, any of a group of xanthine dyes used to stain RNA, especially in electrophoresis. Pyronines, plural of pyronine. Pyronenophilic, readily stained by pyronine. Pyronins, plural of pyronin. Pyronomics, the science of heat, thermodynamics. Pyrons, plural of pyron. Pyrope, a variety of garnet of a poppy or blood red color, frequently with a tinge of orange. It is used as a gemstone. Pyropeltid, any gastropod in the family Pyropeltidae. Pyropeltids, plural of pyropeltid. Pyropin, a stylus used in pyrography. Pyropins, plural of pyropin. Pyrops, plural of pyro. Pyrophane, a mineral which is opaque in its natural state, but is said to change its color and become transparent by heat. Pyrophanes, plural of pyrophane. Pyrophanite, a trigonal rhombohedral mineral containing manganese, oxygen, and titanium. Pyrophanous, made transparent or translucent when heated. Pyrophorbi, any of a group of breakdown products of phosphorides that retain a porphyrin ring system. Pyrophorbides, plural of pyrophorbi. Pyrophaphin, any of a group of substances produced by heating chlorophyll typically present in used olive oil. Pyrophaphins, plural of pyrophyophytin. Pyrophile, an organism that thrives in the presence of fire. Pyrophiles, plural of pyrophile. Parophilia, a paraphilia in which gratification is derived from fire and fire-starting activity. Pyrophilus, that thrive in land that has been burnt by fire. Pyrophobe, a person who is afraid of fire. Pyrophobes, plural of pyrophobe. Pyrophobia, and fear or hatred of fire or flames. Pyrophobic, suffering from pyrophobia, afraid of fire. Pyrophobics, plural of pyrophobic. Pyrophone, a musical instrument in which the sound is produced by flames of gas in tubes of different length. Pyrophones, plural of pyrophone. Pyrophore, pyrophorus. Pyrophores, plural of pyrophore. Pyrophore, spontaneously igniting an air, especially when in a finely divided state. Pyrophoric alloy, an alloy, especially one of iron or cerium, that emits sparks when scratched or struck. Pyrophoric alloys, plural of pyrophoric alloy. Pyrophoric iron, finely powdered iron, which ignites spontaneously in air. Pyrophoricity, the state of being pyrophoric. Pyrophorus, like producing. Pyrophorus, a substance capable of taking fire spontaneously on exposure to the air, especially in a finely divided state. Pyrophosphatase, an acid anhydride hydrolase that act upon diphosphate bonds. Pyrophosphatases, plural of pyrophosphatase. Pyrophosphate, any salt or ester of pyrophosphoric acid. Pyrophosphates, plural of pyrophosphate. Pyrophosphohydrolase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of pyrophosphate. Pyrophosphohydrolases, plural of pyrophosphohydrolase. Pyrophosphokinases, any enzyme that transfers pyrophosphate diphosphate. Pyrophosphokineses, plural of pyrophosphokinases. Pyrophosphoramide, any amide of a pyrophosphoric acid. Pyrophosphoamides, plural of pyrophosphoramide. Pyrophosphoric, of or relating to pyrophosphoric acid or its derivatives. Pyrophosphoric acid, a syrupy liquid formed by the dehydration of phosphoric acid, its salts. The pyrophosphates are used in medicine. Pyrophosphorylases, the lyses of the bonds between the phosphate moieties of a pyrophosphate. Pyrophosphorylitic, of pertaining to or causing pyrophosphorylases. Pyrophosphoryl, a univalent to tetravalent radical derived from pyrophosphoric acid by removing 1 to 4 hydroxy groups. Pyrophosphorylase, any pyrophosphate transferase. Pyrophosphorylases, plural of pyrophosphorylase. Pyrophosphorylate, to react with pyrophosphate. Pyrophosphorylated, simple past and past participle of pyrophosphorylate. Pyrophosphorylating, present participle and gerund of pyrophosphorylate. Pyrophosphorylation, the act or the result of pyrophosphorylating. Pyrophosphorylations, plural of pyrophosphorylation. Pyrophosphorylases, plural of pyrophosphorylasis. Pyrophosphorylasis, the cleavage of a nucleoside from a split by breaking the bond to the phosphate group by a reaction with pyrophosphorylase. Pyrophosphorylytic, pertaining to pyrophosphorylysis. Pyrophosphotransferase, synonym of pyrophosphokinase. Pyrophosphotransferases, plural of pyrophosphotransferase. Pyrophotography, any photographic process involving the use of heat to fix the picture. Pyrophyllite, a soft, pale aluminous silicate mineral, somewhat resembling talc. Pyrophyllites, plural of pyrophyllite. Pyrophyte, any plant that is resistant to fire or that needs fire to propagate. Pyrophytes, plural of pyrophyte. Pyrophytic, being or relating to a pyrophyte. Pyroplastic, burn pieces of waste plastic that are present as a type of pollution in the environment. Pyroplasticity, the condition of being pyroplastic. Pyroplastics, plural of pyroplastic. Pyropoikilocytosis, a form of hemolytic anemia characterized by an abnormal sensitivity of red blood cells to heat and erythrocyte morphology similar to that seen in thermal burns. Pyropro, a kind of pyrolyser based on resistive heating used in mass spectrometry. Pyroprobes, plural of pyroprobe. Pyrotosis, a form of programmed cell death associated with antimicrobial responses during inflammation. Pyroptosome, a supramolecular assembly of adaptor protein dimers that mediates inflammatory cell death. Pyrotosomes, plural of pyroptosome. Pyrototic, of or pertaining to pyrotosis. Pyropus, obsolete form of pyrope type of garnet. Pyrobuses, plural of pyropus. Pyroquilon, a particular fungicide. Pyroracemic acid, pyruvic acid. Pyroretin, a resinous form of asphalt. Pyros, plural of pyro. Pyroscope, an early form of pyrometer used to measure high temperatures. Pyroscopes, plural of pyroscope. Pyrosequence, to produce by pyrosequencing. Pyrosequence, simple past and past participle of pyrosequence. Pyrosequencer, a device used in pyrosequencing. Pyrosequencers, plural of pyrosequencer. Pyrosequences, third-person singular simple present indicative of pyrosequence. Pyrosequencing, a technique used to sequence DNA using chemiluminescent enzymatic reactions. Pyroses, plural of pyrosis. Pyrosignal, a signal produced by a thermal imaging camera, especially by a pyrovitican system. Pyrosignals, plural of pyrosignal. Pyrosilicate, the silicate anion C2O, any compound containing this anion. Pyrosilicates, plural of pyrosilicate. Pyrosilicic acid, a chemical compound with the formula H6C2O7. Pyrosilver, electroplated ware in which the silver is made to sink into the pores of the plated baser metal by the action of heat. Pyrosis, a burning sensation in the chest due to reflux of stomach contents in the esophagus. Pyrosmalite, a mineral, usually of a pale brown or gray-greenish color, consisting chiefly of the hydrous silicate of iron and manganese. Pyrosmalites, plural of pyrosmalite. Pyrosoda, a mixture of pyrogallic acid and soda used as a photographic developer. Pyrosol, a method to apply a thin coating by pyrolysis of an aerosol. Pyrosoma, plural of pyrosome. Pyrosomal disease, tick-borne diseases of livestock caused by apicomplexa. Pyrosomal diseases, plural of pyrosomal disease. Pyrosome, any of several pelagic colonial tunicates of the genus Pyrosoma found in tropical waters. Pyrosomes, plural of pyrosome. Pyrosophy, pyrology. Pyrosphere, the zone of igneous activity and lava formation situated between the lithosphere and barosphere. Pyrostat, a thermostat designed to operate at high temperatures. Pyrostats, plural of pyrostat. Pyrostephid, any siphonophore of the family Pyrostephidae. Pyrostephids, plural of pyrostephid. Pyrostolbnite, a certain monoclinic form of pure argyrite. Pyrosulfate, any salt of pyrosulfuric acid. Pyrosulfates, plural of pyrosulfate. Pyrosulfite, metabisulfite. Pyrosulfites, plural of pyrosulfites. Pyrosulfuric, of or relating to pyrosulfuric acid or its derivatives. Pyrosulfuric acid, the acid H2S2O7 formed by the reaction of sulfur trioxide with sulfuric acid used in the manufacture of explosives, etc. Pyrosulfuryl, a divalent group S2O. Pyrosulfate, alternative spelling of pyrosulfate. Pyrosulfates, plural of pyrosulfate. Pyrosulfite, the anion S2O2, any salt containing this anion. Pyrosulfites, plural of pyrosulfite. Pyrosulfuric, alternative spelling of pyrosulfuric. Pyrosulfuric acid, alternative spelling of pyrosulfuric acid. Pyrosynthesis, synthesis by the application of heat. Pyrosynthetic, relating to pyrosynthesis. Pyrotag, a sequence derived from 454 pyrosequencing of PCR-based small subunit ribosomal RNA amplicons. Pyrotagged, sequenced by means of pyrotagging. Pyrotagging, sequencing by means of pyrotags. Pyrotags, plural of pyrotag. Pyrotartarus, pyrotartare. Pyrotartare, of or relating to pyrotartaric acid or its derivatives. Pyrotartarus, alternative form of pyrotartarus. Pyrotartranil, the compound 1-phenyl-3-methyl-2,5-pyrrolidine formed by heating aniline with pyrotartaric acid. Pyrotartrate, any salt or ester of pyrotartaric acid. Pyrotartrates, plural of pyrotartrate. Pyrotartramide, the amide of pyrotartaric acid. Pyrotechnion, pyrotechnician. Pyrotechnions, plural of pyrotechnion. Pyrotechnic, of or relating to fireworks. Pyrotechnic composition, a substance or mixture of substances designed to make an effect as a result of non-detonative exothermic reactions. Pyrotechnic compositions, plural of pyrotechnic composition. Pyrotechnic initiator, an ignition device designed to ignite more difficult to ignite materials, such as thermites, solid fuel rockets, etc. Pyrotechnic initiators. Plural of pyrotechnic initiator. Pyrotechnical. Of or pertaining to pyrotechnics. Pyrotechnically. By means of pyrotechnics. Pyrotechnician. A person who designs or organizes pyrotechnics. Pyrotechnicians. Plural of pyrotechnician. Pyrotechnics. A display of fireworks. Pyrotechnist. A pyrotechnician, person skilled in the manufacture or setting off of fireworks and firework displays. Pyrotechnist. Plural of pyrotechnist. Pyrotechnologic. Pyrotechnological. Pyrotechnological. Relating to pyrotechnology. Pyrotechnology. The technology of pyrotechnics. Pyrotechny. The manufacture and use of fireworks. Pyroduct. Pyrotechmus. Pyrotoothed. Any member of the Pyrotoothidae. Pyrotoothids. Plural of pyrotoothed. Pyrotheology. An interpretation that views faith as a particular way of engaging with the world rather than a set of beliefs about the world. Pyrotherapeutic. Relating to pyrotherapy. Pyrotherapy. The therapeutic use of fever-high body temperature. Pyrover. An extinct South American mammal of the order Pyrothuria that resembled elephants. Pyrovers. Plural of pyrover. Pyophyriid. Any member of the Pyrothuriae. Pyrophoriids. Plural of pyrophoriid. Pyrothoni. A kind of empyreumatic oil produced by the combustion of textures of hemp, linen, or cotton in a copper vessel, formerly used as a remedial agent. Pyrotic. Posdec. Pyrotics. Plural of pyrotic. Pyotol. An explosive usually used in combination with dynamite. Pyrotoxin. Any of several pyrogenic bacterial toxins. Pyrotoxins. Plural of pyrotoxin. Pyrotriteric. Only used in pyrotriteric acid. Pyrotriteric acid. An acid, systematic name 2,5-dimethyl-3-ferroic acid with empirical formula C7H8O3, formed by heating tartaric acid. Pyrotritartaric. Only used in pyrotritartaric acid. Pyrotritartaric acid. Alternative form of pyrotriteric acid. Pyrotron. A magnetic mirror. Pyrotrons. Plural of pyrotron. Pyrotumstic. Of, or relating to pyrotumstic acid or its derivatives. Pyrouric. Cyanuric. Pyrovalerone. A psychoactive drug, RS-1,4-methylphenyl-2,1-pyrrolidonyl pentan 1,1, used to treat chronic fatigue and as an anortic. It belongs to the family of substituted cathinons. Pyrovanadic. Of, or relating to pyrovanatic acid or its derivatives. Pyrovitikin. A pyroelectric vitikin. Pyrovitikins. Plural of pyrovitikin. Pyrozamide. The carboxylic acid derivative of pyridine and hydroxy-N-pyridine, theriolactinethiamide. Pyroxamin. A chemical analog of diphenylpyrroline. Pyroxanthin. A yellow crystalline substance obtained from creosote etc. It seems to be a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon. Pyroxanthogen. The component of wood tar from which pyroxanthin is obtained. Pyroxasulfone. The pesticide 3,5-difluoromethoxy, 1-methyl-3-trifluorom, Pyrazole 4-1-methylsulfonyl 5,5-dime, Il 4H1,2-oxazole. Pyrozine. Any of a group of crystalline minerals containing silicates of iron, magnesium, and calcium. Pyrozines, plural of pyrozine. Pyrozenic, of relating to or containing pyrozine. Pyroxenite, a heavy, dark igneous rock consisting mostly of pyrozine minerals with smaller amounts of olivine and hornblende. Pyroxenites, plural of pyroxenite. Pyroxenitic, of or relating to pyroxenite. Pyroxenoid, any of a large group of minerals physically resembling pyrozine. Pyroxenoids, plural of pyroxenoid. Pyroxferoate, a yellowish silicate of the pyrozine group with a triclinic crystal structure. Pyroxferoates, plural of pyroxferoate. Pyroxidine, misspelling of pyridoxine. Pyroxmangite, a triclinic pinacoidal mineral containing iron, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Pyroxychlor, a particular fungicide. Pyroxyphor, a particular fungicide. Pyroxyle, archaic form of pyroxylin. Pyroxyle, archaic form of pyroxylin. Pyroxyles, plural of pyroxyle. Pyroxylic, created by the destructive distillation of wood. Pyroxylic spirit, a mixture of acetone, methanol, methyl acetate, etc. obtained by the destructive distillation of wood in the manufacture of pyroligneous acid. Pyroxylin, a highly inflammable form of nitrocellulose used in the manufacture of collodion and lacquers. Pyroxyline, archaic form of pyroxylin. Pyroxylins, plural of pyroxylin. Pyrozoam, a preparation of ether peroxide used as a mouthwash. Pyroline, a heterocyclic aldehyde and primary alcohol with formal name 5-hydroxymethyl-1H-pyrrole 2-carbaldehyde. Pyrzoluxadiazepine, any of a class of organic compound composed of a pyrrole ring fused to an oxidazepine system. Pyrzoluxadiazepines, plural of pyrzoluxadiazepine. Red. The wife of Deucalion. The hexa, alternative spelling of pyrexia. Of or relating to Pihas 319/318-272 BC, Greek general and statesman. Pythic victories, plural of Pythic victory. Pythic victory, a very costly victory, wherein the considerable losses outweigh the gain, so as to render the struggle not worth the cost. Theko. Yes. Pehises. One who danced the pihich. Pehises, plural of pihises. Thirix, plural of pihic. Thylite, a form of pyrochlora. Pihorsenite, a form of berzeliite containing some antimony. Pihorsenites, plural of pihorsenite. Pihicorid, any member of the family Pihacoridae. Pihacorids, plural of pihicorid. Piolite, an aluminous silicate pinite of calcium and potassium. Piolites, plural of piholite. Pivonian, of or relating to Phaedonism. Vihonion, characteristic of the Greek philosopher Pitho. Vihane, of or relating to Phaedonism. Vihonical, of or relating to Phaedonism. Phaedonism, the system of skeptical philosophy established by Phaedo-Aviles, centered on the idea that nothing can be known for certain, widespread skepticism, universal doubt. Phaedonisms, plural of Phaedonism. Phaedonist, a follower of Phaedo or Phaedonism, a philosophical skeptic. Phaedonists, plural of Phaedonists. Phaedonize, to be skeptical. Phaedosiderai, a form of lepidocracy. Phaedon, Phaedite. Phaeditians, plural of Phaeditine. Phaedite, a weakly magnetic ferrous sulfide mineral Phe(S). Phaeditites, plural of Phaeditite. Phaeditic, of, relating to, or consisting of Phaeditite. Thes, reddish, ruddy. Phaeoxanthinol, a particular carotenoid. Phaehulan, relating to bullfinches of the genus Phaehula. Phaehuloxia, Cardinalis sinuatus desert cardinal, a North American bird with gray and red plumage. Phaehuloxias, plural of Phaehuloxia. Thus, ancient Greek given name, particularly worn by the king of Epirus 319-272 BC, who defeated Romans in several battles, but sustained heavy losses, from which the term Phaehic victory was coined. Pyributamine, a particular antihistamine drug. Pyrocan, an anesthetic drug. Pyricidin, any of a group of bioactive natural products. Pyroindamycin, any of a group of antibiotics that have a spirituamide structure. Pyroindamycins, plural of pyroindamycin. Pyro, alternative spelling of pyrrole. Pyrrole, any of a class of aromatic heterocyclic compounds containing a ring of 4 carbon atoms and a nitrogen atom, especially the simplest one, C4H5N. Pyrrose, plural of pyrrole. Pyrrolate, pertaining to or having a structure based on a pyrrole. Pyrrolide, the univalent anion derived from pyrrolidine by loss of a hydrogen ion. Pyrrolides, plural of pyrrolide. Pyrrolidine, any of a class of heterocyclic amines having a saturated 5-membered ring, especially the parent compound of this class. Pyrrolidine having 2 carbonyl groups. Pyrrolidinediens, plural of pyrrolidine diene. Pyrrolidians, plural of pyrrolidine. Pyrrolidinium, a cation formed by protonation of a pyrrolidine. Pyrrolidiniums, plural of pyrrolidine of a pyrrolidine. Pyrrolidiniums, plural of pyrrolidinium. Pyrrolidino, containing a pyrrolidine ring. Pyrrolidinon, any heterocyclic ketone derived from pyrrolidine, but especially any 2-pyrrolidinone, a form of cyclic amide. Pyrrolidinons, plural of pyrrolidinone. Pyrrolidinopentaphenon, any pyrrolidine derivative of pentaphenone, but especially the alpha isomer, which is the synthetic stimulant FLICA. Pyrrolidinophenon, any of a class of recreational designer drugs with psychostimulant effects. Pyrrolidinophenons, plural of pyrrolidinophenon. Pyrrolidinyl, a radical derived from pyrrolidine. Pyrrolidiniloxy, the N-oxygen-free radical derived from pyrrolidine. Pyrrolidinylloxys, plural of pyrrolidinylloxy. Pyrrolidinylthiambutene, an opioid analgesic drug from the thiambutene family. Pyrrolidone, any of a class of heterocyclic ketones derived from a pyrrolidine, especially 2-pyrrolidone, the simplest gamma-lactam. Pyrrolidone carboxylic, alternative form of pyrrolidone carboxylic. Pyrrolidones, plural of pyrrolidone. Pyrrolidinyl, a univalent radical derived from pyrrolidone. Pyrrolan, any of 3 isomeric monounsaturated heterocycles having a 5-membered ring and 1 nitrogen atom C4H7N, any derivative of these compounds. Pyrrolans, plural of pyrroline. Pyrrolinon, a cyclic ketone formerly derived from 2-pyrroline. Pyrrolinons, plural of pyrrolinon. Pyrrolizidine, any of a class of alkaloids found in many plants that are hepatotoxic. Pyrrolizidine alkaloidosis, a disease caused by chronic poisoning from ingesting plants that contain pyrrolizidine alkaloids. Pyrrolizidines, plural of pyrrolizidine. Pyrrolizine, a bicyclic heterocycle consisting of a pyrrole ring fused to that of pyrrolidine. Pyrrolizines, plural of pyrrolizine. Pyrrolnitrin, an antifungal antibiotic. Pyrrolo, a functional group consisting of a pyrrole ring fused onto another part of the molecule. Pyrrolobenzodiazepine, a class of compounds with antibiotic and anti-tumor properties. Pyrrolobenzodiazepines, plural of pyrrolobenzodiazepine. Pyrrolocarbazole, any of several isomeric tetracyclic heterocycles composed of a pyrrole ring fused to a carbazole moiety. Pyrrolocarbazoles, plural of pyrrolocarbazole. Pyrrolindole, a tricyclic aromatic heterocycle composed of a pyrrole ring fused to one of indole. Pyrrolundoline, any of several isomeric tricyclic heterocycles composed of a pyrrole ring fused to indoline. Pyrrolundolines, plural of pyrrolundoline. Pyrrolone, any heterocyclic ketone derived from pyrrole. Pyrrolones, plural of pyrrolone. Pyrrolopyridine, any heterobicyclic compound containing fused pyrrole and pyridine rings. Pyrrolopyridines, plural of pyrrolopyridine. Pyrroloquinoline, any of a family of compounds containing a pyrrole ring fused to the benzene ring of a quinoline. Pyrroloquinoline quinone, any quinone derived from a pyrroloquinoline, the third known redox cofactor in bacteria after nicotinamide and flavin. Pyrroloquinoline quinones, plural of pyrroloquinoline quinone. Pyrroloquinolines, plural of pyrroloquinoline. Pyrrolostatin, a lipid peroxidation inhibitor with the molecular formula CHNO2. Pyrrolithiazine, an organic compound composed of a pyrrole ring fused to a triazine ring, or a derivative thereof. Pyrrolithiazines, plural of pyrrolithiazine. Pyrrols, plural of pyrrol. Pyrrolyl, a radical derived from pyrrole. Pyrrolyls, plural of pyrrolyl. Pyrrolysine, an amino acid found in methanogenic bacteria. Pyrrolysol, a univalent radical derived from pyrrolysine. Pyrromethine, dipyrin. Pyrromethines, plural of pyrromethine. Pyrathine, any of a class of antibiotics derived from didelopyolone. Pyridines, plural of pyridine. Pero, any of three univalent radicals, C4H4N, formally derived from pyrrole by the loss of a hydrogen atom. Plural of per. A village and civil parish in South Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 6895. Pyrure, alternative form of pyrouric. Pyruvaldehyde, methylvioxyl. Pyruvamide, the emit of pyruvic gases CH are easy of N2. Pyruvate, any salt or ester of pyruvic acid. Pyruvates, plural of pyruvate. Pyruic, of or pertaining to pyruvic acid or its derivatives. Pyruvic acid, a yellowish organic keto acid, 2-oxypropanoic acid, which occurs as an intermediate in many metabolic processes, especially glycolysis. Pyruvyl, a complex nitrogenous compound obtained by heating together pyruvic acid and urea. Pyruvin, a poorly characterized derivative of pyruvic acid formed by heating glycerol with tartaric acid. Pyruvinium, misspelling of pyrovinium. Pyruvoyl, the univalent radical derived from pyruvic acid by loss of a hydroxyl group. Pyruvoyls, plural of pyruvoyl. Pyrovil, the univalent radical derived from pyruvic acid by loss of a hydrogen atom. Pyrovils, plural of pyrovil. Pyvinium, an anthelmintic used against pinworms. Pyrrolium, a 6-member aromatic heterocyclic cation containing 5 carbon atoms and an oxygen atom that carries a positive charge, any derivative of this compound. Pyrroliums, plural of pyrrolium. But, plural of py. Eyes, plural of pi. Hysang, alternative spelling of pissang. Hysanka, a hand-decorated Ukrainian Easter egg with intricate designs. Hysankas, plural of pysanka. Pysanki, plural of pysanka. Vescher, a surname from German. Veschers, plural of pischer. Pishta, a Russian variety of donut, either ring-shaped or without a hole. Bishti, plural of pishka. Piskas, a town in Silesia, Poland. Pisma, the asking of a series of questions requiring complex answers. Pismatic, questioning. Hyson, alternative spelling of pissing. Initialism of pretty young thing. Hydamin, a diuretic. Pydal, a surname from Polish. Pydals, plural of pydal. Pydalize, synonym of rapakivi. Pythag, abbreviation of Pythagorean. Pythagoras, a male given name from ancient Greek of mostly historical use and a transliteration from modern Greek. Pythagoras cup, alternative form of Pythagorean cup. Pythagoras cups, plural of Pythagoras cup. Pythagoras theorem, alternative form of Pythagorean theorem. Pythagorean, a follower of Pythagoras, someone who believes in or advocates Pythagoreanism. Pythagorean cup, a practical joke device in a form of a drinking cup, sometimes used to make statements about greed. When it is filled beyond a certain point, a siphoning effect causes the cup to drain its entire contents through the base. Pythagorean cups, plural of Pythagorean cup. Pythagorean field, a field in which every sum of two squares is a square. Pythagorean fields, plural of Pythagorean field. Pythagorean proposition, synonym of Pythagorean theorem, theorem regarding the hypotenuse of a right triangle. Pythagorean quadruple, a set of four positive integers a, b, c, and d, for which a2 plus b2 plus c2 equals d2. Pythagorean quadruples, plural of Pythagorean quadruple. Pythagorean system, the Copernican system of astronomy, erroneously attributed to Pythagoras. Pythagorean theorem, a mathematical theorem which states that the square of the length of the hypotenuse of a right triangle is equal to the sum of the squares of those of the two other sides. Pythagorean triangle, a triangle whose sides form a Pythagorean triple, such as 3, 4, 5. Pythagorean triangles, plural of Pythagorean triangle. Pythagorean trigonometric identities, plural of Pythagorean trigonometric identity. Pythagorean trigonometric identity, the equality sin x2 plus cos x2 equals 1, holding for all real and complex x, equivalent to the application of the Pythagorean theorem to the unit circle. Pythagorean triple, a set of three positive integers a, b, and c, for which a 2 plus b2 equals c2. Pythagorean triples, plural of Pythagorean triple. Pythagoreanism, the esoteric and metaphysical beliefs held by Pythagoras and his followers. Pythagoreans, plural of Pythagorean. Pythagoric, Pythagorean. Pythagorical, Pythagorean. Pythagorically, in a Pythagorical manner. Pythagorics, plural of Pythagoric. Pythagorism, the doctrines taught by Pythagoras. Pythagorists, a Pythagorean. Pythagorists, plural of Pythagorists. Pythagorize, to speculate in the manner of Pythagoras. Pythagorize, simple past and past participle of Pythagorize. Pythagorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Pythagorize. Pythagorizing, present participle and gerund of Pythagorize. Pythia, a priestess of Pythian Apollo, the oracle of Delphi. Pythagoras, belonging to the family Pythaceae of water molds. Pythia, the interval of time between the Pythian games of ancient Greece, either 4 or 8 years, depending on the historical period. Pythiads, plural of Pythia. Pythendic, describing Pythian verse that has an iambic form. Pythian, of or relating to Delphi or to its priestess, Pythia. Pythian Apollo, name of Apollo at Delphi. Pythian verse, dactylic hexameter. Pythians, plural of Pythian. Pythias, plural of Pythia. Pythast, a person who consulted the oracle at Delphi. Pythiasts, plural of Pythias. Pythid, synonym of Pythian. Pythid, any beetle of the family Pythidae. Pythids, plural of Pythid. Pythian, an ancient city of Pahebia in Thessaly, situated at the foot of Mount Olympus. Pythosis, infection by the mold Pythium insidiosum. Pythium, alternative form of Pythian ancient city. Pythacolic acid, a bile acid found in certain snakes. Pythogenesis, the production of disease by filth. Pythogenic, produced by filth. Python, the earth dragon of Delphi, represented as a serpent, killed by Apollo. Pythoneer, one who uses the Python programming language. Pythoneers, plural of Pythoneer. Pythonest, farcically surreal or absurd. Pythoness, the priestess of the oracle of Apollo at Delphi. Pythoness plural of Pythoness. Pythonic, of or pertaining to, or resembling, the Python in ancient Greek mythology, a serpent which lived at Delphi regarded as the center of the earth until it was killed by Apollo. Pythonid, any of the family Pythonidae of nonvenomous snakes, distinguished from the boids by teeth on the premaxilla. Pythonids, plural of pythonid. Pythonish, synonym of Pythonesque of humor, surreal or absurd. Pythonism, the art of predicting events after the manner of the priestess of Apollo at Delphi, equivocal prophesying. Pythonist, a programmer who uses the Python programming language. Pythonista, someone who uses the Python programming language. Pythonistas, plural of Pythonista. Pythonists, plural of Pythonists. Python-like, characteristic of or resembling a python. Pythonic. Pythonoid, any member of the Pythonoideus superfamily of snakes. Pythonoids, plural of pythonoi. Pythonomorph, any large extinct reptile of the taxon Pythonomorpha. Pythonomorphs, plural of pythonomorph. Pythons, plural of python. Pytilia, any of the birds in the genus Pytilia found in Africa. Pytilias, plural of Pytilia. Plural of pyt. Pediaces, archaic form of Pediaces. Pai, a people who flourished in ancient Burma. Pura, the presence of pus in the urine. Purias, plural of puria. Pura, any tunicate in the family Puridae. Purids, plural of purid. This, a small, usually round container used to hold the host consecrated bread or wafer of the Eucharist, especially when bringing communion to the sick or others unable to attend Mass. Pixjuries, plural of pixjury. Pixjury, a jury of goldsmiths appointed to assay coins from the Pix. Pix, simple past and past participle of Pix. Pixas, plural of Pix. Pike-sized phallid, any frog of the family Pike-sized phallidae. Pike-sized phallids, plural of pike-sized phallid. Pixidate, having a pyxidium. Pike-sides, plural of pyxes. Pyxidia, plural of pyxidium. Pyxidium, a seed capsule in the form of a box, the seeds being released when the top splits off. Ixie, archaic form of pixie magical creature. Ixies, plural of pixie. Fixe, gerund of pix, the act of depositing sample coins in a pix, by extension the process of testing such coins for the fineness of metal and weight before a mint issues them to the public. Hyksos, a spring constellation of the southern sky, said to resemble the compass of a ship. It is associated with the larger Argo Navis, although it was never officially part of that constellation. Pyemia. Archaic form of Pyemia. Pyemic. Obsolete form of Pyemic. Pyne. Plural of Pyemia. Pias. Alternative spelling of Pizzazz. Piazzi. Alternative spelling of Pizzazzi. Pia. Initialism of partial zero emissions vehicle. Pisa. Plural of Pizav. Pira. Initialism of pressure zone microphone. Pivi. Initialism of porcine zona pellucida. H. Archaic spelling of pian. Pen. Simple past and past participle of pian. Archaic spelling of piant. Pene. Present participle and gerund of pian. Archaic spelling of pianing. H. Plural of pian. Pedagogue. Alternative spelling of pedagogue. Pedagogic. Obsolete form of pedagogic. Pedagogical. Obsolete form of pedagogical. Pedagogically. Obsolete typography of pedagogically. Pedagogues. Plural of pedagogue. Pedagogue. Alternative spelling of pedagogue. Pedagogues. Plural of pedagogue. Alternative spelling of pedagogues. Pedant. Obsolete spelling of pedant. Pedantries. Plural of pedantry. Pedantry. Obsolete spelling of pedantry. Pedants. Plural of pedant. Pederast. Dated spelling of pederast. Pederastic. Obsolete spelling of pederastic. Pederasts. Plural of pederasts. Pederasty. Obsolete spelling of pederasty. Paedeutics. Obsolete form of paedeutic. Pediatric. Obsolete typography of pediatric. Pediatrician. Alternative spelling of pediatrician. Pediatricians. Plural of pediatrician. Pediatrics. Obsolete typography of pediatrics. Pedes. Plural of pedasry. Pedetist. Archaic form of pediatrist. Pediatrists. Plural of pediatrist. Alternative spelling of podiatrists. Pede. Obsolete spelling of pedivy. Pedication. Rare spelling of pedication. Pene. The Athenian plain. Pedo. Dated spelling of pedo. Pedobaptism. Obsolete spelling of pedobaptism. Pedobaptisms. Plural of pedobaptism. Pedobaptist. Obsolete form of pedobaptist. Pedobaptist. Plural of pedobaptist. Pedogenesis. Alternative spelling of pedogenesis. Pedologist. Obsolete spelling of pedologist. Pedologists. Plural of pedologists. Pedology. Alternative spelling of pedology. Pedometer. Alternative spelling of pedometer. Pedometers. Plural of pedometer. Pedomorphic. Alternative spelling of pedomorphic. Pedopathy. Alternative spelling of pedopathy. Pedophile. Alternative form of pedophile. Pedophiles. plural of pedophile. Pedophilia. Dated form of pedophilia. Pedophiliac. Alternative spelling of pedophiliac. Pedophiliacs. Plural of pedophiliac. Pedophilic. Alternative spelling of pedophilic. Panel. Obsolete spelling of penal. Peninsula. Archaic spelling of peninsula. Penitence. Obsolete spelling of penitence. Penitent. Archaic spelling of penitent. Penultimate. Archaic spelling of penultimate. Penumbra. Obsolete and rare spelling of penumbra. Peonia. Archaic spelling of peonia. Heraeth. Plural of peony. Heraeth. Archaic spelling of peony. Black. A city in Masovian Voivodeship, Poland. Block County. A county of Masovian Voivodeship, Poland. Hlonis. A town in Masovian Voivodeship, Poland. Poseidon. A celebrated portico in Athens containing numerous paintings. Posello. Alternative spelling of Poikilo. Posologony. Alternative form of posologony. Pono. Archaic spelling of penal. Pono. Obsolete form of penal. Penalties. Plural of penalty. Penalty. Archaic spelling of penalty. Penitent. Archaic spelling of penitent. Penitential. Archaic spelling of penitential. Penitence. Plural of penitent. Penological. Archaic spelling of penological. Penology. Archaic spelling of penology. Pouilly. A commune of Somme department, Hauts-de-France, in northern France. Filter avoidance, spelling of peg. Pege. Simple past and past participle of pa. Payanging. Present participle and gerund of pa. Pagas. Plural of pa. Pu. The 17th letter of the English alphabet, called Q and written in the Latin script. Q and A. Alternative spelling of Q and A. Q and as. Plural of Q and A. Q and A. Alternative spelling of Q and A. Q and as. Plural of Q and A. Q and A. Alternative spelling of Q and A. Q and as. Plural of Q and A. Q plus A. Alternative spelling of Q and A. Q plus as. Plural of Q plus A. Q and A. A period of time in which questions are posed to an individual, an interview. Q and as. Plural of Q and A. Q angle. The angle formed by the patella tendon and quadriceps muscles. Q angles. Plural of Q angle. Q clearance. A security clearance issued by the United States Department of Energy, allowing access to top secret material. Q clearances. Plural of Q clearance. Q code. Code used as a shorthand for common messages, consisting of sequences all beginning with Q. Q codes. Plural of Q code. Q drop. A message from Q, the primary source for QAnon followers. Q drops. plural of Q draw. Q factor, a measure of the quality of an electric circuit, the ratio of the reactance to the resistance. Q fever, an infectious disease resembling influenza, spread by the usage of the letter Q. Q meter, an instrument used to measure the Q factor of an electric circuit at radio frequencies. Q meters, plural of Q meter. Q&A, alternative spelling of Q and A. QNS, plural of QNA. Q quotient, synonym of Q score. Q quotients, plural of Q quotient. Q rating, synonym of Q score. Q ratings, plural of Q rating. Q score, the attractiveness and in turn the marketability of a celebrity, brand, or product. Q scores, plural of Q score. Q spoil, alternative form of Q spoil. Q spoiled, simple past and past participle of Q spoil. Q spoiler, synonym of Q switch. Q spoilers, plural of Q spoiler. Q spoiling, present participle and gerund of Q spoil. Q spoils, third person singular simple present indicative of Q spoil. Q and A, alternative spelling of Q and A. Q and as, plural of Q and A. Q and D, initialism of quick and dirty. Qanjabal. A Mayan language spoken in Guatemala and part of Mexico. Quechua, one of the Mayan languages of the Quichean branch. Queensland, abbreviation of Queensland State of Australia. Cuna, alternative spelling of Q and A. Curai, alternative form of Kier. Uris, plural of Q. Rai. Cute, plural of Q. Cutai, abbreviation of quantity. QM, alternative spelling of calm. Q asterisk 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 R. Censored spelling of queer. Q plus, a hypothetical individual believed to be in charge of QAnon, most commonly thought to be Donald Trump himself. Q plus A, alternative spelling of Q and A. Q plus as, plural of Q plus A. QAnalog, a generalization of a theorem, identity, or expression that involves a new parameter Q that returns the original theorem, identity, or expression in the limit as Q right arrow 1. They have applications in the study of fractals and the entropy of chaotic dynamical systems. QAnalogs, plural of QAnalog. QAnalog, alternative form of QAnalog. QAnalogs, plural of QAnalog. Q-ball, a charged soliton that represents the lowest possible energy state of its components and is therefore stable. Q-balls, plural of Q-ball. Q-boat, synonym of Q-ship. Q-boats, plural of Q-boat. Q-car, a high-performance car with an unassuming exterior. Q-carbon, an allotrope of carbon that is superhard, ferromagnetic, and electroconductive. Q-cars, plural of Q-car. Q-Celtic, the Goidelic language group. Q-code, alternative spelling of Q-code. Q-codes, of Q code. Q derivative. Synonym of Jackson derivative. Q derivatives. Plural of Q derivative. Q-gram. Synonym of n-gram, a substring of length q. Q-grams. Plural of Q-gram. Q-learning. A model-free reinforcement learning algorithm to learn a policy telling an agent what action to take under what circumstances. Q-max. Of a freight ship, conforming to the regulations concerning maximum permitted beam, length, and draft allowed to dock at liquefied natural gas terminals at Qatar. Q-pop. Kazakhstani pop music. Q-principle. In the Neo-Gricean semantics and pragmatics of Lawrence R. Horn, a reformulation of Paul Grice's maxim of quantity combined with the first two submaxims of manner, stating, say as much as you can give an R, and leading to the implicature that if the speaker did not make a stronger statement or say more, then its denial is implied to be true. QQ plot. A probability plot, which is a graphical method for comparing two probability distributions by plotting their quantiles against each other. QQ plots. Plural of QQ plot. Q-shaped. Shaped like the capital letter Q or its mirror image. Q-ship. A merchant ship with concealed weaponry, designed to lure submarines into making surface attacks. Q-ships. Plural of Q-ship. Q-slur. The word queer, especially when used disparagingly. Q-slurred. Simple past and past participle of Q-slur. Q-slurring. Present participle and gerund of Q-slur. Q-slurs. Plural of Q-slur. Q-spoil. Synonym of Q-switch. Q-spoiled. Simple past and past participle of Q-spoil. Q-spoiling. Synonym of Q-switching. Q-spoils. Third person singular simple present indicative of Q-spoil. Q-switch. A device that causes Q-switching. Q-switched. Simple past and past participle of Q-switch. Q-switches. Plural of Q-switch. Q-switching. A technique by which a laser can be made to produce a pulsed output beam with much higher power in each pulse than would be produced when operating as a continuous wave. Q-tip. A cotton swab consisting of short, thin, flexible plastic rods with a swab of cotton/cotton wool at each end. They are typically used for cleaning the ears and other hard-to-reach places. Q-tips. Plural of Q-tip. Q-TOF. A quadruple time-of-flight mass spectrometer. Q-TOFs. Plural of Q-TOF. Q-value. A measure of the communicative utility of a human language, computed as the product of the language's centrality and its prevalence. Q-values. Plural of Q-value. Q-wave. Synonym of love wave. Q-waves. Plural of Q-wave. Q-word. A question word. Q-words. Plural of Q-word. Q. Abbreviation of Queen. Q. Alternative form of QC. Initialism of Quebec City, the capital of the province of Quebec, Canada. Q. Alternative form of QED. Initialism of Quad Erat Demonstrandum. QED. Alternative lettercase form of QED. QV. Alternative form of QV. Q.931. An instant connection protocol somewhat similar to TCP. QAC. Alternative form of CAC quaternary ammonium compound/cation. QC, alternative form of QC, initialism of Quebec City, the capital of the province of Quebec, Canada. QED, initialism of quad irad demonstrandum, what was to be proved, what was to be demonstrated, placed at the end of a mathematical proof to show that the theorem under discussion is proved. QED, alternative letter case form of QED. QES, plural of QED. QF, alternative form of QEF quad irad faciendum. QG, initialism of quad Google. QID, alternative form of QID 4 times a day. QS, abbreviation of quantum services. QT, alternative form of QT. KS, plural of QT. QV, quadvide, which C advises the reader to look up a mentioned text for further information. Q/Q, initialism of quarter-on-quarter percentage change from same period 1 quarter earlier. Q1, the first quarter of a calendar year, January, February, and March. Q1s, plural of Q1. Q2, the second quarter of a calendar year, April, May, and June. Q2s, plural of Q2. Q3, the third quarter of a calendar year, July, August, and September. Q3s, plural of Q3. Q4, the fourth and final quarter of a calendar year, October, November, and December. Q4s, plural of Q4. Q8, abbreviation of Kuwait. Initialism of question and answer. CAS/QC, abbreviation of quality assurance/quality control, various process management procedures employed to preserve and enhance the quality of products or services. The 50th Surah chapter of the Quran. Pawas, plural of Kaf. Hamar, a town in northwestern Greenland near the Thule Air Base. Habo, alternative spelling of kebab. Habab, plural of kabal. Hava, alternative spelling of Kaaba. Haba, alternative form of Kabbalah. Haba, alternative form of Kabbalah. Kabbalahs, plural of Kabbalah. Kabbalism, alternative form of Kabbalism. Kabbalists, alternative form of Kabbalist or alternative form of Kabbalist. Kabbalistic, alternative spelling of Kabbalistic. Kabbalistical, alternative form of Kabbalistic. Kabbalistically, alternative spelling of Kabbalistically. Kabbalists, plural of Kabbalists. Habar, alternative form of Kabar. Habars, plural of Kabar. Habala, alternative form of Kabbalah. Habal, alternative form of Kabbalah. That, alternative form of CAC quaternary ammonium. That, abbreviation of quaternary ammonium cation. Hassel, a small gong or bell used as a liturgical accompaniment in Ethiopian places of worship. Kashals, plural of kashal. Kachwa, alternative form of kachu, a type of dance. Kachos, plural of kachwa. That, plural of QAC. Pat, plural of kak. Had, a waterproof surface of lime plaster treated with slaked lime, oils and fats, used in the ancient Arab world. Kath, alternative form of Gaddafi. Gaddafi, alternative form of Gaddafi. Hatar, divine intervention in the affairs of humans, fate, predestination. Tadharite, a member of the Qadariya, an early Islamic movement which held that man was endowed by God with free will. Tadharites, plural of Qadharite. Gaddafi, alternative form of Gaddafi. Gaddafism, alternative spelling of Gaddafism. Hadafes, alternative spelling of Gaddafist. Kadafes, plural of Kadafis. Gaddafi, uncommon form of Gaddafi. Kadish, alternative form of Kadish. Kadesh, alternative form of Kadesh ancient city. Keshtu, a putative Canaanite goddess. Her Egyptian equivalent is Kadesh. Kadathi, uncommon form of Gaddafi. Kadathi, alternative form of Gaddafi. Gaddafism, alternative spelling of Gaddafism. Gaddafes, alternative spelling of Gaddafist. Kadhathi, rare form of Gaddafi. Kadhathi, alternative form of Gaddafi. Kadhaf, a judge who is trained in and practices Islamic law. Qadian, a town and municipal council in Gurdaspur district, Punjab, India, the founding place of the Ahmadiyya community. Qadiani, belonging to the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat movement. Qadianis, plural of Qadiani. Qadr, a surname from Arabic. Qadiriya, a member of a particular fundamentalist Sufi order. Qadirs, plural of Qadir. Qadis, plural of Qadi. Qadri, a surname from Arabic. Qadres, plural of Qadri. Qaya, clipping of Al-Qaeda. Naf, alternative spelling of Qaf. Hafal, or synonym of Afar, the Cushitic language. Havala, alternative form of Kafila. Ha'ala, alternative form of Kafila. Kafilas, plural of Kafila. Havalas, plural of Kafila. Kavas, a traditional Arab unit of volume varying over time, place, and substance measured. Kafizes, plural of Kafiz. Hal, initialism of Queensland Australian Football League. Kagan, alternative form of Kagan. Kaganate, alternative form of Kaganate. Kaganates, plural of Kaganate. Kagans, plural of Kagan. Kagan, alternative form of Kagan. Kaganate, alternative form of Kaganate. Kaganates, plural of Kaganate. Kagans, plural of Kagan. Hell, a theocratic organizational structure in ancient Israelite society, congregation, assembly. Cows, plural of kahal. Kahira, Pharaoh. Khazanai, an Arab who originates from the southern region of the Arabian Peninsula, especially from Yemen. Khazanais, plural of Khatanite. Hi, initialism of Quality Assurance International, a US-based international organic certification company. Kit, alternative spelling of Cade. Kedaum, an arid basin of the northeastern Tibetan plateau covered with deserts and salt flats, making up most of northwestern Qinghai Province, China. Keds, plural of Kade. Kamakam, alternative spelling of Kamakam. Kamakams, plural of Kamakam. Hams, initialism of Queen Alexandra's Imperial Military Nursing Service. Hera, a pair of flat oval stones used as clappers or castanets used in Tajik and Uzbek music. Kadak, alternative form of kayak. Kadaks, plural of Kajak. Hadar, relating to the Qajar dynasty which ruled Iran from 1789 to 1925. Hajars, plural of Qajar. Hafa, a township in Kira, Hatan Prefecture, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Hao, a reed pen used for Islamic calligraphy. Halandan, a Persian box or case for storing a pen. Kalandans, plural of Kalamdan. Kalams, plural of Kalam. Kalendar, a wandering ascetic Sufi dervish. Kalendars, plural of Kalendar. Halania, a village in Jerusalem Governorate, West Bank, Palestine. Kalanach, not Inuit, of European descent. Kalanox, plural of Kalanach. Kalana, people who are not Inuit, considered as a group. Paltuea, a city in the West Bank, Palestine. Kali, acronym of Quality Adjusted Life Year. Kali, plural of Kali. Kaliavirus, a norovirus discovered in Egypt, primarily transmitted by the tick Ornithodoros erraticus. Calliope, alternative form of Calliope, a governorate in Egypt. Calliope, a governorate in northeastern Egypt. Initialism of quality assurance management. Kama, a Persian short sword. Kamanta, alternative form of Kamanche. Kaur, a surname from Arabic. Kawers, plural of Kamer. Kamas, plural of Kama. Hamad, the chief deity in traditional Xhosa religion. Hats, alternative form of Kamats. Kamaz, alternative spelling of Kamis. Kamiza, plural of Kamis. Kamishli, a city in Al-Hasaka Governorate in northeastern Syria on the border with Turkey. Plural of QAM. Kenude, alternative form of Kamatic. Kemudex, plural of Kemudiek. Tamutic, an Inuit sled for traveling on snow and ice. Camutex, plural of Camutic. Tamutic, alternative form of Kamatic. Camutex, plural of Camutic. Ala, an underground conduit between vertical shafts that leads water from the interior of a hill to villages in the valley. Ala, alternative spelling of Kanat. Kads, plural of Kanat. Kads, plural of Kanat. Kambale, alternative form of Kondalek. Kandahar, alternative spelling of Kandahar. Candlite, an opaque black metallic mineral with a chemical formula Mg-Phe-Ti-Phe-Al-O4. Tango. Alternative form of Quango. Tangos, plural of Kango. QAnon. An anonymous poster on the internet message boards 4chan, 8chan, and 8kun, claiming to possess Q clearance, who originated a pro-Trump conspiracy theory claiming that Donald Trump is working against a cabal of satanic, cannibalistic pedophiles comprised of his political opponents. Hemon. Alternative spelling of canon. QAnoner. A supporter of the QAnon movement, one who believes in the QAnon conspiracy theory. QAnoners. Plural of QAnoner. Canons. Plural of canon. QAnon sense. Conspiracy theories or other statements by followers of QAnon that are asserted to be nonsense. Hadot. Alternative form of canon. Hanons. Plural of canoon. Cantor. Alternative spelling of cantor. Cantors. Plural of cantor. Qantas. The national airline of Australia. Hanon. A Near Eastern and Caucasian musical instrument related to the zither, dulcimer, or harp having either 26 strings and a single bridge or 42 strings and 2 bridges. Hinondo. A surname from Persian. Canunes. Someone who plays a canon. Canunists. Plural of canunists. Canons. Plural of canon. Kapf diagram. A kind of diagram used to classify igneous rocks based on their mineral composition. Kapf diagrams. Plural of Kapf diagram. Ha. A unit of currency equivalent to 100th of an Azerbaijani manat. Tarhis. Plural of Kapik. How. Alternative form of Kapla. How. A phrase said to wish fortune on someone, particularly fortune in some form of honorable battle. How. Initialism of quality assurance project plan. How. Plural of Cap. Kakar sukais. A barium rare earth fluorocarbonate mineral with ideal formula BOS CCOF. That. A surname from Enuctatat. Put. Quick access recorder. Kara Kitai. A citizen of the empire established by the Kittans in Central Asia between 1124 and 1218. Kara Kittais. Plural of Kara Kitai. Karaism. Alternative form of Karaism. Karite. Alternative form of Karate. Karates. Plural of Karate. Karatism. Alternative form of Karaism. Karak. Initialism of Queen Alexandra's Royal Army Nursing Corps. Tarakalpai. Alternative form of Karakalpak. Kirakash. Alternative form of Karakax. Karakoram. Alternative form of Karakoram. Karakwal. Alternative spelling of Karakul. Karakwals. Plural of Karakwal. Karawi. Karakwal. Alternative spelling of Karakul. Karakwals. Plural of Karakwal. Karawi. University of Al Qaryauin, the university containing the world's oldest library. Karin. A jinn who acts as a person's spiritual double and may influence them to do evil. Kara. A supporter of QAnon, especially female, who has a hostile and irrational attitude. Karens. Plural of Karen. Hardy. A Kashim. Kargas, plural of Kargi. Qari, one who recites the Quran according to the tajwid or proper rules of recitation. Harun, alternative form of Karen's second etymology. Harun, alternative form of Karen's second etymology. Paris, plural of Kari. Tarlac, alternative form of Karlak. Tarlax, plural of Karlak. Tarlac, alternative form of Karlak. Tarlax, plural of Karlak. Karmak, an interseasonal single-room family dwelling among the Inuit people, variously consisting of a hybrid tent and igloo or tent and sod house. Karmaks, plural of Karmak. Karmak, a Karmatian. Karmathian, alternative form of Karmatian. Karmathians, plural of Karmathian. Karmatian, a member of a religious group combining elements of the Ismaili Shiite branch of Islam with Persian mysticism, founded by Handin Karmat and centered in eastern Arabia, where they attempted to establish a utopian republic in 899 CE. Karmatians, plural of Karmatian. Karmats, plural of Karmat. Tarkan, synonym of chemo. Plural of Qar. Kari, a city in Uzbekistan. That, abbreviation of Queensland Ambulance Service. Plural of Qa. Hazal, an ancient Arabian measurement of volume representing the amount of water sufficient to irrigate a certain amount of land for a given time period, the exact values varying between regions. Kasabs, plural of Kasau. Kalba, alternative spelling of Kasba. Hadlas, plural of Kasba. Tezom, a surname from Arabic. Kesoms, plural of Kesum. Tashe, a Kashim. Tasjiks, plural of Kasjik. Kashkai, alternative form of Kashkai. Kashtai, a tribal confederation of clans of Turkic origin in the Shiraz region of Iran. Kasanat, an Arabic or Persian elegiac mono-hymn poem, usually having a tripartite structure. Q a letter 1e63 I macrondia, alternative spelling of Casida. Casidas, plural of Casida. Q a letter 1e63 I macron das, plural of Q a letter 1e63 I macron dia. Qasim, Qasim, the eldest son of the Prophet Muhammad. Kasbah, alternative spelling of Kasbak. Kasbeks, plural of Kasbek. Kasar, a palace or castle in Middle Eastern countries. Palace, plural of Kasser. Hazon, the Qasim rocket, a type of homemade rocket used by Hamas militants in Gaza. Qasomus, plural of Qasim. That alternative form of khat, a psychoactive stimulant obtained from the plant Katha egilis. Hadaban, an ancient South Semitic-speaking kingdom in ancient Yemen that existed from the early 1st millennium BCE until the late 1st or 2nd centuries CE. Katabanian, of or pertaining to the culture of the ancient South Arabian kingdom of Kataban. Katabanian, alternative spelling of Katabanian. Katabanians, plural of Katabanian. Katabane, Katabanian. Katabane, alternative form of Katabanian. Katagan, a province of Afghanistan dissolved in 1964 into parts of the provinces of Baghlan, Kunduz and Takhar, also known as Katagan. Qatar, a country in Western Asia in the Middle East. Official name, State of Qatar. Capital, Doha. Q a letter 1E6DAR. Rare form of Qatar. Qatar Gate. The Qatar corruption scandal at the European Parliament. Qatari, a person from Qatar or of Qatari descent. Qatarines, quality of eating Qatari. Qataris, plural of Qatari. Qatarization, the process of rendering someone or something Qatari. Qatarize, to render Qatari. Qatarize, simple past and past participle of Qatarize. Qatarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Qatarize. Qatarizing, present participle and gerund of Qatarize. Kabaf, sweet dumplings filled with cream or nuts. Traditionally served in Arab communities during Ramadan. Kavi, alternative form of Gaddafi. Kat, ellipsis of the Kathat Regional District, a regional district of British Columbia, Canada. Seat, Powell River. Kathat Regional District, a regional district of Sunshine Coast, British Columbia, Canada. Seat, City of Powell River. Kavli, of or relating to Qatif, Saudi Arabia. Qatafis, plural of Qatafi. Has, plural of cats. Hadar, a town in Khoi County, West Azerbaijan Province, Iran, near the border with Turkey. How, initialism of quality assurance unit. Kojmajatukangid, Inuit traditional knowledge. Kojmanatukangid, Inuit traditional knowledge. How, plural of Kuayu. Havar, alternative form of Kabar. Havars, plural of Kavar. Hawal, alternative form of Kowal. Hawali, alternative form of Kowali. Hawalis, plural of Kawali. Howls, plural of Cowl. Hawaskar, alternative form of Kawiskar. Hawa, a person who performs Qawwali music or song. Qawwali, a style of Muslim devotional music, especially among the South Asian Sufis, accompanied by drums and harmonium. Qawwali-like, similar to or reminiscent of Qawwali music. Qawwalis, plural of Qawwali. Qawwals, plural of Qawwal. Kamakam, alternative spelling of Kamakam. Kamakams, plural of Kamakam. Ta, alternative form of Gazak. Ta, alternative spelling of Kazakh. Tadais, plural of Kazakh. Kazakhstan, alternative form of Kazakhstan. Kazakhstani, alternative form of Kazakhstani. Kazakhstanis, plural of Kazakhstani. Kax, alternative form of Gazakh. Daf, false accusation of adultery zina. How, rare form of Gaddafi. Kala, a surname. Kezimarkuizo syndrome, a rare hereditary condition characterized by non-progressive congenital hypotonia, severe intellectual disability, and increased proportion of type 2 muscle fibers and disharmonic skeletal maturation. Kaliz, plural of Kazi. Halwan, a city in Iran, the seat of Kazan County's Central District and the capital of Kazan Province. Halwan, alternative spelling of Kazan. Kawi, rare form of Gaddafi. Kubi, abbreviation of quarterback. Cue ball, synonym of cucumber. Kubidi, initialism of Queen's Bench Division. Kubit, initialism of query by example. Cuber, synonym of cucumber. Quebec, acronym of query by image content. Quebec, plural of cubic. Cubism, acronym of quantum Bayesianism. Qubit, alternative form of qubit. Qubits, plural of qubit. Tuya, initialism of quasi-biennial oscillation. Tuyo, plural of QBO. QB, plural of QB. QBT, initialism of qualified blind trust. QBT, plural of QBT. QC, abbreviation of Quebec, a province of Canada. QC, alternative form of QC, abbreviation of Quebec, a province of Canada. QC, alternative form of QC, abbreviation of Quebec, a province of Canada. QCCI, initialism of Quebec Court of Appeal. QCCQ, initialism of Quebec Court/Cour du Québec. QCCS, initialism of Quebec Superior Court. QCD, initialism of quasi-circular depression. QC, plural of QC. QCU, initialism of quality control unit. Cucumber, a follower of the QAnon movement. Cucumbers, plural of cucumber. QCU, plural of QCU. QD, once per day. QDLA, abbreviation of quantum dot organic light-emitting diode. QD, alternative form of QV. QDA, initialism of qualitative data analysis. QDA, qualified domestic institutional investor. QDA, plural of QDAI. QDA, initialism of quadrennial defense review. QDRO, acronym of Qualified Domestic Relations Order. QD, plural of QD. HIT, initialism of quantitative easing. T2, Queen Elizabeth Roman II of the United Kingdom. Initialism of quick engine change. Plural of QEC. Partial initialism of quantum electrodynamics. Kedoshim, alternative form of Kedoshim, the victims of the Holocaust. Plural of QED. T, synonym of Lashang. Kiedis, plural of Kiej. Kima, alternative spelling of Kima. Def, quaderat facienum, what was to have been done, used to end a mathematical passage other than a proof. Def, plural of QEF. Het, abbreviation of Queen Elizabeth Hospital, any of several hospitals. Pelt, a river in Palestine flowing seasonally in Wadi Kelt. Peltite, a vitreous, light brown mineral. Yeah, a city in Upper Egypt, the capital of the Kina Governorate. Heth, a kind of secular musical scale developed by the Amhara ethnic group of Ethiopia. Het, plural of Kenet. Kenai, alternative form of Kenite. Kenites, plural of Kenite. Tebe, alternative spelling of Kapik. Kekertar Suak, a port and town in Kekertalik municipality on the south coast of Disko Island on the west coast of Greenland. Here, in the liturgical use of the Tanakh, a spoken reading that diverges from the written word the Kettiv, an indication of such a reading. Kyr perpetuum, plural of kyr perpetuum. Kyr perpetuum, in the liturgical use of the Tanakh, a fixed substitution that is always expected when a certain written word is read out, most notably Hebrew aleph, Hebrew a, Hebrew dalet, Hebrew vav, Hebrew o, Hebrew nin, Hebrew a, Hebrew yod, a breathe letter 1e0 of o circumflex and amac cron y. Literally, my Lord, s for Hebrew yod, Hebrew hey, Hebrew vav, Hebrew hey eov, the name of God, an indication of such a substitution. Here, plural of kyr. Pere, alternative form of kyr. Keres, plural of keri. Hero, alternative form of kiro inka drinking cup. Heroes, plural of kiro. Ketorm, an Iranian island in the Strait of Hormuz. Kedash, a goddess adopted into the ancient Egyptian religion from the religion of Canaan, popular during the New Kingdom. Her Canaan equivalent is the goddess Kajdu. Q, the Queen Elizabeth Way, a heavily traveled Canadian highway connecting the Peace Bridge at Buffalo, New York to Toronto, Ontario. Q, rare form of cool. Q's, plural of Q. Hezalazan, a large river in northwestern Iran. It originates from the mountains of Kurdistan and discharges to the Caspian Sea. Kizilbash, alternative form of Kizilbash. Kizilbash, plural of Kizilbash. QF, initialism of quarter-final. QFAT, acronym of quantum field effect transistor. QVAT, plural of QFAT. QVAT, qualified foreign institutional investor. QFI, plural of QFAI. QF, plural of QF. QFT, initialism of quantitative feedback theory. QFT, plural of QFT. QG, initialism of quantum gravity. QGA, the Queen's Gambit accepted opening. QGD, initialism of Queen's Gambit declined. QGP, initialism of quark-gluon plasma. QH, quack hora, every hour used in medical pharmacy prescriptions usually with a numeral defining hours between doses. Q4H read as taken every 4 hours. Also common is the format 3 caps Q4H read as means take 3 capsules every 4 hours. Q Hadafi, rare form of Gaddafi. Q Hadafi, rare form of Gaddafi. Q Hadafi, rare form of Gaddafi. Qhara, an indigenous people of Bolivia. Q Haswa, alternative form of Quechua type of dance. Q Haswas, plural of Q Haswa. QAT, alternative spelling of Kot. QHD, initialism of quad definition 2560 times 1440 pixels. QHL, abbreviation of QNJHL Quebec Hockey League. An ancient Chinese duchy and later kingdom under the Zhou dynasty. Haigong, alternative spelling of Qigong. The initialism of Qatar Investment Authority. Khayyam, a surname. Yana, a silky material made from nylon fibers. Kieta, an ethnic group in China living mainly in a mountainous region in the northwestern part of Sichuan on the eastern edge of the Tibetan Plateau. Khai Mek, belonging to or pertaining to a group of related Sino-Tibetan languages spoken in southwestern China and Tibet, which include Ursu and the extinct language Tangut. Kainjiang, a subprefectural city of Hubei, China, formerly a county. Kayans, plural of Kayan. Kayantang, a former name of Hangzhou, China. Kayang Sinan, a Bai and Mayo autonomous prefecture in Guizhou, China. Kaiyanyar, a county of Beiji, Shaanxi, China. Kaianchaosaurus, a theropod dinosaur in the genus Kaianchaosaurus from the late Cretaceous of China. Kyle, a surname. Haiaku, a district of Wuhan, Hubei, China. Kaios, plural of Kaio. Initialism of Qatar Islamic Bank. Kiva, a district of Hebei, Henan, China. Heva, the direction in which Muslims face while praying, currently determined as the direction of the Kaaba in Mecca. Qibla compass, a compass used to determine the direction of Qibla. Qibla compasses, plural of Qibla compass. Qibla direction. Synonym of Qibla. Hela, alternative spelling of Qibla. Qibla, plural of Qibla. Qibla, plural of Qibla. Qibla, in the direction of Qibla. Initialism of quarter-inch cartridge, a tape storage format having a dual-spooled cartridge with a quarter-inch wide tape. Kitchen, a county of Yuangang, Hubei, China. Plural of QIC. Tib, 4 times a day. Kiddush, alternative form of Kiddush. Kiddush, a count-level city of Nantong, Jiangsu, China. Plural of QID. Hedu, a district of Keelung, Taiwan. Himo, a county of Bengalan Prefecture, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Kide, a district of Kide, Heilongjiang, China. Here, a Chinese system of breathing control, physical exercise, and meditation. Kegongs, plural of Kegon. Kide, an early Bronze Age culture distributed around western Gansu and eastern Qinghai, China. Kidai, a district of Chongqing, China. Pidge, alternative form of Sijin. Pikitawa, an uninhabited island of Nunavut Territory, Canada. Hia, a fort or fortress. Hia, plural of Keela. Hilat, a type of frame drum used mostly by the Inuit. Hilian, a county of Hebei, Qinghai, China. Hilian Shanite, a soft colorless monoclinic mineral with a chemical formula not HCOH3BO2H2O. Hela, a mythical Chinese Hu chimerical creature said to appear in conjunction with the arrival of a sage. Helens, plural of Killen. Pet, alternative form of Celt. Kaimai, alternative form of Simai Island. Hainan, a county of Huangshan and Yui, China. He, an ancient feudal state of China that existed between 778 and 207 BC. Qin Mountains, a major east-west mountain range in southern Shaanxi Province, China. Qin script, synonym of small seal script. Qin Tan, synonym of blue sandalwood. Qina, a county of Tanshui, Gansu in northwestern China. Qida, alternative form of Qina. Qintai, a district of Qinju, Guangxi Autonomous Region, China. Qindar, alternative spelling of Kinter. Kindarka, plural of Kindarka. Kindarkas, synonym of Kindarka. Kindarka, a subdivision of currency, equal to 1/100th of an Albanian lek. Kindars, plural of Kindar. Tentu, a district of Xianyang, Shaanxi, China. Kine, a form of poetry with double meanings, often used in traditional Ethiopian Orthodox Church education. Kines, plural of Kine. The Qing Dynasty 1644–1912, the last imperial dynasty of China. Qing Dynasty, alternative letter case form of Qing Dynasty. Qing Dynasty, the last dynasty of China, lasting from 1644 to 1912 CE. Qingming, alternative form of Qingming. Qingming Festival, alternative form of Qingming Festival. Qinshuan, a county of Guanyuan, Sichuan, China. Qintao, a major prefecture-level city and subprovincial city in eastern Shandong, in eastern China, on the Yellow Sea. Qinfang, a county of Pying, Henan, China. Pinshou, a county of Altai Prefecture, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Qinghai, a province in northwestern China. Capital, Xining. Qinghaiasu, the drug artemisinin. Qinghaite, a complex yellow or green mineral with vitreous luster. Qinghaites, plural of Qinghaite. Hidemen, a district of Fuxin, Liaoning, China. Pinjian, a county of Yulin, Shaanxi, China. Qingjianpu, a district of Huaiyin, in central Jiangsu in eastern China. Pinjin, synonym of Changjian, the Mandarin Chinese derived name. Qinglong, a Manchu autonomous county in Qinyuangsao, Hebei, China. Tidabeng, the first day of the 5th solar term in the traditional Chinese lunar solar calendar, the 15th day after the spring equinox, April 4 or 5. Qingming Festival, synonym of Tomb Sweeping Day. Tipu, a district of Shanghai, China. Tidquan, a village in Taoshan, Wufeng, Hsinchu County, Taiwan. Kids, plural of king. Tinshan, a district of Wuhan, Hubei, China. Qishanhu, a district of Nanjing, Jiangxi, China. Qishui, a county of Tanshui, Gansu, China. Kinsumgait, a rare mineral first discovered in Tibet in 2009. Tinshan, a county of Lishui, Zhejiang, China. Qintanxia, a cat-level city of Huayang, Ningxia Autonomous Region, China, formerly a county. Kituan, a sweet rice flour ball, usually filled with red bean paste, traditionally consumed on Tomb Sweeping Day in China. Kingu, alternative form of Kingu, Babylonian god. Qingci, a district of Nang, Guangxi Autonomous Region, China. Timsu, a county of Taiyuan, Shaanxi, China. Qingyai, a county of Zhizhou, Anhui, China. Qingyan Shenzhen, a corticosteroid hormone found in Sine and Orchulatum. Qinyuan, a district of Beiyang, Hebei, China. Kaidyunfu, a district of Nanjing, Jiangxi, China. Tingxin, a count-level city of Guiyang, Guizhou, China. Qinyuantao, a prefecture-level city of Hebei, China. Qinling Mountains, synonym of Qin Mountains. Qinan, a district of Qinyu, Guangxi Autonomous Region, China. Qina, plural of Qina. Qinai, plural of Qina. Hibfu, tablature score collections for the Chinese musical instrument, the gyukin. Tiju, a plucked Chinese lute. Hen, plural of kin. Qinshui, a county of Jincheng, Shaanxi, China. Kinser, an Albanian coin equal to 1/100th of a lek. Kinsarka, alternative form of Kindarka. Kinters, plural of Kinter. Qinyai, a count-level city of Jiazuo, Henan, China. Qinyuan, a county of Shanghai, Shaanxi, China. Tiansu, a district in modern Tanshui, Gansu, China. Yanhai, a subprefectural city of Hainan, China. Tianjin, a district of Heikou, Hainan, China. Tianjin, a Lai and Mayo Autonomous County in Hainan, China. Ketem, a township in Jianli, Jingzhou, Hubei, China. Pip Thao, a traditional one-piece dress worn by Chinese women. Pipaos, plural of kipao. Kipchak, alternative form of kipchak. Kipchaks, plural of kipchak. Kipchak, alternative form of kipchak. Kipchaks, plural of kipchak. Kikihar, synonym of Kikihar, the Mandarin Chinese-derived name. Kikir, alternative form of Kikihar Kikihar. Kikihar, a city in Heilongjiang, China. Hua, a county of Hatan Prefecture, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Her, a former currency of Iran from 1825 to 1932, subdivided into 20 shahai or 1,000 dinar and worth 1/10 of a taman. Kurans, plural of Kuran. Kura, a unit of weight, 1/20th of a mithqal. Kurats, plural of Kurat. Kurdes, alternative form of Kyrgyz. Kurt, alternative form of Kwesh. Kuriz, plural of Kurj. Ith, abbreviation of quantum information science. Ith, plural of Kai. Kithas, under Sharia law, the principle of retaliation in kind or attributive justice. Kidda, a county of Beiji, Shaanxi, China. Hishlak, a rural settlement originally for the winter period of semi-nomadic Turkic peoples of Central Asia, Azerbaijan, and Afghanistan. Hishlaks, plural of Kishlak. Kishon, alternative form of Kishon. Hina, a prefecture-level city of Heilongjiang, China. Alternative spelling of kite, measure of weight equivalent to Deben, about 0.32 ounces or 9.1 grams. Kishianlingdite, a black orthorhombic mineral with the chemical formula Fe-Mn and beta-WO. An English surname from Chinese. Hes, plural of Q. Hibet, the underwool of the Arctic musk ox used as a fiber. Hexit, a Chinese festival celebrating the mythological annual meeting of Xinu and Nilang, held on the 7th day of the 7th Chinese lunisolar month. Tiete, a county-level city of Yantai, Shantung, China. Hiao, a form of optional prayer prayed during the night preceding the ruku. Kiams, plural of Kiam. Kina, a woman entertainer. Kians, plural of Kian. Kia, the use of analogy is precedent in Sharia jurisprudence. Kizilbash, a member of the Turkmen tribes who formed the basis of the military power of the Safavids. Kizilbashes, plural of Kizilbash. QKD, initialism of quantum key distribution. QL, initialism of query language. QLC, initialism of quad-level cell. QLC, plural of QLC. QLD, abbreviation of Queensland, a state of Australia. QLD, abbreviation of Queensland, a state of Australia. QLD, alternative form of QLD, abbreviation of Queensland, a state of Australia. QLED, abbreviation of quantum light emitting diode. QLED, plural of QLED. QLIFOS, evil forces in the mystical teachings of Judaism such as in the Kabbalah. QLIFOThic, pertaining to the QLIFOT. QLIPOS, alternative spelling of QLIFOT. QLIPOThic, alternative spelling of QLIFOThic. QLIPOT, alternative form of QLIFOT. QL, plural of QL. QLSI, initialism of quadriwave lateral shearing interferometry. QLTY, abbreviation of quality. QLTY, abbreviation of quality. QM, initialism of quantum mechanics. QMC, initialism of quartermaster core. QME, initialism of qualified medical expense. QME, plural of QME. QMG, initialism of quartermaster general. QMG, plural of QMG. QMHP, initialism of qualified mental health professional. QMHP, plural of QMHP. QMJHL, initialism of Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. QMP, initialism of Queen Mandibular Pheromone. QMR, initialism of qualitative material requirement. QMR, abbreviation of quartermaster. QMR, plural of QMR. QMRS, plural of QMR. QMS, initialism of quartermaster sergeant. QN, abbreviation of quark nugget. QAT, abbreviation of question. Q&A, initialism of Qatar News Agency. Q&A, alternative spelling of Q and A. Q&A, plural of Q&A. QNet, abbreviation of quantum nano-emitting diode. QNet, plural of QNet. QNS, abbreviation of Queens, a borough of New York City, New York, United States. QNut, synonym of cucumber. Huh, initialism of quick office, enterprise specific software for mobile applications. Google. Kobar, a dry fog or dry haze chiefly of the Upper Nile but rarely also elsewhere, which has a brownish-yellow color when slight, sometimes only perceptible from a distance, and darker yellow-gray color when thicker, sometimes obscuring the landscape and blotting out the stars. Hobbit, alternative form of Cobbies. Hacho, alternative spelling of Cacho. Hi, once every other day. Ha, initialism of Qualified Opportunity Fund. Ha, alternative spelling of cough. Ha, plural of QOF. Kagan, a township in Kashgar, Kashgar Prefecture, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Kohelet, alternative form of Kohelet. Kovala, alternative form of Kohelet. Kodel, initialism of quality of life. Ha, a city in Iran, the seat of Qom County's Central District and the capital of Qom Province, a shrine city and center of Shiite seminarian learning. Hamalangma, alternative form of Chamalama, the Tibetan name for Mount Everest. Hamalangma Fang, Mount Kamalangma, Mount Everest. Kamas, alternative spelling of commas. Tom uses, plural of commas. Huh, informal form of cool. Korma, alternative spelling of korma. Kormas, plural of korma. Kutsaptuwela, an ancient village in Navajo County, Arizona, United States. Kutsaptuwela, alternative spelling of Kutsaptuwela. Ha, alternative spelling of cough. Ha, the 19th letter of many Semitic alphabets / Abjad's Phoenician, Aramaic, Hebrew, Syriac, Arabic, and others. Kawas, plural of kaf. Hafa, alternative spelling of kappa. Hadas, plural of kappa. Ha, alternative form of kokyu. Kokyu, initialism of quarter over quarter / quarter on quarter. Kakan, alternative form of kakan. Poet, initialism of quality of results. Por, uncommon form of Quran. Poran, rare form of Quran. Poran, uncommon form of Quran. Quranic, alternative spelling of Quranic. Korban, alternative form of Korban. Korbanah, plural of Korban. Korbanath, plural of Korban. Korbans, plural of Korban. Korma, alternative spelling of Korma. Kormas, plural of Korma. Kormi, a city and local council of the southern region, Malta. POS, initialism of quality of service. Hi, Initialism of quote of the day. QP. Initialism of quadratic programming. QPA. Initialism of quality point average. QPA. Plural of QPA. QPC. Initialism of quarter pounder with cheese. QPCI. A quantitative polymerase chain reaction PCR. QPCI. Plural of QPCI. QPC. Plural of QPC. QPF. SQ. Quebec Police Force, Sûreté du Québec. QPA. Initialism of Queen's Police Medal. QPA. Plural of QPM. QBAC. Abbreviation of queer person of color. QBAC. Plural of QPOC. QPP. Initialism of Quebec Provincial Police, Sûreté du Québec, the police force of the Canadian province of Quebec. QPQ. Initialism of quid pro quo. QPI. Initialism of Queen's Park Rangers, a British football club based in London. QPI. Plural of QPI. QPU. Initialism of Quantum Processing Unit. QPU. Plural of QPU. QQ.V. Plural of QV. QGAD. Initialism of Quenched Quantum Electrodynamics. QR. Initialism of Quick Response. QR. Abbreviation of Quarter of the Year. QR code. A two-dimensional barcode typically used to link to a website. QR codes. Plural of QR code. QR decomposition. A decomposition of a matrix into a product of a unitary matrix, orthogonal matrix, and an upper triangular matrix. QR decompositions. Plural of QR decomposition. QR code. Alternative form of QR code. QR codes. Plural of QR code. QRA. Initialism of Quick Reaction Alert, a military and NATO term to define a higher state of readiness in which aircraft will become airborne within minutes to intercept and identify unknown aircraft or intercept one that has lost contact with air traffic control. QRAM. Initialism of Quantum Random Access Memory. QRA. Plural of QRA. QRAZY. Informal form of crazy. QRD. Initialism of Quick Runtown. QRF. Abbreviation of Quinolone Resistance Determining Region. QRF. Initialism of Quick React Ion RE/Response Force, an armed military term to define a unit capable of rapidly responding to developing situations, typically to assist Allied units in need of such assistance. QRF. Plural of QRF. QRH. Abbreviation of Quick Reference Handbook. QRH. Plural of QRH. QRLY. Abbreviation of Quarterly. QRM. Initialism of Quality Risk Management. QRNG. Abbreviation of Quantum Random Number Generator. QRNG. Plural of QRNG. QRP. Initialism of Queen Retinue Pheromone. QRPer. A radio enthusiast who operates on very little power. QRPers. Plural of QRPer. QRS. A QRS complex. QR. Plural of QR. QRS. Plural of QR. QRS complex. A series of graphical deflections on a typical electrocardiogram that represents the electrical changes generated by the depolarization of the heart ventricles. QRS complexes. Plural of QRS complex. QRS. Plural of QRS. QRT. Initialism of quick response team. QLY. Abbreviation of quarterly. QRT. Plural of QRT. QS. Initialism of quick study. QS. Plural of Q. QS and AS. Plural of Q and A. QSAR. Alternative form of KSAR. QSARS. Plural of QSAR. QSD. Initialism of quadrilateral security dialogue. QSG. Quasi-stellar galaxy, a quasar. QSI. Alternative letter case form of QSI. QSI. Initialism of Qatar Sports Investment. QSL Bureau. A bureau through which QSL cards can be exchanged, usually run by a national amateur radio organization. QSL Bureaus. Plural of QSL Bureau. QSL Bureau. Plural of QSL Bureau. QSL card. A postcard confirming a successful reception of a radio signal on amateur radio, usually sent via the QSL Bureau. QSL cards. Plural of QSL card. QSO. Initialism of quasi-stellar object, a quasar. QSE. Simple past and past participle of QSO. QSOing. Present participle and gerund of QSO. QSO. Plural of QSO. QSOUR. Plural of QSAR. QSQT. Initialism of Kmat C. Kmat Tak, a Hindi movie. QSR. Initialism of quick service restaurant. QSR. Plural of QSR. QSS. Initialism of quasi-stellar source. QS says. Plural of QSS. QSD. Initialism of Quebec sales tax. QSU. Initialism of Quirino State University. QT. Initialism of quarter time. Qt. A free and open source cross-platform software for creating graphical user interfaces as well as cross-platform applications. Qt 3.14. Alternative spelling of QtPy. Qt 3.14. Alternative spelling of QtPy. QZ-interval. A measurement made on an electrocardiogram, calculated as the time from the start of the Q wave to the end of the T wave, and approximates to the time taken from when the cardiac ventricles start to contract to when they finish relaxing. QZ-intervals. Plural of QT interval. QT. The station code of Quetta railway station in Pakistan. Q-tart. Synonym of cucumber. QTBPA. Initialism of queer or Sanj and trans black, indigenous or Sanj and other personage people of color. QTC. Initialism of quantum tunneling compound. QTC. Plural of QTC. QTD. Abbreviation of quartered. QE. Initialism of quick time event. QTET. Simple past and past participle of QT. QE. Plural of QTE. QEF. Initialism of quality task force. QEF. plural of QTF. QTIs, plural of QTY. Qting, present participle and gerund of QT. TDL, initialism of quantitative trait locus, a locus gene that is among the factors affecting a trait whose values of interest are continuous rather than merely two. TDL, plural of QTL. QTLY, abbreviation of quarterly. TDL, abbreviation of quantum Turing machine. TDL, abbreviation of quarto. QTPOC, initialism of queer and or trans person of color. QTPOC, plural of QTPOC. TDL, abbreviation of quarter. QTRLY, abbreviation of quarterly. TTRS, plural of QTI. TTRS, abbreviation of quarters used when addressing male. KES, initialism of qualified teacher status. QT, plural of QT. KES, plural of QT. KES, abbreviation of quarters used when addressing male. QTY, abbreviation of quantity. QTZ, abbreviation of quartz. A surname. Quebel, a town in Saskatchewan, Canada. Quray, misspelling of Quran. Quantum computing. Abbreviation of queen. As in the capacity of acting as bird, the American nay heron. Birds. Plural of quabird. YOR, alternative form of Quayartan, the god of creation. Obsolete spelling of quack, make a noise like a duck. Simple past and past participle of quack. Quacks, third person singular simple present indicative of quack. Quacke, present participle and gerund of quack. A surname. Hoels, plural of qual. Qualtai, alternative spelling of qualtog. Qualtems, plural of qualtog, alternative spelling of qualtegs. Qualude, a proprietary name for methaqualone. Qualudes, plural of qualude. Quat, an unfledged bird, squaw. Quat, simple past and past participle of qua. Quadding, present participle and gerund of qua. Quabla operator, synonym of D'Alembert operator. Quabo, a river in Massachusetts that heads at Quabo Pond in Brookfield and flows west to the village of Three Rivers. Quads, plural of qua. Quat, a surname. Quata, archaic form of quagga. Quatas, plural of quacha. Quachas, plural of quatch. Quackle, the hispid pocket gopher Heterogeomys hispidus. Quackles, plural of quack. Quacko. Quachly, a piece of standardized cloth used as currency in Mesoamerica until shortly after the arrival of Europeans. Quachulis, plural of quachly. Quack, the sound made by a duck. Quack grass, alternative form of quack grass. Quack like a duck, to appear to be exactly what one is. Quack reach, alternative spelling of quake breach. Quack breaches, plural of quack breach. Quack grass, alternative form of quackgrass. Quacksalver, alternative form of quacksalver. Quacksalvers, plural of quacksalver. Quackademic, pseudoscientific but within the academic community. Quackademics, plural of quackademic. Quackbuster, a person or agency that seeks to expose and discredit quackery. Quackbusters, plural of quackbuster. Quackbusting, the practice of exposing quackery in order to discredit it. Quaxinated, vaccinated. Quackdom, the realm of quacks, fraudulent or incompetent doctors. Quacked, simple past and past participle of quack. Quackenboos, a surname from Dutch. Quackenboses, plural of quackenboos. Quackenbosch, a surname from Dutch. Quackenbosches, plural of quackenbush. Quacker, alternative form of Quaker. Quackeries, plural of quackery. Quatters, plural of quacker. Quackery, the practice of fraudulent medicine, usually in order to make money or for ego gratification and power. Health fraud. Quackus, superlative form of quack, most quack. Quacka, third person singular simple present indicative of quack. Quackgrass, couch grass, a species of grass. Elymus repens. Quackgrasses, plural of quackgrass. Quackhood, quackery. Quatya, comparative form of quacky, more quacky. Quatis, superlative form of quacky, most quacky. Quacking, present participle and gerund of quack. Quackingly, in a quacking manner, with quacking sounds. Quackings, plural of quacking. Quackish, like a quack fraudulent doctor or characteristic of quackery. Quackishly, in a quackish manner. Quackishness, the state or condition of being quackish. Quackism, behavior of a quack, quackery. Quackisms, plural of quackism. Quackle, to shout. Quackled, simple past and past participle of quackle. Quackles, third person singular simple present indicative of quackle. Quackus, of a duck that does not quack. Quackly, resembling or characteristic of a quack fraudulent doctor. Quackling, present participle and gerund of quackle. Quagmire, archaic spelling of quagmire. Quagmires, plural of quagmire. Twice, plural of quack. Quacksalver, one falsely claiming to possess medical or other skills, especially one who dispenses potions, ointments, etc., supposedly having curative powers, a quack. Quacksilveries, plural of quacksilvery. Quacksalvers, plural of quacksalver. Quacksilvery, the actions or practices of a quacksalver, quackery. Quacksalving, falsely claiming to possess medical or other skills like a quacksalver. Quackster, a quack or charlatan. Quacksters, plural of quackster. Quactitioner, a medical or other practitioner of dubious merit. Quactitioners, plural of quactitioner. Quatty, that resembles the quack of a duck. Quad, an informal strategic forum between the United States, Japan, Australia, and India. Small off-road four-wheel powered vehicle, especially of a design derived from a motorcycle, usually used for recreation or farm work. Quad bikes, plural of quad bike. Quadcition, a resident of the Quad Cities. Quadcitions, plural of quadcition. Quad Cities, a region of cities originally four in the U.S. states of Iowa and Illinois, Davenport and Bettendorf in southeastern Iowa, and Rock Island, Moline, and East Moline in northwestern Illinois. Quad City, attributive form of Quad Cities. Illinois. Quad City, attributive form of Quad Cities. Quadcom, abbreviation of Quad Committee. Quadcom, abbreviation of Quad Committee. Quad Committee, a collection of four committees of the House of Representatives, namely the Committees on Dangerous Drugs, Public Order and Safety, Human Rights, and Public Accounts. Quad Hockey, a form of roller hockey played on four-wheeled roller skates. Quad Meet, a competition between four teams. Quad Meets, plural of quad meet. Quad Out, to space out a work using quads. Quad Paper, quadrille paper. Quad Play, a service offering in which four services are offered together, especially television, broadband, and fixed and mobile telephone. Quad Plays, plural of quad play. Quad Rugby, synonym of wheelchair rugby, U.S. regional name and American English vernacular name. Quad Skate, a roller skate with four wheels, two either side of the foot. Quad Skates, plural of quad skate. Quad Suit, a type of fursuit for walking on all fours. Quad Suits, plural of quad suit. Quad, involving four elements. Quad City, attributive form of quad cities. Quad Core, alternative form of quad core. Quademic, alternative form of quademic. Quademics, plural of quademic. Quadaffy, uncommon form of Gaddafi. Quadaffy, rare form of Gaddafi. Quadaffy, uncommon form of Gaddafi. Quadify, rare form of Gaddafi. Quadrennial, once every 4 years, quadrennial. Quadarella, a surname from Italian. Quadazosin, an opioid antagonist of the benzomorphin family, used in scientific research. Quadball, a rounded cube used to approximate a sphere. Quadballs, plural of quadball. Quad band, supporting four frequency bands. Quad bike, alternative form of quad bike. Quad bikes, plural of quad bike. Quad biking, driving in a quad bike. Quad bit, 4 bits binary digits, half a byte, and nibble. Quad bits, plural of quad bit. Quadboo, a multi-breast having exactly 4 breasts. Quad boobs, plural of quadboo. Quadcast, a radio broadcast of 4 channels surround sound. Quadcasting, the transmission of a quadcast. Quadcasts, plural of quadcasts. Quadchromatic, involving 4 colors. Quadchromatically, in a quadchromatic manner. Quadcom, abbreviation of Quad Committee. Quadcom, abbreviation of Quad Committee. Quadcom, abbreviation of Quad Committee. Quadcopter, a rote or craft propelled by four rotors. Quadcopters, plural of quadcopter. Quadtor, composed of four cores. Quadcycle, synonym of quadricycle. Quadcycles, plural of quadcycle. Quadaffy, rare form of Gaddafi. Quadaffy, alternative form of Gaddafi. Quadify, rare form of Gaddafi. Quadit, simple past and past participle of quad. Quadded out, simple past and past participle of quad out. Quademic, alternative form of quademic. Quademics, plural of quademic. Quadder, one who rides a quad bike. Quadders, plural of quadder. Quadtaffy, rare form of Gaddafi. Quaddy, a quadrella, a type of bet requiring the bettor to pick the winners of four nominated races at the same track, a bet requiring the selection of four winners of specified matches in a given round of a sporting competition. Quad is, plural of quaddi. Quadding, present participle and gerund of quad. Quadding out, present participle and gerund of quad out. Quaddition, an operation that is the same as addition unless one of its operands is 57 or greater, in which case it always yields 5, used by Saul Kripke in an argument against Ludwig Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations. Quaddle, dewaddle. Quaddled, simple past and past participle of quaddle. Quaddles, third person singular simple present indicative of quaddle. Quaddling, present participle and gerund of quaddle. Quad, a surname. Quademic, a concurrent surge in cases of 4 different diseases or pathologies. Quademics, plural of quademic. Quadder, to quadrate. Quads, plural of quad. Quadexciton, a quantum combination of 4 excitons. Quadexcitons, plural of quadexciton. Quadfacta, a bet in which the bettor must select the winners of the first 4 places, i.e. first, second, third, and fourth of a race in the correct order. Quadfactas, plural of quadfacta. Quadfurcated, quadrifurcated. Quadfurcation, a forking or division into 4 branches. Quadfurcations, plural of quadfurcation. Quadaffy, uncommon form of Gaddafi. Quadi, a member of an ancient Germanic people who lived in Moravia. Quaddies, plural of quaddi. Quadium, alternative form of quadrium. Quadjet, a jet aircraft powered by 4 engines. Quadjets, plural of quadjet. Quadkey, a key into a quadkey data structure. Quadkeys, plural of quadkey. Quadlet, a word consisting of 4 bytes. Quadlets, plural of quadlet. Quadli, resembling a quadrangular courtyard. Quadmire, alternative form of quagmire. Quadmires, Plural of quagmire. Quadplay. Alternative spelling of quadplay. Quadplays. Plural of quadplay. Quadplex. A building divided into 4 separate residences or commercial premises. Quadplexes. Plural of quadplex. Quadpod. A 4-legged stand or mount. Quadpods. Plural of quadpod. Quadpolarin. A quasi-particle composed of 2 bipolarins. Quadpolarins. Plural of quadpolarin. Quadpot. A bet in which the bettor must correctly pick a placed horse from the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th race from any British race meeting. Quadpots. Plural of quadpot. Quadr. Alternative form of quadra used before a vowel. Quadrant. The plinth or lowest member of any pedestal, podium, water, table, or the like. Quadrable. Of a plane figure, for which quadrature is possible. Quadricial. Of or relating to 4 races. Quadricycle. Synonym of quadricycle, 4-wheeled pedal cycle. Quadricycles. Plural of quadricycle. Quadrate. A tetrad, a group of 4. Quadrate. Having 4 radial arms. Quadratic. Alternative form of quadratic. Quadradisc. A kind of phonograph record using a discrete 4-channel quadraphonic system. Quadradiscs. Plural of quadradisc. Quadrans. Plural of quadrat. Quadri. Plural of quadra. Quadrafoil. Alternative form of quadrafoil. Quadrafoils. Plural of quadrafoil. Quadrageminal. Misspelling of quadrageminal. Quadrageny. Plural of quadragene. Quadragenarian. Synonym of 40-something. A person between 40 and 49 years old. Quadragenarians. Plural of quadragenarian. Quadragenarius. Synonym of quadragenarian, of or related to 40-somethings. Quadragenary. Of or related to the number 40, particularly. Quadragene. Alternative letter case form of quadragene. Quadragenarian. Misspelling of quadragenarian. Quadragenarians. Plural of quadragenarian. Quadragenes. Plural of quadragene. Quadragesima. Synonym of Lent. Quadragesima Sunday. The first Sunday in Lent. The 6th before Easter. Quadragesimal. That lasts 40 days. Quadragesimilia. Quadragesimal sermons or offerings. Quadragesimal octavo. A book size 2.5 3.1 x 2.5 3.3 corresponding to the paper size. Quadragesimal octavos. Plural of quadragesimal octavo. Quadragentilian. 10 to 3. Quadragentirum. A vessel with 40 rows of oars. Quadragentimes. Plural of quadragentime. Quadrang. Archaic spelling of quatrain. Quadrains. Plural of quadrang. Quadruple. A grammatical number referring to 4 or more things. Quadralities. Plural of quadrality. Quadrality. A relationship between 4 objects. Quadralar. A discourse or colloquy by 4 people. Quadrilogues, plural of quadrilogue. Quadriles, plural of quadrille. Quadrimodel, misspelling of quadrimodel. Quadrant, a square. A quadrangle. Quadrangle, a geometric shape with 4 angles and 4 straight sides, a 4-sided polygon. Quadrangle, alternative form of quadrangular. Quadrangles, plural of quadrangle. Quadrangular, having the shape of a quadrangle, in the shape of a quadrangle. Quadrangularin, any of a class of Stilbene derivatives found in Cissus quadrangularis. Quadrangularins, plural of quadrangularin. Quadrangularities, plural of quadrangularity. Quadrangularity, the quality of being quadrangular. Quadrangularly, in a quadrangular shape or manner. Quadrangulate, to divide a plane or other surface into quadrangles, often by removing the dividing line between 2 adjacent triangles following a previous triangulation. Quadrangulated, simple past and past participle of quadrangulate. Quadrangulates, third person singular simple present indicative of quadrangulate. Quadrangulating, present participle and gerund of quadrangulate. Quadrangulation, a graph embedded in a surface such that every face is a quadrangle. Quadrangulations, plural of quadrangulation. Quadrant, a bronze coin of the Roman Republic worth 1/4 of an as. Quadrans Muralis, a former constellation between Boötes and Draco, near the tail of Ursa Major. Quadrancentennial, the 25th anniversary of an event or happening. Quadrancentennials, plural of quadrancentennial. Quadrant, one of the 4 sections made by dividing an area with 2 perpendicular lines. Quadrant plate, a slotted plate for carrying the gears of a lathe. Quadrant plates, plural of quadrant plate. Quadrantal, an ancient Roman unit of measure for liquids. Quadrantally, in an arrangement of quadrants. Quadrantals, plural of quadrantal. Quadrantinopia, the loss of vision in one or more quadrants of the field of view. Quadrantinopias, plural of quadrantinopia. Quadrantinopic, afflicted with or relating to quadrantinopia. Quadrantinopsia, quadrantinopia. Quadrantinopsias, plural of quadrantinopsia. Quadrantectomies, plural of quadrantectomy. Quadrantectomy, excision of the tissue in a breast quadrant as a type of partial mastectomy. Quadrantes, plural of quadrans. Quadrantial, misspelling of quadrantal. Quadrantic, of, pertaining to or affecting a quadrant. Quadranted, any of the meteors in a January meteor shower whose radiant is inside the constellation Boötes. Quadrantids, plural of quadrantid. Quadrantile, quadrantal. Quadrantinopia, alternative form of quadrantinopia. Quadrantinopias, plural of quadrantinopia. Quadrantinopsia, alternative form of quadrantinopsia. Quadrant-like, resembling or characteristic of a quadrant. Quadrantly, squarely. Quadrants, plural of quadrant. Quadranucleate, a codon containing 4 nucleotides. Quadranucleotides. Plural of quadranucleotide. Quadriparses. Misspelling of quadriparses. Quadripartite. Alternative spelling of quadripartite. Quadraphonic. Employing 4 independent channels or speakers. Quadraphonics. Quadraphonic sound. Quadraphony. Sound in a sound system originating from 4 speakers. Quadruplex. Misspelling of quadruplex. Quadrupole. Misspelling of quadrupole. Quadrarch. The captain of a quadrine. Quadrasonic. Quadraphonic. Quadrasonics. Synonym of quadraphonics. Quadria. An area of land marked for studying its plants, animals, soil, natural processes, etc. Quadrate. Having 4 equal sides, the opposite sides parallel and 4 right angles, square. Quadrate bone. A bone between the base of the lower jaw and the skull in most vertebrates other than mammals. In reptiles and birds, it articulates the lower jaw with the skull. In mammals, it is represented by the incus. Quadrate bones. Plural of quadrate bone. Quadrate. Simple past and past participle of quadrate. Quadrateness. Quality of being quadrate. Quadrates. Third person singular simple present indicative of quadrate. Quadrate fray. Square free. Quadrathlete. An athlete who takes part in a quadrathlon. Quadrathletes. Plural of quadrathlete. Quadriathlon. A contest involving 4 successive events, usually swimming, kayaking, cycling, and running. Quadrathlons. Plural of quadrathlon. Quadrati. Plural of quadratus. Quadratic. Square-shaped. Quadratic equation. A polynomial equation of the second degree, an equation that can be rearranged in standard form as x to plus bx plus c equals 0, where x is an unknown value, a, b, and c are known numbers, and where it does not equal 0. Quadratic equations. Plural of quadratic equation. Quadratic field. A number field that is an extension field of degree 2 over the rational numbers. Quadratic fields. Plural of quadratic field. Quadratic form. A homogeneous polynomial of degree 2 in a given number of variables. Quadratic forms. Plural of quadratic form. Quadratic formula. The formula x equals b plus square slash 2a for finding roots of the quadratic equation. Quadratic formulae. Plural of quadratic formula. Quadratic formulas. Plural of quadratic formula. Quadratic function. Any function whose value is the solution of a quadratic polynomial. Quadratic functions. Plural of quadratic function. Quadratic integer. A number real or complex which is a solution to an equation of the form x to plus bx plus c equals 0 for some integers b and c. For example 42, or 2 plus 3i, or 1 plus square slash 2. Quadratic integers. Plural of quadratic integer. Quadratic mean. A type of average, calculated as the square root of the mean of the squares, i.q. equals square x1 to plus x2 to plus xn2 slash n. Quadratic means. Plural of quadratic mean. Quadratic reciprocity. The mathematical theorem which states that, for given odd prime numbers p and q, the question of whether p is a square modulo q is equivalent to the question of whether q is a square modulo p. Quadratic residue. For given positive integer n, any integer that is congruent to some square m2 modulo n. Quadratic residues. Plural of quadratic residue. Quadratic surd. An irrational number that is the solution of a quadratic equation of the form x2 plus bx plus c equals 0, where a, b, and c are integers and a not equal to 0. Quadratic surds. Plural of quadratic surd. Quadratic time. A time algorithm in which, given an input of size n, the number of steps required to complete a task is the square of n. Quadratic times. Plural of quadratic time. Quadratic. Quadratically. In a quadratic way. Quadraticity. The quality of being quadratic. Quadratic. Obsolete form of quadratic. Quadratics. Plural of quadratic. Quadratics. Plural of quadratic. Quadrating. Present participle and gerund of quadrate. Quadrati. A tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal mineral containing arsenic, cadmium, lead, silver, and sulfur. Quadrative. Square. Quadratization. An approximation of a system obtained by quadratizing it. Quadratizations. Plural of quadratization. Quadratize. To approximate a system with a quadratic system. Quadratize. Simple past and past participle of quadratize. Quadratizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of quadratize. Quadratizing. Present participle of quadratize. Quadratocranial. Relating to the quadrate bone and the cranium. Quadratojugal. Of or pertaining to the quadrate and jugal bones. Quadratojugals. Plural of quadratojugal. Quadratojugular. A bone found in some reptiles, amphibians, and birds in front of the quadrate at the base of the temporal fossa. Quadratomandibular. Relating to the quadrate bone and the mandible. Quadratosquamosal. Both quadrate and squamosal. Quadratrices. Plural of quadratrix. Quadratrix. A curve having ordinates which are a measure of the area or quadrature of another curve. Quadratrixes. Plural of quadratrix. Quadrats. Plural of quadrat. Quadrata. Simple past and past participle of quadrat. Quadrang. Present participle and gerund of quadrat. Quadratum. The quadrate bone. Quadrature. The process of making something square, squaring. Quadrature amplitude modulation. A modulation scheme that conveys data by applying amplitude modulation to two carrier waves at once. These two waves, usually sinusoids, are out of phase with each other by 90 degrees and are thus called quadrature carriers, commonly abbreviated QAM. Quadrature amplitude modulations. Plural of quadrature amplitude modulation. Quadrature of the circle. The problem, proposed by ancient Greek geometers, of using a finite ruler and compass construction to make a square with the same area as a given circle. Quadratures. Plural of quadrature. Quadraturism. an Italian genre of painting that used architectural elements to create illusions of perspective. Quadraturist, a person who paints quadratures. Quadraturists, plural of quadraturists. Quadratus, any of several roughly square or rectangular muscles, for example in the abdomen, thigh, and eye socket. Quadrant, obsolete form of quadrant. Quadrants, plural of quadrant. Quadrivalent, alternative form of quadrivalent. Quadrivigimal, a number expressed in the quadrivigimal system. Quadrivigisimals, plural of quadrivigisimal. Quadruple, a voice in a musical composition usually for male voices above the treble, descant. Quadrupled, simple past and past participle of quadruple. Quadrubles, plural of quadruple. Quadrupling, present participle and gerund of quadruple. Quadractomies, plural of quadractomy. Quadractomy, alternative form of quadrantectomy. Quadrifoil, alternative spelling of quatrefoil. Quadrifoils, plural of quadrifoil, alternative spelling of quatrefoils. Quadrille, a square brick or tile, a coral. Quadrella, a bet where the bettor must pick the winners of 4 nominated races at the same track. Quadrellas, plural of quadrella. Quadrilles, plural of quadrille. Quadrime, a galley with 4 banks of oars, one above the other. Quadrimes, plural of quadrime. Quadrennia, plural of quadrennium. Quadrennial, happening every 4 years. Quadrennially, every 4 years. Quadrennials, plural of quadrennial. Quadrennium, a period of 4 years, particularly historical, the sets of 4 years in the ancient Egyptian and Greek calendars. Quadrenniums, plural of quadrennium. Quadri, a surname from Italian. Quadri, 4. Quadriacceleration, synonym of 4 acceleration. Quadriaccelerations, plural of quadriacceleration. Quadrate, a grouping of 4 things. Quadratus, plural of quadriad. Quadralate, having 4 wing-like extensions or parts. Quadriannulate, having 4 rings. Quadriarticulate, having 4 joints. Quadriarticulated, alternative form of quadriarticulate. Quadaxial, having or relating to 4 axes. Quadriband, supporting 4 frequency bands. Quadribasic, tetrabasic. Quadruple, alternative form of quadruple. Quadric, a surface or curve whose shape is defined in terms of a quadratic equation. Quadricapsular, having 4 capsules. Quadricarinate, having 4 carinae. Quadricellular, having 4 cells. Quadricentenarian, one who or that which is between 400 and 499 years old. Quadricentenarians, plural of quadricentenarian. Quadricentennial, relating to a 400th anniversary. Quadricentennials, plural of quadricentennial. Quadricentesimal, based upon the number 400. Quadricep, quadriceps, quadri. Asphalus, having 4 heads. Quadriceps, a muscle having 4 heads, especially the large extensor at the front of the thigh. Quadriceps femoris, plural of quadriceps femoris. Quadriceps femoris, a group of 4 thigh muscles including the rectus femoris, vastus lateralis, vastus intermedius, and vastus medialis muscles. Quadriceps tendon, in human anatomy, a tendon that connects the quadriceps femoris muscles to the superior aspects of the patella on the anterior of the thigh. Quadriceps tendons, plural of quadriceps tendon. Quadricepses, plural of quadriceps. Quadriceps splistes, plural of quadriceps splisti. Quadriceps splasti, corrective surgery to the quadriceps muscle. Quadricord, tetracord. Quadricords, plural of quadricord. Quadrichotomize, to divide into 4 sections. Quadrichotomized, simple past and past participle of quadrichotomize. Quadricillate, having 4 cilia. Quadriciliate, alternative form of quadriciliate. Quadricinia, plural of quadricinium. Quadricinium, a 4-part composition. Quadricipital, of or pertaining to the quadriceps. Quadricolor, having 4 colors. Quadricolored, having 4 colors. Quadricolor, alternative spelling of quadricolor. Quadricolored, alternative spelling of quadricolor. Quadricone, a quadric cone. Quadricones, plural of quadricone. Quadriconsonantal, which consist of 4 consonants. Quadriconsonantals, plural of quadriconsonantal. Quadricorn, any quadricornous 4-horned animal. Quadricornus, having 4 horns. Quadricorns, plural of quadricorn. Quadricostate, having 4 ribs. Quadricovariant, a covariant of degree 4. Quadricovariants, plural of quadricovariant. Quadricrescentoid, having 4 crescentic folds. Quadricriticoid, a quadratic criticoid. Quadricriticoids, plural of quadricriticoid. Quadrix, plural of quadric. Quadriculated, covered with a checkerboard pattern. Quadricuspid, having 4 cusps. Quadricuspidate, having 4 cusps. Quadricyclane, a highly toxic norbornadiene isomer with potential applications in the storage of solar energy. Quadricyclines, plural of quadricyclane. Quadricycle, a 4-wheeled pedal cycle. Quadricycles, plural of quadricycle. Quadricyclist, one who rides a quadricycle. Quadricyclists, plural of quadricyclists. Quadridapi, a mineral found in volcanic ash. Quadridentate, having 4 teeth. Quadridentative, alternative form of quadridentate. Quadridentoi, having 4 teeth. Quadridigitate, having only 4 fingers on a hand or toes on a foot. Quadridimensional, 4-dimensional. Quadridimensionality, the quality of being quadridimensional. Quadridirectional, in or relating to 4 directions. Quadrigenea, plural of quadrennium. Quadrennial, alternative form of quadrennial. Quadrennially, alternative form of quadrennially. Quadrennials, plural of quadrennial. Quadrennium, alternative form of quadrennium. Quadrenniums, plural of quadrennium. Quadrifarious, arranged in 4 rows or ranks. Quadrifariously, in a quadrifarious manner. Quadrifid, divided or deeply cleft into 4 parts. Quadrify, simple past and past participle of quadrify. Quadrifies, third person singular simple present indicative of quadrify. Quadrifilar, having 4 wires, threads, or filaments. Quadrify, of insect wings, 4-vaned. Quadriflagellate, having 4 flagella. Quadriflagellates, plural of quadriflagellate. Quadrifocal, of or pertaining to lenses that have 4 different powers per eye. Quadrifoil, alternative form of quadrifoliate. Quadrifoliate, having 4 leaves. Quadrifoliate, having 4 leaflets. Quadriforce, synonym of 4-force. Quadriforces, plural of quadriforce. Quadriform, having 4 forms, parts, or aspects. Quadrifrons, synonym of tetrapilin. Quadrifrontal, in the form of a quadrifrons. Quadrifurcate, branching 4-fold, having 4 branches. Quadrifurcata, having 4 forks or branches, quadrifurcate. Quadrifurcation, a division into 4 branches. Quadrifurcations, plural of quadrifurcation. Quadrify, to convert into 1 or more quadrilaterals. Quadrifying, present participle and gerund of quadrify. Quadriga, a Roman racing chariot drawn by 4 horses abreast. Quadrigi, plural of quadriga. Quadrigo, of or pertaining to a quadriga 4-horse team. Quadrigamist, someone who has 4 spouses at the same time. Quadrigamists, plural of quadrigamous. Quadrigamy, the state of having 4 spouses simultaneously. Quadrigas, plural of quadriga. Quadrigati, plural of quadrigata. Quadrigatas, a medium-sized silver coin minted by the Roman Republic during the 3rd century BCE. Quadrigeminal, having 4 parts or 2 pairs. Quadrigeminate, synonym of quadrigeminal. Quadrigeminous, archaic form of quadrigeminal. Quadrigeminum, one of the corpora quadrigemina. Quadrigemini, a form of cardiac arrhythmia in which 4 beats are followed by a pause. Quadrigenarius, having or consisting of 400. Quadrigeneric, of or relating to 4 genera. Quadrigenic, produced by the interaction of 4 genes. Quadriglandular, having or relating to 4 glands. Quadrigrade, belonging to a certain conjugation class of verbs in Old Japanese. Quadrigram, 4-gram. Quadrigrams, plural of quadrigram. Quadrihybrid, a hybrid whose parents differ by 4 pairs of contrasting Mendelian characters. Quadrihybrids. Plural of quadrihybrid. Quadrihydrate. Tetrahydrate. Quadrihydrates. Plural of quadrihydrate. Quadrijugal, especially of a chariot pulled by 4 horses. Quadrijudate, pinnate with 4 pairs of leaflets. Quadrijugus, quadrijugate. Quadrilateral, articulated with 2 pairs of lips, i.e. involving mouth-to-mouth contact between 2 people. Quadrilaminar, having 4 layers. Quadrilaminate, having 4 layers. Quadrilater, quadrilateral. Quadrilateral. A polygon with 4 sides. Quadrilateral space syndrome. A rotator cuff denervation syndrome in which the axillary nerve is compressed at the quadrilateral space of the rotator cuff. Quadrilaterality. The quality of being quadrilateral. Quadrilateralization. Alternative form of quadrangulation. Quadrilateralizations. Plural of quadrilateralization. Quadrilateralize. To quadrangulate. Quadrilaterally. In a quadrilateral fashion. Quadrilateralness. The quality of being quadrilateral. Quadrilaterals. Plural of quadrilateral. Quadrilateration. The determination of the location of a point based on its distance from 4 other points. Quadrilaters. Plural of quadrilater. Quadrileaflet. Having 4 leaflets. Quadrialma. A circumstance in which a choice must be made between 4 undesirable options. Quadrialmas. Plural of quadrialma. Quadrilinear. Having or bounded by 4 lines. Quadrilinearities. Plural of quadrilinearity. Quadrilinearity. The condition of being quadrilinear. Quadrilineally. In a quadrilinear manner. Quadrilingual. Involving 4 languages. Quadrilingualism. The condition of being quadrilingual. The ability to speak 4 languages. Quadrilingually. In 4 languages. Quadrilinguals. Plural of quadrilingual. Quadriliteral. Used to describe word roots in Afroasiatic languages which consist of 4 letters. Quadriliteralism. The quality of being quadriliteral. Quadriliterals. Plural of quadriliteral. Quadrillage. The use of a grid of squares superimposed on a document such as a map. Quadrille. A dance originating in the mid-1700s with 4 couples forming a square, rather much like the modern square dance. Quadrille paper. Paper marked out with squares. Quadrille papers. Plural of quadrille paper. Quadrilled. Simple past and past participle of quadrille. Quadular. One who dances the quadrille. Quadulars. Plural of quadrilla. Quadrilles. Plural of quadrille. Quadrillare. 1,000 million 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 million. 1 followed by 27 zeros. 10 2. Quadrillaires. Plural of quadrillare. Quadrilling. Present participle and gerund of quadrille. Quadrillion. 1,000 trillion logic. 1,000 times 1,000. 1 followed by 15 zeros. 10. Quadrillionaire. Somebody whose wealth is at least 1 quadrillion 10 currency units. Quadrillionaires, plural of quadrillionaire. Quadrillionfold, by a multiple of 1 quadrillion, by a quadrillion times as much or as many. Quadrillions, plural of quadrillion. Quadrillion, the ordinal form of the number 1 quadrillion. Quadrillions, plural of quadrillion. Quadrilobate, having 4 lobes. Quadrilobe, synonym of quatrefoil. Quadrilobe, having 4 lobes. Quadrilobes, plural of quadrilo. Quadrilobular, having 4 lobules. Quadrilocular, having 4 cells or compartments. Quadriloculate, having 4 loculi. Quadriloculin, quadrilocular. Quadrilogies, plural of quadrilogy. Quadrilogue, alternative spelling of quadrilogue. Quadrilogues, plural of quadrilogue. Quadrilogy, a tetralogy. Quadrimalleola, involving the lateral malleolus, the medial malleolus, the distal posterior tibial tubular aspect of the tibia. Quadrimanus, alternative form of quadrimanus. Quadrimbral, having or consisting of 4 members. Quadrimer, tetramer. Quadrimers, plural of quadrimer. Quadrimster, a period of 4 months or about 4 months. Quadrimsters, plural of quadrimster. Quadrientalic, containing atoms of 4 metals in each molecule. Quadrimillennial, occurring every 4,000 years. Quadrimodal, having or employing 4 modes. Quadrimetality, the condition of being quadrimodal. Quadrimodular, having 4 modes of operation. Quadrimolecular, involving 4 molecules. Quadrimonthly, occurring every 4 months. Quadrimoraic, having 4 mori. Quadrimoracity, the property of having 4 mori. Quadran, an old copper coin of small value. Quadranate, having 4 divisions or leaflets. Quadranational, of or pertaining to 4 nations. Quadrine, alternative form of quatrain. Quadrines, plural of quadrine. Quadring, a village and civil parish in South Holland District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 2233. Quadrangenaries, plural of quadrangenary. Quadrangenary, a quadricentenary. Quadrangentenaries, plural of quadrangentenary. Quadrangentenary, of or relating to a 400th anniversary. Quadringentennial, of or pertaining to a quadrangenary. Quadrinities, plural of quadrinity. Quadrinity, alternative form of quadrinity. Quadrinatal, having 4 nodes. Quadrinomial, consisting of 4 names or parts or terms. Quadrinomials, plural of quadrinomial. Quadrinominal, alternative form of quadrinomial. Quadrans, plural of quadran. Quadrinuclear, having 4 nuclei. Quadrinucleate, having 4 nuclei. Quadrinucleated, alternative form of quadrinucleate. Quadrinucleates, plural of quadrinuclease. Quadrinvariant, an invariant of degree 4. Quadrinvariants, plural of quadrinvariant. Quadripara, a female who has born 4 offspring. Quadriparas, plural of quadripara. Quadriparental, involving 4 parents. Quadriparses, plural of quadriparses. Quadriparsia, alternative form of quadriparses. Quadriparses is weakness or paralysis in all 4 limbs. Quadriparetic, of relating to or affected by quadriparses, having profound weakness in all 4 extremities. Quadriparous, having given birth to 4 offspring. Quadripartite, divided into 4 parts. Quadripartitely, in a quadripartite fashion, into 4 parts. Quadripartites, plural of quadripartite. Quadripartition, a division into 4 parts. Quadripartition, simple past and past participle of quadripartition. Quadripartitioning, present participle and gerund of quadripartition. Quadripartitions, plural of quadripartition. Quadripartitism, a quadripartite approach or policy. Quadripaschal, including 4 Passovers. Quadripedal, 4-footed. Quadripennate, having 4 wings. Quadripedal, having 4 petals. Quadriphase, a phase modulation technique that uses 4 different phase angles. Quadriphasic, having 4 phases. Quadraphonic, alternative form of quadraphonic. Quadraphonics, alternative form of quadraphonics. Quadriphony, alternative form of quadraphony. Quadriphosphate, any salt or ester containing 4 phosphate groups. Quadriphosphates, plural of quadriphosphate. Quadriphilous, having 4 leaves. Quadrupinnate, having 4 pinnae. Quadriplanar, composed of or relating to 4 planes. Quadriplegia, paralysis from the neck down. Quadriplegias, plural of quadriplegia. Quadriplegic, of, related to, or suffering from quadriplegia. Quadriplegics, plural of quadriplegic. Quadriplex, alternative form of quadruplex. Quadriplicate, alternative form of quadruplicate. Quadriplicated, alternative form of quadruplicated. Quadriplicates, plural of quadriplicate. Quadriplicating, present participle and gerund of quadriplicate. Quadruploid, alternative form of tetraploid. Quadruploids, plural of quadruploid. Quadrupoint, a point at which 4 borders meet. Quadrupoints, plural of quadrupoint. Quadrupolar, having 4 poles. Quadrupole, an electrical circuit that has 2 pairs of external terminals. Quadrupoles, plural of quadrupole. Quadruporate, having 4 pores. Quadruportici, plural of quadruporticus. Quadruportico, a 4-sided portico. Quadruporticos, plural of quadruportico. Quadruporticos, plural of quadruportico. Quadriporticus, a nearly square courtyard surrounded by colonnaded porticos. Quadriptych, a tetraptych. Quadriptych, plural of quadriptych. Quadrupulse, employing 4 pulses typically, 4 monophasic magnetic pulses. Quadric, a curve that is the complete intersection of 2 quadric surfaces. Quadrics, plural of quadric. Quadraracial, of or relating to 4 races. Quadradial, having 4 radiating chromatids. Quadradiales, plural of quadraradial. Quadradiate, having or consisting of 4 rays or similar radiating parts. Quadradiates, plural of quadraradiate. Quadratical, which consist of 4 consonants in its root formula. Quadraticals, plural of quadratical. Quadrium, a galley with 4 banks of oars, each rowed by 2 oarsmen. Quadriums, plural of quadrium. Quadris, plural of quadri. Quadriscent, a line that passes through 4 points of the curve. Quadriscents, plural of quadriscent. Quadrisect, to divide into 4 parts. Quadrisected, simple past and past participle of quadrisect. Quadrisecting, present participle and gerund of quadrisect. Quadrisction, the action of dividing something into 4 parts. Quadrisctions, plural of quadrisction. Quadrister, a line or curve that quadrisects something. Quadristers, plural of quadrister. Quadrisects, third person singular simple present indicative of quadrisect. Quadrisctate, having 4 septa. Quadriserial, arranged in 4 series. Quadriserially, in a quadriserial manner. Quadriseriate, in 4 rows or series. Quadriseriately, in a quadriseriate manner. Quadristos, having 4 bristles. Quadrasonic, quadraphonic. Quadraspecific, involving 4 species. Quadrispiral, quadruply spiral, involving or consisting of 4 spirals. Quadrasterat, any ester containing 4 steric groups. Quadrasterets, plural of quadrasteret. Quadrisulcate, having 4 who's. Quadrisyllabic, having 4 syllables. Quadrisyllabical, quadrisyllabic. Quadrisyllabics, plural of quadrisyllabic. Quadrisyllable, a word of 4 syllables. Quadrisyllables, plural of quadrisyllable. Quadriternate, 4 times ternate. Quadratubercular, having 4 tubercles or cusps. Quadratuberculate, synonym of quadratubercular. Quadrium, synonym of quadrivium. Quadriurate, a urate containing 4 as much of the uric acid constituent as an ordinary urate. Quadriurates, plural of quadriurate. Quadrivalence, the condition of being quadrivalent. Quadrivalency, synonym of quadrivalence. Quadrivalent, having a valence of 4. Quadrivalently, in a quadrivalent manner. Quadrivalence, plural of quadrivalent. Quadrival, a door, shutter, etc. with 4 folds. Quadrivals, plural of quadrival. Quadrivalvular, having or pertaining to 4 valves. Quadrivariate, having 4 variables. Quadrivector, synonym of 4 vector. Quadrivectors, plural of quadrivector. Quadrivelocities, plural of quadrivelocity. Quadrivelocity, synonym of 4 velocity. Quadrivia, plural of quadrivium. Quadrivio, any of the 4 liberal arts making up the quadrivium. Quadrivials, plural of quadrivial. Quadrivius, in 4 directions, 4 ways. Quadrivirus, any RNA virus of the family Quadriviridae. Quadriviruses, plural of quadrivirus. Quadrivium, the higher division of the 7 liberal arts in the Middle Ages, composed of geometry, astronomy, arithmetic, and music. Quadriviums, plural of quadrivium. Quadrivoltine, having 4 broods or litters in 1 year. Quadriwave, involving 4 waves or more often 4 wavefronts. Quadro, alternative form of quadrifor. Quadrobec, of or relating to quadrobecs. Quadrobecs, physical actions, movements, and exercises performed by an individual on all 4s to mimic those of an animal. Quadribes, an individual who performs quadrobecs. Quadribests, plural of quadribes. Quadrobulary, having 4 trifling meanings. Quadroclops, a creature with 4 eyes. Quadricopter, a quadcopter. Quadricopters, plural of quadricopter. Quadrifoil, a hydrofoil vessel that has 4 wings. Quadrifoils, plural of quadrifoil. Quadrijugal, misspelling of quadritajugul. Quadroma, a particular type of hybridoma. Quadromas, plural of quadroma. Quadrumer, alternative form of quadrumer. Quadrumers, plural of quadrumer. Quadriminium, a building divided into 4 residences as condominiums. Quadriminiums, plural of quadriminium. Quadroon, a person considered 3/4 white, having 1 non-white grandparent. Quadroons, plural of quadroon. Quadraphonic, alternative spelling of quadraphonic. Quadraphonics, alternative form of quadraphonics. Quadraphony, alternative form of quadraphony. Quadrupolar, alternative spelling of quadrupolar. Quadrupole, misspelling of quadrupole. Quadropolis, plural of quadropoly. Quadropoly, a market situation in which 4 companies exclusively provide a particular product or service. Quadricylon, an anivandagen. Quadrotor, a quadcopter. Quadrotors, plural of quadrotor. Quadroxylate, a complex of oxalate and oxalic acid. Quadroxylates, plural of quadroxylate. Quadroxide, a tetroxide. Quadroxides, plural of quadroxide. Quadru, alternative form of quadrifor. Quadrule. Alternative form of quadrule. Quadrules. Plural of quadrule. Quadrilectronic. Of or pertaining to 4 electrons. Quadruman. Alternative form of quadrumane. Quadrumanal. Quadrumane. Quadrumanals. Plural of quadrumanal. Quadrumane. An animal having 4 hands and feet with opposable digits, specifically a member of the now obsolete order of mammals, Quadrumana, comprising all non-human primates, a primate. Quadrumanes, plural of quadrumane. Quadrumanous, having 4 feet whose first digits are opposable, applies to all non-human primates. Quadrumans, plural of quadruman. Quadrumanual, quadrumane. Quadrumanuals, plural of quadrumanual. Quadrumvir, synonym of quatuorvir. Quadrumvirate, synonym of quatuorvirate. Quadrumvirates, plural of quadrumvirate. Quadrumviri, plural of quadrumvir. Quadrumvirs, plural of quadrumvir. Quadrupartite, in 4 parts. Quadruped, a 4-footed or 4-legged animal. Quadrupedal, walking on 4 feet. Quadrupedalism, the condition of being a quadruped. Quadrupedality, the condition of being quadrupedal. Quadrupedally, in the manner of an animal that walks on 4 feet or 4 legs. Quadrupedant, quadrupedal. Quadrupedantic, quadrupedal. Quadrupedantical, quadrupedal. Quadrupedans, plural of quadrupedant. Quadrupedian, quadrupedal. Quadrupedism, the condition of being a quadruped. Quadrupedus, quadrupedal. Quadrupeds, plural of quadruped. Quadrupedy, the condition of being a quadruped, quadrupedalism. Quadrupel, a kind of dark beer with 10% or more alcohol by volume. Quadrupels, plural of quadrupel. Quadriphyte, a triclinic saurosilicate mineral. Quadruplane, an airplane with 4 superposed means supporting surfaces, 4 wings one above the other. Quadruplanes, plural of quadruplane. Quadruplation, quadruplication. Quadruplations, plural of quadruplation. Quadruplator. In ancient Rome, a public informer who received a 4th part. Quadruplators, plural of quadruplator. Quadruple, being 4 times as long, as big, or as many of something. Quadruple bluff, the next bluff in sequence after a double bluff and a triple bluff. Quadruple bluff, simple past and past participle of quadruple bluff. Quadruple bluffing, present participle and gerund of quadruple bluff. Quadruple bluffs, plural of quadruple bluff. Quadruple double, the achievement of a 2-digit number of any 4 of points scored, assists, rebounds, blocks, or steals in a single game. Quadruple skull, a race in which such craft participate. Quadruple skulls, plural of quadruple skull. Quadruple star, 4 stars that appear to be one when seen with the naked eye, either because they orbit one another quadruple star system or happen to be in the same line of sight even though they are separated by a great distance. Quadruple star system. A stellar system that has 4 stars orbiting around each other. Quadruple star. Quadruple star systems. Plural of quadruple star system. Quadruple stars. Plural of quadruple star. Quadruple stop. An instance of 4 notes being played simultaneously. Quadruple stops. Plural of quadruple stop. Quadruple thread. A screw or worm gear having 4 equal threads and thus capable of being started in 4 places. Quadruple threads. Plural of quadruple thread. Quadruple time. A time signature indicating 4 beats to the bar. Quadruple whole. A musical note equal to 2 or 3 breves, i.e. 4 or 6 whole notes, a longa. Quadruple whole note. A musical note equal to 2 double whole notes. Quadruple whole notes. Plural of quadruple whole note. Quadruple whole. Plural of quadruple whole. Quadruple witching. Simultaneous expiry on U.S. markets of stock index futures, stock index options, stock options, and single stock futures, which takes place on the third Friday of March, June, September, and December. Prior to single stock futures, those days were triple witching. Quadruple click. The action of pushing the button on a mouse 4 times in quick succession. Quadruple clicked. Simple past and past participle of quadruple click. Quadruple clicking. Present participle and gerund of quadruple click. Quadruple clicks. Plural of quadruple click. Quadruple header. 4 sporting events, one after the other, at a single venue. Quadruple headers. Plural of quadruple header. Quadruple masted. Having 4 masts. Quadruple. Simple past and past participle of quadruple. Quadrupledemic. The widespread outbreak of COVID-19, flu, respiratory syncytial virus, and adenovirus at the same time. Quadrupleness. The state of being quadruple or quadrupled. Quadruples. Third person singular simple present indicative of quadruple. Quadruplet. A set of 4, particularly. Quadruplets. Plural of quadruplet. Quadruplex. Having 4 components. Quadruplex. Having a quadruplex arrangement. Quadruplexes. Plural of quadruplex. Quadruplexing. The transmission of 4 separate messages on a single cable. Quadruplicate. Having 4 parts. Quadruplicated. Simple past and past participle of quadruplicate. Quadruplicates. Plural of quadruplicate. Quadruplicating. Present participle and gerund of quadruplicate. Quadruplication. Multiplication by 4. Quadruplications. Plural of quadruplication. Quadruplicities. Plural of quadruplicity. Quadruplicity. A group of 4 things. Quadrupling. Present participle and gerund of quadruple. Quadruplings. Plural of quadrupling. Quadruply. 4 times. Quadrupolar. Of or pertaining to a quadrupole. Quadrupole. A distribution of either electric charge or magnetization equivalent to 2 dipoles that point in opposite directions. Quadrupoles. Plural of quadrupole. Quads. Plural of quad. Quads out. Third person singular simple present indicative of quad out. Quadzit. Alternative form of quadsuit. Quadsuits, plural of quadsuit. Quatone, an interval of 4 whole tones. Quatones, plural of quatone. Quadtree, a tree-like data structure each of whose nodes has up to 4 children, most often used to partition a two-dimensional space by recursively subdividing it. Quadtrees, plural of quadtree. Quadword, a numerical value of 4 times the magnitude of a word, thus 64 bits on a 16-bit architecture. Quadwords, plural of quadword. Quadzillion, synonym of zillion, an unspecified, extremely large number. Qui erat demonstranda, plural of quad erat demonstrandum. Qui pro quibus, plural of quid pro quo. Quiqui, a member of the Hottentot people. Quiquis, plural of quiqui. Where, to ask or query, used imperatively to introduce a question or signify doubt. Where, simple past and past participle of quere. Quering, present participle and gerund of quere. Quere, plural of quere. Quering, present participle and gerund of quere. Querite, to question. Queritated, simple past and past participle of queritate. Queritates, third person singular simple present, indicative of queritate. Queritating, present participle and gerund of queritate. Quicida, plural of quicida. Quicidic acid, an acid found in some lichens. Quicidum, something sought or required. Quaestor, in the Middle Ages, an officer who announced indulgences. Quaestorio, of or relating to a quaestor. Quaestorian, relating to a quaestor. Quaestors, plural of quaestor. Quaestorship, the office or status of quaestor. Quaestorships, plural of quaestorship. Quaesituary, relating to or concerned with gain, engaged in money-making. Huff, to drink or imbibe with vigor or relish, to drink copiously, to swallow in large draughts. Quaffability, the state or condition of being quaffable. Quaffable, easy to drink. Quaffably, in a quaffable manner. Quaff, simple past and past participle of quaff. Quaffer, one who quaffs. Quaffers, plural of quaffer. Quaffus, second person singular simple present indicative of quaff. Quaffsa, third person singular simple present indicative of quaff. Quaffe, present participle and gerund of quaff. Quaffing wine, a wine considered unsophisticated or simple in taste, but pleasant to quaff. Quaffing wines, plural of quaffing wine. Quaffingly, while or by quaffing. Quaffings, plural of quaffing. Quaffle, a ball used in the sports of Quidditch and Muggle Quidditch. Quaffles, plural of quaffle. Quaffs, plural of quaff. Flat. Quagmire, marsh bard. Quagga, a southern African subspecies of plains zebra, Aquas quagga quagga, which went extinct in 1883. The upper parts of the animal were reddish-brown, becoming paler behind and beneath, while the face, neck, and fore part of the body were marked by dark stripes. Quagga mussel, a mussel, Dracaena rostriformis, originally from Ukraine but present as an invasive species in the United States. Quagga mussels, plural of quagga mussel. Quaggas, plural of quagga. Quaggers, the Queen's College, Oxford. Quagga, comparative form of quaggy, more quaggy. Quaggist, superlative form of quaggy, most quaggy. Quagginess, the quality of being quaggy. Quaggy, a short river that passes through the London boroughs of Bromley, Greenwich and Lewisham. Quagga, alternative form of quagga. Quaggas, plural of quagga. Quaggai, alternative form of quahog. Quaggogs, plural of quagga. Quatwa, a surname from Italian. Quagglias, plural of quaglia. Quagga, a theorized phase of matter occurring at extremely high temperature and density, composed of free quarks. Quaggas, plural of quagma. Quagmire, a swampy, soggy area of ground. Quagmired, resembling a quagmire. Quagmires, plural of quagmire. Quagmiracle, having the characteristics of a quagmire. Quagiring, present participle and gerund of quagmire. Quagirish, resembling or characteristic of a quagmire. Quagmire, like a quagmire. Quaggas, plural of quag. A surname from Chinese. Quai, alternative form of quahog edible hard shell clam, mercenaria, used in chowders. Quahog, simple past and past participle of quahar. Quahoging, present participle and gerund of quahar. Quahongs, plural of quahar. Quahai, an edible clam with a hard shell found along the Atlantic coast of North America. From species mercenaria, formerly Venus mercenaria. Quahog, simple past and past participle of quahog. Quahogger, a person who harvests quahogs. Quahoggers, plural of quahogger. Quahogging, present participle and gerund of quahog. Quahogs, plural of quahog. Quai d'Orsay, a quay and street in Paris, France, the home of the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Quayacol, the monomethyl ether of catechol. Fouet, a traditional shallow, two-handled cup of Scottish origin symbolizing friendship, originally used to toast the arrival or departure of a visitor. Quaches, plural of quaich. Quaches, plural of quaich. Quay, a surname. Quays, plural of quay. Quay, alternative spelling of quaich. Quays, plural of quay. Quail, any of various small game birds of the genera Codornyx, Enurophoses or Perdicula in the Old World family Phasianidae or of the New World family Odontophoridae. Quail dove, alternative spelling of quail dove Geotrigon spp, Starnonas spp. Quail doves, plural of quail dove. Quail hawk, the New Zealand falcon, Falcona zealandi, formerly also Hyracidia novaholandi. Quail hawks, plural of quail hawk. Quail Hollow, a neighborhood of Charlotte, North Carolina, United States. Quail pipe, a device used to imitate the sound of quails. Quail pipes, plural of quail pipe. Quail dove, any of several species of bird in the genera Geotrigon and Sterninas of the pigeon family found in the Americas. Quail doves, plural of quail dove. Quailpire, a woman's tongue. Quail pipes, plural of quail pipe. Quail plover, any species or Tixlas mayfrenia of small ground-dwelling birds of the button quail family, found in parts of Africa. Quail plovers, plural of quail plover. Quail thrush, any bird of the genus Synclosoma of Australia and New Guinea. Quail thrushes, plural of quail thrush. Quailberry, the plant Crossoptalum illicifolium. Quail, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Quailed, simple past and past participle of quail. Quailer, one who hunts quail. Quaileries, plural of quailery. Quailers, plural of quailer. Quailery, a structure in which one houses quail that are kept as a food animal. Quailists, second person singular simple present indicative of quail. Quaila, third person singular simple present indicative of quail. Quailfinch, a bird of the species Ortogospiza atricalis, native to the grasslands of Africa. Quailfinches, plural of quailfinch. Quailbait, the 2006 controversy over the accidental shooting of Harry Whittington, a 78-year-old Texas attorney, by U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney, while participating in a quail hunt on a ranch in Riviera, Texas. Quailies, plural of quaili. Quailing, present participle and gerund of quail. Quailingly, fearfully, timidly. Quailings, plural of quailing. Quailish, similar to a quail. Quaili, resembling or characteristic of a quail the bird. Quails, plural of quail. Keely, the upland sandpiper Bartrania longicauda, a game bird. Quaint, of a person, cunning, crafty. Quaintance, a surname. Quaintances, plural of quaintance. Quainted, acquainted. Quainter, comparative form of quaint, more quaint. Quaintest, superlative form of quaint, most quaint. Quaintish, somewhat quaint. Quaintly, somewhat quaint. Quaintly, in a quaint manner, oddly, strangely. Quaintness, cunning, craftiness. Quaintnesses, plural of quaintness. Quainton, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, formerly in Aylesbury Vale District OS Grid Ref SB 7420. Quaintrelle, a woman who is focused on style and leisurely pastimes. Quaintrelles, plural of quaintrelle. Quaints, plural of quaint. Quetzal, alternative form of Queet's Native American tribe. Queject, an object-like data structure containing both data and code or pointers to code, typically used as an abstraction to manage self-modifying code. Quejects, plural of queject. Quake, a trembling or shaking. Quake grass, alternative form of quaking grass. Quake grasses, plural of quake grass. Quake in one's boots, to be very frightened, scared, or nervous. Quake in one's shoes, alternative form of quake in one's boots. Quake leg, a lake formed after the damming of a watercourse by a landslide caused by an earthquake. Quake lakes, plural of quake lake. Quake breach, alternative form of quake breach. Quake breaches, plural of quake breach. Quake bottom, alternative spelling of quake buttock. Quake buttocks, plural of quake buttock. Quake reach, a coward. Quake breaches, plural of quake breach. Quake buttock, a coward. Quake buttocks, plural of quake buttock. Quaked, simple past and past participle of quake. Quaked in one's boots, simple past and past participle of quake in one's boots. Quakenbush, a surname. Quakenbush is plural of Quakenbush. Quakeproof, capable of withstanding an earthquake. Quakeproof, simple past and past participle of quakeproof. Quakeproofing, present participle and gerund of quakeproof. Quakeproofs, third person singular simple present indicative of quakeproof. Quaker, a believer of the Quaker faith and a member of the Society of Friends, known for their pacifist views. Quaker buttons, the seeds of Nux vomica. Quaker comfrey, synonym of Russian comfrey. Quaker gun, a non-functional imitation of a gun or an artillery piece, typically made of wood and usually intended to deceive enemy forces into overestimating one's available firepower. Quaker guns, plural of Quaker gun. Quaker ladies, Houstonia caerulea, a perennial plant of North America with pale blue flowers. Quaker parrot, synonym of monk parakeet. Quaker parrots, plural of Quaker parrot. Quacker bird, the sooty albatross. Quacker birds, plural of Quacker bird. Quakerim, the world or society of Quakers. Quakeress, a female Quaker. Quakeresses, plural of Quakeress. Quakerish, suggesting or pertaining to the Quakers. Quackerishly, in a quackerish manner. Quakerishness, the quality of being quackerish. Quakerism, the belief system of the members of the Religious Society of Friends, an ostensibly Christian religious denomination that began in England in the 17th century. Quakerisms, plural of Quakerism. Quakerous, Quaker or Quaker-like. Quakeristic, of or relating to Quakerism. Quakerization, conversion to the Quaker religion. Quakerize, to convert or adapt to the Quaker religion. Quackerize, simple past and past participle of quackerize. Quackerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of quackerize. Quackerizing, present participle and gerund of quackerize. Quaker-like, resembling or characteristic of a Quaker. Quakerly, pertaining to Quaker. Quakers, plural of Quaker. Quakers Yard, a village in Traerys Community, Merthyr Tydfil Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SD0996. Quakership, the property of being a Quaker. Quakery, Quakerism. Quakes, plural of quake. Quakes in one's boots. Third person singular simple present indicative of quake in one's boots. Quakesome, characterized or marked by quaking. Quagus, Second person singular simple present indicative of quake. Quackatail, a bird, the wagtail. Quackatails, plural of quackatail. Quaka. Third person singular simple present indicative of quake. Quakey, alternative spelling of quacky. Quatte, comparative form of quacky, more quacky. Quackiest, superlative form of quacky, most quacky. Quackue, in a quacky manner. Quackiness, the property of being quacky. Quaking, the action of the verb quake. Quaking asp, the quaking aspen. Quaking aspen, an American aspen Populus tremuloides, the leaves of which have flattened petioles that cause them to tremble in the breeze. Quaking aspens, plural of quaking aspen. Quaking asps, plural of quaking asp. Quaking bog, a type of floating bog in which vegetation forms a floating mat on the surface of water or above very wet peat, which moves or quakes when walked upon. Quaking bogs, plural of quaking bog. Quaking grass, any of the genus breeze of annual and perennial grasses whose flowers and seedheads shake on their stalks in the slightest breeze. Quaking grasses, plural of quaking grass. Quaking in one's boots, present participle and gerund of quake in one's boots. Quaking pudding, a medieval pudding made with cream, eggs, and spices. Quaking puddings, plural of quaking pudding. Quakingly, in a quaking fashion, especially with fear. Quakings, plural of quaking. Quata, obsolete form of quagga, aquas quagga. Quaggas, plural of quacka. Quati, inclined to quake, tremulous. Qua, qualification exam for artificial intelligence. Qua, alternative letter case form of qual. Qua, a surname. Quos, plural of qual. Quali, a surname. Qualis, plural of quali. Qualdo, a quango associated with local government rather than national government. Qualdos, plural of quago. Quali, clipping of qualifying. Quawe, plural of qual. Qualicum, a river on the east coast of Vancouver Island, British Columbia, Canada. Quali, a cauldron. Qualis, plural of quali. Qualifiability, the condition of being qualifiable. Qualifiable, able to become qualified for something. Qualifiably, in a qualifiable manner. Qualification, the act or process of qualifying for a position, achievement, etc. Qualifications, plural of qualification. Qualificative, that which qualifies, modifies, or restricts a qualifying term or statement. Qualificatives, plural of qualificative. Qualificator, an officer who examines and prepares causes for trial in the ecclesiastical courts. Qualificators, plural of qualificator. Qualificatory, that serves as qualification. Qualify, meeting the standards, requirements, and training for a position. Qualified fee, an estate which has an annex qualification, a base fee. Qualified fees, plural of qualified fee. Qualified immunity, a doctrine protecting some government officials from suit if no prior court decision had declared similar conduct to be actionable, or if they acted in good faith. Qualified majorities. Plural of qualified majority. Qualified majority. A majority in a vote that reaches a preset threshold value significantly larger than 50%, such as 2, often required instead of a simple majority for reaching a decision, particularly on important matters, such as modifying the bylaws of an association. Qualified out. Simple past and past participle of qualify out. Qualified property. Ownership that is not absolute and complete. Qualified teacher status. A teaching qualification required in some schools in England and Wales. Qualifiedly. With qualification, conditionally. Qualifiedness. The property of being qualified, restricted, or limited by conditions. Qualifier. One who qualifies for something, especially a contestant who qualifies for a stage in a competition. Qualifiers. Plural of qualifier. Qualifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of qualify. Qualifies out. Third person singular simple present indicative of qualify out. Qualifius. Second person singular simple present indicative of qualify. Qualifia. Third person singular simple present indicative of qualify. Qualify. To describe or characterize something by listing its qualities. Qualify out. To be removed from a competition by not qualifying. Qualifying. Present participle and gerund of qualify. Qualifying out. Present participle and gerund of qualify out. Qualifying position. The position given at the start of a race, ranked from most favorable to least favorable, awarded according to the times achieved during qualification. Qualifying positions. Plural of qualifying position. Qualifying round. A preliminary game in a cup competition after which the winner progresses to the championship competition. Qualifying rounds. Plural of qualifying round. Qualifyingly. So as to qualify or modify the meaning of something. Qualifyings. Plural of qualifying. Qualifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of qualify. Qualimeter. A device once used to estimate the hardness of X-rays. Qualimeters. Plural of qualimeter. Qualis. Plural of quali. Qualisign. A sign that consists in a quality of feeling or a possibility. Qualisigns. Plural of qualisign. Qualitate. To measure in qualitative terms. Qualitative. Simple past and past participle of qualitate. Qualitates. Third person singular simple present indicative of qualitate. Qualitating. Present participle and gerund of qualitate. Qualitative. Of descriptions or distinctions based on some quality rather than on some quantity. Qualitative analyzes. Plural of qualitative analysis. Qualitative analysis. The determination of the elements, functional groups, or compounds present in a sample. Qualitative leap. A qualitative, non-gradual change resulting from a quantitatively minor change. Qualitative leaps. Plural of qualitative leap. Qualitative research. A set of research techniques in which data is obtained from a relatively small group of respondents and not analyzed with statistical techniques. Qualitatively. In a qualitative manner. Qualitativeness. The state or quality of being qualitative. Qualitatives. Plural of qualitative. Qualitativists. One who favors a qualitative approach. Qualitativists. Plural of qualitativists. Qualitätswein. An official category of German and Austrian wines above Tafelwein and below Landwein. Qualitätsweins. Plural of Qualitätswein. Quality. Endowed with usually specified qualities, especially having good qualities. Qualities. Plural of quality. Qualities of life. Plural of quality of life. Qualitiless. Lacking qualities. Qualitiness. Alternative form of qualitiness. Qualitative. Qualitative. Quality. Level of excellence. Quality assurance. A system in which the delivery of a service or the quality of a product is assessed and compared with that required. Quality binding. A kind of worsted tape used in Scotland for binding carpets, etc. Quality bindings. Plural of quality binding. Quality circle. A group of employees which meets regularly to resolve problems and improve working methods, part of the Kaizen system. Quality circles. Plural of quality circle. Quality control. A control, such as inspection or testing, introduced into an industrial or business process to ensure quality. Quality controls. Plural of quality control. Quality fee. A gradual, deliberate reduction in the quality of manufactured goods in order to increase profit margins. Quality magazine. A magazine designed to appeal to readers of superior education or culture. Quality magazines. Plural of quality magazine. Quality newspaper. A newspaper designed to appeal to readers of superior education or culture. Quality newspapers. Plural of quality newspaper. Quality of life. The general well-being of something or someone. Quality of service. The overall performance of a telephony or computer network, based on error rates, throughput, transmission delay, etc. Quality requirement. A description of the requested quality of a product. Quality requirements. Plural of quality requirement. Quality start. A start in which a pitcher pitches for at least 6 full innings and allows 3 or fewer earned runs. Quality starts. Plural of quality start. Quality time. Time spent enjoyably with family, friends, or one's partner. Quality adjusted. Adjusted to take into account differences in quality. Quality adjusted life year. A unit of measurement, equivalent to 1 year of life in perfect health, that can be used to decide whether a medical procedure is worthwhile for an individual. Quality adjusted life years. Plural of quality adjusted life year. Qualityless. Lacking quality or qualities. Qualitylessness. Absence of qualities. Qualitiness. The state or quality of being or having quality. Quality-wise. In terms of quality. Quala. Territory held as a land trust by the United States government for the federally recognized Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians who reside in western North Carolina. Quali. A surname. Qualis. Plural of quali. Quals. A surname. Quauses. Plural of quals. Qualm. A feeling of apprehension, doubt, fear, etc. Qualmed. Simple past and past participle of qualm. Quater. Comparative form of qualmy, more qualmy. Kwamiest, superlative form of kwami, most kwami. Kwaminess, quality of being kwami. Kwaming, present participle and gerund of kwam. Kwamings, plural of kwaming. Kwamish, affected with qualms, queasy, nauseous. Quamishly, in a quamish manner. Quamishness, the quality of being quamish. Qualmless, without qualms. Qualmlessly, in a qualmless way, without qualms. Qualmlessness, the quality of being qualmless. Qualms, plural of qualm. Why? Queasy, nauseous. Qualifier, a cognitive scientist who endorses qualia as being unmeasurable by heterophenomenology. Qualifiers, plural of qualifier. Qualipho, one who rejects qualia. Qualiphobes, plural of qualipho. Qua, plural of qual. Quals, plural of qual. Qualtar, the first person one encounters, either after leaving one's home or sometimes outside one's home, especially on New Year's Day, a first foot. Qualtans, plural of qualtar. Qualteri, a surname from Italian. Quali, acronym of Quality Adjusted Life Year. Quali, alternative form of quali. Quali, plural of quali. Qua, a surname. Quamash, dated form of commas. Quamashers, plural of quimash. Quenish, sick to the stomach. Quaman, a surname. Quameclet, any plant of the former genus Quameclet. Quameclets, plural of quameclet. Quams, plural of quam. Quamwood, synonym of Brazilian fire tree. Quamwoods, plural of quamwood. Quai, a surname. Quai, a city, the county seat of Hardeman County, Texas, United States. Quines, a surname. Quandamucka, an Aboriginal Australian group living around Moreton Bay in southeastern Queensland and composed of 3 distinct tribes. Quandang, alternative form of Kwandong. Quandangs, plural of Quandang. Quandaries, plural of quandary. Quandary, a state of not knowing what to decide, a state of difficulty or perplexity, a state of uncertainty, hesitation, or puzzlement. Quander, to ponder or wonder about. Quandered, simple past and past participle of quander. Quandering, present participle and gerund of quander. Quanders, third person singular simple present indicative of quander. Quandies, plural of quandi. Quandle, a rack, script style cue, such that script style a cue a triangle ida equals a, or equivalently a triangle left a equals a. Quandles, plural of quandle. Quantong, any of several species of santalum. Quantong nut, the edible seed of the quantan. Quandong nuts, plural of quandong nut. Quandong stone, a traditional implement for cracking quandong nuts. Quandong stones, plural of quandong stone. Quandongs, plural of quandong. Quandraries, plural of quandrary. Quandrary, misspelling of quandary. Quandary, misspelling of quandary. Quat, a surname. Quants. Plural of quant. Quanti, the long-tailed duck. Quanta, a Chinese martial art. QU letter 1EA3N G Bin, a province of Vietnam. QU letter 1EA3N G Nam, a province of Vietnam. QU letter 1EA3N G Ngai, a province of Vietnam. QU letter 1EA3N G Ninh, a province of Vietnam. QU letter 1EA3N GTR letter 1ECB, a province of Vietnam. Guangxi, alternative form of Guangxi. Guangdong, alternative form of Guangdong. Huangne, a district of Quanzhou, Fujian Province, China. Huanglican, a person who holds to both Quaker and Anglican traditions. Huanglicans. Plural of Huanglican. Huangdo, an organization that, although financed by a government, acts independently of it. Huangocracies. Plural of Huangocracy. Huangocracy. Ruled by Quangos or similar unelected bodies. Huangocrat. A powerful high-ranking official in a Quango, a proponent of Quangocracy. Quangocrats. Plural of Quangocrats. Quangoism. The beliefs or attitudes of Quangos. Quangoization. The process of introducing Quangos. Quangoland. The world of Quangos quasi-autonomous non-governmental organizations. Quangos generally. Quangdos. Plural of Quango. Guangxi. Alternative form of Guangxi. Guangtheng. Alternative form of Guangdong. What? Overpowered by fatigue. What? A flat file having the handle at one side, so as to be used like a plane. What? Overpowered by fatigue. What? A flat file having the handle at one side, so as to be used like a plane. Quants. Plural of quanet. Quans. Plural of quan. What? A surname from Middle English. Quant fund. An investment fund that makes investment decisions by sophisticated quantitative analysis. Quant funds. Plural of quant fund. Quant pole. A long pole for propelling a punt or barge. Quant poles. Plural of quant pole. Quant suf. The amount of the last ingredient in a recipe or prescription required to make it up to the required quantity of a mixture. Quat. Abbreviation of quantity. Quant suf. Abbreviation of quantum sufficit. Quanta. Plural of quantum. Quanta of Indian blood. Plural of quantum of Indian blood. Quantal. Of or pertaining to a quantum. Quantile. A kind of partially ordered algebraic structure that generalizes locales point-free topologies as well as various multiplicative lattices of ideals from ring theory and functional analysis. Quantales. Plural of quantale. Quantality. The quality of being quantal. Quantalloy. A category enriched over the category sup of suppletices. Quantalloids. Plural of quantalloy. Quantas. Misspelling of quantas. Quantasum. Any of an array of particles on the inner surface of a chloroplast in which photosynthesis takes place. Quantasums. Plural of quantasum. Quantitative. Quantitative. Quantum. The domain of quantitative analysts and their work. Quantit. simple past and past participle of quant. Quasser, one who propels a vessel with a quant pole. Quanters, plural of quanter. Quante, a homogeneous polynomial in two or more variables. Quantico, relating to quantics. Quantically, by means of quantics. Quanticity, the condition of being quantic. Quantico, a census-designated place in Maryland. Quantics, plural of quantic. Quantifiabilities, plural of quantifiability. Quantifiability, the condition of being quantifiable. Quantifiable, capable of being quantified. Quantifiableness, quantifiability. Quantifiables, plural of quantifiable. Quantifiably, in a quantifiable manner. Quantificate, to quantify. Quantification, the act of quantifying. Quantificational, of, pertaining to or involving quantification or the use of a quantifier. Quantificationally, by means of quantification. Quantifications, plural of quantification. Quantificative. Relating to quantification. Quantify, measure. Quantified self, a movement to promote the constant tracking of one's physical activity, diet, and other personal metrics in order to gain insights for self-improvement, the practice itself. Quantifier, a word such as all or many that expresses the quantity of a related noun. Quantifiers, plural of quantifier. Quantifies, third person singular simple present indicative of quantify. Quantify, to assign a quantity to. Quantifying, present participle and gerund of quantify. Quantile, one of the class of values of a variate which divides the members of a batch or sample into equal-sized subgroups of adjacent values or a probability distribution into distributions of equal probability. Quantiled, divided into quantiles. Quantiles, plural of quantile. Quantimeter, a device for determining the quantity of X-rays generated by a Crookes tube or Coolidge tube. Quantimeters, plural of quantimeter. Quanting, present participle and gerund of quant. Quotient, a form of quaternion used to explain the electroweak theory on curved spacetime. Quotient, of or pertaining to quantions. Quantions, plural of quantion. Quantizable, alternative spelling of quantizable. Quantization, alternative spelling of quantization. Quantizations, plural of quantization. Quantize, alternative spelling of quantize. Quantized, simple past and past participle of quantize. Quantizer, alternative form of quantizer. Quantizers, plural of quantizer. Quantizes, third person singular simple present indicative of quantize. Quantizing, present participle and gerund of quantize. Quantistic, synonym of quantum. Quantitate, to measure the quantity of especially with high accuracy and taking uncertainty into account as in quantitative analysis. Quantitative, simple past and past participle of quantitate. Quantitates, third person singular simple present indicative of quantitate. Quantitating, present participle and gerund quantitate. Quantitation, the process of quantitating. Quantitations, plural of quantitation. Quantitative, of a measurement and data types based on some quantity or number rather than on some quality. Quantitative analyses, plural of quantitative analysis. Quantitative analysis, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see quantitative analysis. Quantitative analyst, a person who designs and implements mathematical models for the pricing of financial derivatives. Quantitative analysts, plural of quantitative analysts. Quantitative easing, a monetary policy in which the central bank increases the money supply in the banking system, as by purchasing bonds from banks. Quantitative easings, plural of quantitative easing. Quantitative genetics, the study of the genetic basis of continuously varying phenotypic traits in a population. Quantitative linguistics, a branch of general linguistics that employs statistical methods to explore language learning, change, and structure. Quantitative metatheses, plural of quantitative metathesis. Quantitative metathesis, a form of metathesis or transposition involving quantity or vowel length by which two neighboring vowels, one long, one short, switch their lengths so that the long one becomes short and the short one becomes long. Quantitative research, the systematic scientific investigation of quantitative properties and phenomena and their relationships using statistical methods. Quantitative researches, plural of quantitative research. Quantitatively, in a quantitative manner. Quantitativeness, the state or quality of being quantitative. Quantitativist, one who favors a quantitative approach. Quantitativists, plural of quantitativists. Quantitativity, the condition of being quantitative. Quantity, obsolete spelling of quantity. Quantities, plural of quantity. Quantities of motion, plural of quantity of motion. Quantitative, alternative form of quantitative. Quantitatively, quantitatively. Quantity, a fundamental, generic term used when referring to the measurement, count, amount of a scalar, vector, number of items, or to some other way of denominating the value of a collection or group of items. Quantity discount, a type of incentive offered to a purchaser which results in a decreased cost of goods or materials per unit when purchased in greater numbers. Quantity discount, plural of quantity discount. Quantity of motion, momentum. Quantity surveyor, a person who calculates the cost of materials and labor on a construction project based on an architect's plans. Quantity surveyors, plural of quantity surveyor. Quantity, theory of money, the theory that changes in prices and the value of money vary with changes in the amount of money in circulation. Quantity-wise, in terms of quantity. Quantivalence, synonym of valence, the combining capacity of an atom, functional group, or radical determined by the number of atoms of hydrogen with which it will unite, or the number of electrons that it will gain, lose, or share when it combines with other atoms, etc. Quantivalences, plural of quantivalence. Quantivalencies, plural of quantivalency. Quantivalency, alternative form of quantivalence. Quantivalent, of or pertaining to quantivalence or valence. Quantizability, the property of being quantizable. Quantizable, that can be quantized. Quantization, the process of approximating a continuous signal by a set of discrete symbols or integer values. Quantizations, plural of quantization. Quantize, to limit the number of possible values of a quantity or state of a system by applying the rules of quantum mechanics. Quantized, simple past and past participle of quantize. Quantized electronic structure, any material that confines electrons in such a small space that their wave-like behavior becomes important and their properties are strongly modified by quantum mechanical effects. Examples include atoms and layered semiconductor devices. Quantized electronic structures, plural of quantized electronic structure. Quantized vortex, a flow pattern exhibited by superfluids, such as 4 He below 2.17 K, in which the circulation rate is restricted to a quantized multiple of Planck's constant divided by the mass of the He atom. Quantized vortexes, plural of quantized vortex. Quantized vortices, plural of quantized vortex. Quantizer, an electronic device that samples a varying quantity, for example a waveform, and generates a digital response. Quantizers, plural of quantizer. Quantizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of quantize. Quantizing, present participle and gerund of quantize. Quantland, a notional place representing the domain of Quant's quantitative analysts and their work. Quantock Hills, a range of hills in western Somerset, England. Quantocks, synonym of Quantock Hills, Somerset, England. Quantoi, an academic who relies purely on quantitative research methods. Quantoids, plural of quantoi. Quantumania, a focus on countable, measurable entities to the exclusion of other factors. Quantum mechanic, alternative form of quantum mechanical. Quantum mechanical, alternative form of quantum mechanical. Quantum mechanics, alternative form of quantum mechanics. Quantometer, a device for performing spectrographic analysis. Quantometers, plural of quantometer. Quanton, any quantum entity that shows the properties of both a particle and a wave. Quantong, alternative form of quandong. Quantongs, plural of quanton. Quantodiao, a male given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Quantons, plural of quanton. Quantophrenia, excessive reliance on or use of facts and figures that can be derived using statistical or mathematical procedures. Quantro, a surname. Quantronium, a qubit composed of a Cooper pair. Quantroniums, plural of quantronium. Quants, plural of quant. Quantulum, a very small amount. Quantum, the total amount of something, quantity. Quantum acoustics, the study of the effects of the laws of quantum mechanics on the propagation and absorption of sound. Quantum anomalies, plural of quantum anomaly. Quantum anomaly, any phenomenon that arises when a quantity that becomes zero according to classical physics acquires a finite value when quantum rules are used. Quantum biophysics, an interdisciplinary science that uses the methods of quantum physics and physical chemistry to study biological systems. Quantum bit, a normalized linear combination of an up state and a down state for, say, the spin of an electron. Quantum bits, plural of quantum bit. Quantum bogasort, a hypothetical sorting algorithm which generates a random permutation of its input, like in Bava sort, using a quantum source of entropy, checks if the list is sorted, and if it is not, destroys the universe. Assuming that the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics is true, this algorithm will result in at least one surviving universe where the input was successfully sorted in ON time, thus making it faster than quicksort. Quantum cascade laser. A laser that operates by analogy with an electronic waterfall, with electrons cascading down a series of small steps emitting a photon at each step. Quantum cascade lasers. Plural of quantum cascade laser. Quantum chemistry. The application of quantum mechanics to chemical problems. Quantum chromodynamics. A quantum field theory in particle physics which describes the strong interaction of quarks and gluons employing the concept of color charge. Quantum coherence. The ability of a quantum state to maintain its entanglement and superposition in the face of interactions and the effects of thermalization. Quantum coherences. Plural of quantum coherence. Quantum computer. A computer that exploits quantum mechanical phenomena to transcend classical time complexity limitations. Quantum computers. Plural of quantum computer. Quantum computing. The use of quantum mechanical phenomena to transcend classical time complexity limitations in computing. Quantum decoherence. Synonym of decoherence. Quantum decoherences. Plural of quantum decoherence. Quantum dot. A fluorescent nanoparticle of semiconducting material. Quantum dots. Plural of quantum dot. Quantum electrodynamics. The study of the interaction of electromagnetic radiation with electrically charged matter within the framework of relativity and quantum mechanics. Quantum electronics. The field concerned with the interaction of radiation and matter and on the effects of quantum mechanics on the behavior of electrons. Quantum entanglement. A quantum mechanical phenomenon in which the quantum states of two or more objects have to be described with reference to each other, even though the individual objects are spatially separated. Quantum entanglements. Plural of quantum entanglement. Quantum evolution. The theory that evolutionary rates differ from group to group and even among closely related lineages, formulated to explain the rapid emergence of higher taxonomic groups in the fossil record. Quantum ferrofluid. A superfluid quantum gas composed of polarized electric or magnetic dipoles. Quantum ferrofluids. Plural of quantum ferrofluid. Quantum field. A quantum operator valued function of any point in space. Quantum field theories. Plural of quantum field theory. Quantum field theory. A theory of quantum fields, the result of applying second quantization to classical relativistic field theory. Quantum fields. Plural of quantum field. Quantum fluctuation. A momentary fluctuation in the energy at a point in space due to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Quantum fluctuations. Plural of quantum fluctuation. Quantum foam. Spacetime viewed on a quantum level, i.e. as a foam of randomly appearing and disappearing Planck scale wormholes, black holes, and white holes. Quantum foams. Plural of quantum foam. Quantum gate. A basic quantum circuit operating on a small number of qubits. Quantum gates. Plural of quantum gate. Quantum gravity. A model of space-time where points are represented by nodes on a graph, connected by links that can be on or off, indicating whether the 2 points are directly connected as if next to each other in space-time. Quantum gravitation. The quantum theory of the gravitational field. Quantum gravity. The gravitational force modeled as a quantum field. Quantum hydrodynamics, a framework for describing the nuclear many-body problem as a relativistic system of baryons and mesons based on a local, Lorentz invariant Lagrangian density. Quantum Hall effect, an effect marked by the quantization of the Hall resistance, observed in two-dimensional electron systems subjected to low temperatures and strong magnetic field. Quantum Hall effects, plural of quantum Hall effect. Quantum immortality, the subjective experience of surviving quantum suicide as a result of the observer surviving such a deadly experiment. Quantum indeterminacies, plural of quantum indeterminacy. Quantum indeterminacy, the indeterminacy associated with being a mixed quantum state. Quantum information science, information science adapted to deal with information held in a/ or handled by quantum systems, i.e. in which information is measured in qubits instead of classical bits. Quantum information theory, information theory adapted to deal with information held and/ or handled by quantum systems, i.e. in which information is measured in qubits instead of classical bits. Quantum interference, the instance of a subatomic particle interacting with and influencing itself and other particles while in a probabilistic superposition state. Quantum interferences, plural of quantum interference. Quantum jump, synonym of quantum leap. Quantum jump, simple past and past participle of quantum jump. Quantum jumping, present participle and gerund of quantum jump. Quantum jumps, plural of quantum jump. Quantum leap, the discontinuous change of the state of an electron in an atom or molecule from one energy level to another. Quantum leaped, simple past and past participle of quantum leap. Quantum leaping, present participle and gerund of quantum leap. Quantum leaps, plural of quantum leap. Quantum limit, the limit on measurement accuracy at quantum scales due to back-action effects. Quantum limits, plural of quantum limit. Quantum logic, a form of non-classical logic which has been abstracted out of quantum mechanics. Quantum logic gate, synonym of quantum gate. Quantum logic gates, plural of quantum logic gate. Quantum logics, plural of quantum logic. Quantum measurement problem, alternative form of measurement problem. Quantum mechanical, of or pertaining to quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics, the branch of physics which studies matter and energy at the level of atoms and other elementary particles and substitutes probabilistic mechanisms in place of classical Newtonian ones. Quantum merit, an inference that the defendant has promised to pay the plaintiff for the plaintiff's work or labor as much as he should deserve. Quantum multiverse, a theory suggesting that every time a quantum event occurs, a new universe is created, thus splitting the wave function into multiple possibilities. Quantum multiverses, plural of quantum multiverse. Quantum mysticism, a set of metaphysical beliefs and practices that seek to relate consciousness, intelligence, or mystical worldviews to the ideas of quantum mechanics and its interpretations. Quantum number, one of certain integers or half-integers that specify the state of a quantum mechanical system such as an electron in an atom. Quantum numbers, plural of quantum number. Quantum of action, synonym of Planck's constant. Quantum of Indian blood, synonym of blood quantum. Quantum of Indian bloods, plural of quantum of Indian blood. Quantum onion, a quantum well incorporated in a quantum dot. Quantum onions, plural of quantum onion. Quantum physics, quantum mechanics. Quantum process tomography, a method for describing a quantum process by probing with known quantum states. Quantum processing unit, a computational unit that uses quantum computing principles to perform a task. Quantum processing units, plural of quantum processing unit. Quantum register, a collection of qubits on which quantum gates act. Quantum registers, plural of quantum register. Quantum singularities, plural of quantum singularity. Quantum singularity, a point or region in spacetime where general relativity predicts infinite density and curvature. Quantum solid, any of a class of solids such as that of helium whose atoms or molecules undergo large zero-point motion even in the quantum ground state at absolute zero. Quantum solids, plural of quantum solid. Quantum soup, the quark-gluon plasma which existed in the first millionth of a second of the universe. Quantum soups, plural of quantum soup. Quantum spin liquid, a solid in which small magnetic moments have a fluctuating random orientation, even at low temperature. Quantum spin liquids, plural of quantum spin liquid. Quantum state, any of the possible states of a quantum mechanical system. Quantum state tomography, synonym of quantum tomography. Quantum states, plural of quantum state. Quantum sufficit, a sufficient quantity. Quantum suicide, a thought experiment in which it is proposed that it is impossible to commit suicide, as at each attempt the universe will split into multiple realities, in at least one of which the person will still be alive. Quantum supremacy, the potential ability of quantum computers to solve problems that are intractable for classical computers. Quantum teleportation, the instantaneous transference of a quantum state to a distant location using quantum entanglement and the transmission of classical information. Quantum teleportations, plural of quantum teleportation. Quantum theories, plural of quantum theory. Quantum theory, a theory developed in the early 20th century according to which nuclear and radiation phenomena can be explained by assuming that energy only occurs in discrete amounts called quanta. Quantum tomographies, plural of quantum tomography. Quantum tomography, the process of reconstructing the quantum state density matrix for a source of quantum systems by measurement on the systems coming from the source. Quantum tunnel, to undergo the process of quantum tunneling. Quantum tunneled, simple past and past participle of quantum tunnel. Quantum tunneling, present participle and gerund of quantum tunnel. Quantum tunneled, simple past and past participle of quantum tunnel. Quantum tunneling, the movement or travel from one point or direction to another in a very quick, rapid, or effortless manner. Quantum tunnels, third-person singular simple present indicative of quantum tunnel. Quantum unit of spin, a constant used as a unit of measurement for particle spin equal to Planck's constant divided by 2 pi. Quantum universe, a concept describing the entire universe using the principles of quantum mechanics, which govern the behavior of particles at the subatomic level. Quantum universes, plural of quantum universe. Quantum veilband, a lawsuit to recover payment for goods that have been sold and delivered. Quantum veilback, a count in an action to recover from the defendant for goods sold as much as they were worth. Quantum weirdness, the phenomena of quantum mechanics that cannot be explained in terms of the experiences of everyday life. Quantum well, a potential well that confines particles in one dimension, forcing them to occupy a planar region. Quantum wells, plural of quantum well. Quantum Zeno effect, a feature of quantum mechanical systems allowing a particle's time evolution to be slowed down by measuring it frequently enough with respect to some chosen measurement setting. Quantum entangled, joined together by quantum entanglement. Quantum mechanical, alternative form of quantum mechanical. Quantum mechanically, in terms of or by means of quantum mechanics. Quantum proof, to make quantum resistant, unable to be easily deciphered by a quantum computer. Quantum proof, simple past and past participle of quantum proof. Quantum proving, present participle and gerund of quantum proof. Quantum proofs, third person singular simple present indicative of quantum proof. Quantum resistant, of a cryptographic algorithm, unable to be easily deciphered by a quantum computer. Quantum safe, synonym of quantum resistant, unable to be easily deciphered by a quantum computer. Quantum tunnel, alternative form of quantum tunnel. Quantum tunneled, simple past and past participle of quantum tunnel. Quantum tunneling, present participle of quantum tunnel. Quantum tunneled, simple past and past participle of quantum tunnel. Quantum tunnels, third person singular simple present indicative of quantum tunnel. Quantum like, having the characteristics of a quantum system. Quantumly, in a quantum manner, in terms of quantum theory, according to the laws of quantum mechanics. Quantum is the condition of being quantum in nature. Quantums, plural of quantum. Quantang, obsolete form of Guangdong. Quantuplicities, plural of quantuplicity. Quantuplicity, relative magnitude. Huaya, a female given name. Huazhi, a prefecture-level city in southeastern Fujian, China. Quantownese, a person from Quanzhou. Huayar, the Tenmaget of creation. Plep, obsolete form of qua. Plepa, any member of a Native American people who once lived in the Arkansas River Valley. Plepas, plural of quapa. Plet, simple past and past participle of quap. Plepping, present participle and gerund of quap. Pleps, third person singular simple present indicative of quap. Plaque, frozen meat or eggs, eaten partially thawed. Quackoversal, going off in all directions from the center. Quackoversality, quality of being quackoversal. Quackoversally, in a quackoversal way. Quar, a quarry. Quarantine, alternative form of coriander kind of red apple. Quarantines, plural of quarantine. Quaranza, a surname from Italian. Quarantine, obsolete form of quarantine widow's grace period. Quarantains, plural of quarantine. Quarantania, synonym of mount of temptation. Quarantas, plural of quaranta. Quarantine, a group of people who choose to quarantine together during a pandemic to limit exposure and maintain social interaction and support. Quarantine, simple past and past participle of quarantine. Quarantining, the act of forming a quarantine. Quarantimings, plural of quarantiming. Quaranteams, plural of quarantine. Quaranties, plural of quarantine. Quarantinable. Subject to quarantine, under quarantine. Quarantine. A period, instance, or state of isolation from the general public or from native livestock and flora enacted to prevent the spread of any contagious disease. Quarantine flag. A black and yellow flag, signal flag Lima formally hoisted by a ship to show that it has contagious or infectious disease aboard or by a ship that has been quarantined. This use was listed in Brown's 1916 Code of Signals, but this use is no longer listed in contemporary editions of the International Code of Signals. Quarantine flags. Plural of quarantine flag. Quarantined. Simple past and past participle of quarantine. Quarantini. One who is quarantined. Quarantinees. Plural of quarantini. Quarantiner. One who quarantines. Quarantiners. Plural of quarantiner. Quarantines. Plural of quarantine. Quarantini. A Martinez-style cocktail popular amongst people in COVID-19 lockdown. Quarantining. Present participle and gerund of quarantine. Quarantinings. Plural of quarantining. Quarantines. Plural of quarantini. Quarantinism. Support for quarantine as a means of preventing the spread of disease. Quarantinist. One who supports quarantine as a means of preventing the spread of disease. Quarantinists. Plural of quarantinists. Quarante. Synonym of Council of 40. Former courts with 40 members in Florence and Venice. Queer. Queer. Strange. Quer clausum fregit. A writ for land trespass. Quer impedit. A writ in English law commencing a common law action for deciding a disputed right of presentation to a benefice, a right known as an advocen. Quer impedits. Plural of quer impedit. Quer. Obsolete form of quarrel in various senses. Queros. Plural of quail. Querendon. Alternative form of quarrender type of apple. Querendons. Plural of querendon. Querender. Alternative form of quarrender type of apple. Querenders. Plural of querender. Quarantina. Synonym of Mount of Temptation. Quarantine. Obsolete form of quarantine widow's grace period. Quarantines. Plural of quarantine. Quer. Comparative form of quer, more quer. Quersimal. Wedding. Querst. Superlative form of quer, most quer. Quarflexen. An antimeoblastic drug. Quar. Alternative form of quark soft creamy cheese. Quargs. Plural of quar. Quar. In the Standard Model, one of a number of elementary subatomic particles having fractional electric charge that forms matter. They are theorized not to exist in isolation, but only in combinations in hadrons such as neutrons and protons or in quark-gluon plasmas. Quark matter. A hypothetical phase of matter made up of quarks that are so tightly packed due to high surrounding pressure that they do not chunk into baryons. Quark model. A model organizing baryons and mesons according to their composition of bound quarks and antiquarks in groups of 2 or 3, part of the Standard Model. Quark nugget. A theoretical extremely dense composite particle composed of quarks with densities greater than nuclear density. Quark star. A hypothetical exotic star composed of quark-gluon plasma. Quark stars. Plural of quark star. Quark theory. The theory that most baryons and mesons are composed of bound quarks and antiquarks. Quark-antiquark, a particle-antiparticle pair in hadrons and mesons. Quark-gluon plasma, a predicted state of matter containing deconfined quarks and gluons present in the very early universe first millionth of a second and recreated at extremely high energy densities such as those in the collision of heavy atomic nuclei as speeds very close to the speed of light. Quark-gluon plasmas, plural of quark-gluon plasma. Quarkless, without quarks. Quark-like, resembling a quark. Quarkonia, plural of quarkonium. Quarkane, of, pertaining to, or composed of quarks. Quarkonium, a flavorless meson whose constituents are a quark and its own antiquark. Quarkonium-like, resembling a quarkonium. Quarkoniums, plural of quarkonium. Quarks, plural of quark. Quark-ionic, describing elements of quantum chromodynamics that have characteristics both of quarks and of baryons. Quora, a medusa or jellyfish. Quora, obsolete form of coral in various senses. Quaros, a hamlet in Holkham Parish, North Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS grid ref TF 883,387. Quarrelices, plural of quarrels. Quarrelasian, of or relating to Francis Quarles 1592-1644, English poet. Quarros, plural of quarrel. Quarmby, a suburb of Huddersfield, West Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref SC 1116. Quarmbies, plural of Quarmby. Quarndon, a village in Amber Valley Borough, Derbyshire, England. OS grid ref SK 344410. Harpal, a durable water repellent and oil-resistant treatment for textiles. Quar, alternative form of quarry. Quard, simple past and past participle of quar. Quarrel, a dispute or heated argument, especially one that is verbal. Quarrel out, to dispute by arguing, to hash out or battle out an issue. Quarrel with, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see quarrel with, to argue with someone. Quarrel, simple past and past participle of quarrel. Quarreled out, simple past and past participle of quarrel out. Quarreled with, simple past and past participle of quarrel with. Quarreler, one who quarrels or is disposed to do so, an arguer or disputer. Quarrelers, plural of quarreler. Quarrelous, second person singular simple present indicative of quarrel. Quarreleth, third person singular simple present indicative of quarrel. Quarreling, U.S. standard spelling of quarreling. Quarreling out, present participle and gerund of quarrel out. Quarreling with, present participle and gerund of quarrel with. Quarrelings, plural of quarreling. Quarrel, obsolete spelling of quarrel. Quarrel, simple past and past participle of quarrel. Quarreled out, simple past and past participle of quarrel out. Quarreled with, simple past and past participle of quarrel with. Quarreletst, second person singular simple past indicative of quarrel. Quarreler, alternative spelling of quarreler. Quarrelers, plural of quarreler. Quarrelous, second person singular simple present indicative of quarrel. Quarreleth, Third person singular simple present indicative of quarrel. Quarreling. Present participle and gerund of quarrel. Quarreling out. Present participle and gerund of quarrel out. Quarreling with. Present participle and gerund of quarrel with. Quarrelings. Plural of quarreling. Querulous. Alternative form of querulous. Quarrels. Plural of quarrel. Querulous. Quarrelsome. Argumentative. Quarrels. Plural of quarrel. Quarrels out. Third person singular simple present indicative of quarrel out. Quarrels with. Third person singular simple present indicative of quarrel with. Quarrelsome. Argumentative, fond of or prone to quarreling. Quarrelsomely. In a quarrelsome manner. Quarrelsomeness. The quality of being quarrelsome, at argumentative nature. Quarrenden. An Old English variety of red apple. Quarrendens. Plural of quarrenden. Quarrender. A kind of red apple. Quarrenders. Plural of quarrender. Quars. Plural of quar. Foil. Capable of being quarried. Quarian. Alternative form of quarian. Quarians. Plural of quarian. Quarry. Provided with quarry or prey. Quarry. Somebody who works in a quarry. Quarriers. Plural of quarrier. Quarries. Plural of quarry. Quarring. Present participle and gerund of quar. Quarrington. A suburban village in Sleaford Parish, North Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 0544. Quarringtons. Plural of Quarrington. Quarian. A cockatiel, Nymphicus hollandicus. Quarians. Plural of quarian. Quorums. Alternative spelling of quorums. Quorumeses. Plural of quorums. Quorums. Alternative spelling of quorums. Quorumses. Plural of quorums. Quorin. Alternative spelling of quorins. Quorins. Eladi. Quorances. Plural of quorins. Quarry. A site for mining stone, limestone, or slate. Quarrybag. A suburb of Brierley Hill, Metropolitan Borough of Dudley. West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SO 9386. Quarry Bay. An area of Eastern District, Hong Kong. Quarry car. A car that operates on rails laid in a quarry, usually for carrying rock or waste. Quarry light. A diamond-shaped pane of glass designed to be set in leads. Quarry lights. Plural of quarry light. Quarry tile. A very hard ceramic tile used, for example, as flooring, usually 1/2 to 3/4 inches 13 to 19 mm in thickness. Made by the extrusion process from natural clays or shales. Quarry tiles. Plural of quarry tile. Quarry water. The moisture content of freshly quarried porous stone, the water held in the pores of stone. Quarry face. Having a face left as it comes from the quarry and not smoothed with a chisel or point. Quarriel. Alternative form of quarryable. Quarry. Present participle and gerund of quarry. Quarrious. Plural of quarrying. Quarry-like. Resembling or characteristic of a quarry. Quarryman. A man involved in quarrying, mining for stone. Quarrymaster. The person in charge of a quarry. Quarrymasters. Plural of quarrymaster. Quarryman, plural of quarryman. Quarrystone, rubble masonry. Quarries, plural of quar. Quart, a commune of the Aosta Valley Autonomous Region, Italy. Quart pot, a tin pot holding a quart of liquid used for measurement or drinking. Quart pots, plural of quart pot. Quarta, a traditional Portuguese unit of dry measure, equal to 3.24.8 L in different 19th century contexts. Quartal, of base 4, using only 4 unique digits. Quartals, plural of quartal. Quartan, a fever whose symptoms recur every 4 days. Quartana, quartan. Quartanary, relating to a quartan. Quartang, butane. Quartans, plural of quartan. Quarterera, a surname from Italian. Quarteries, plural of quartery. Quartere, plural of quartarius. Quartarius, a Roman unit of liquid measure reckoned as the volume of 5/12 Roman pound of wine and equivalent to about 0.14 L, although varying slightly over time. Quartariuses, plural of quartarius. Quartery, synonym of quartarius, quartersextarius, a Roman unit of liquid measure equivalent to about 0.14 L. Quartation, the act, process, or result in the process of parting of alloying a button of nearly pure gold with enough silver to reduce the fineness so as to allow acids to attack and remove all metals except the gold. Quartations, plural of quartation. Quart, the fourth defensive position, with the sword hand held at chest height, and the tip of the sword at neck height, the palm of the hand facing upwards. Quartet, simple past and past participle of quart. Quartier, synonym of quartermaster. Quartiers, plural of quartier. Quartalet, a liquid measure a little smaller than a quart. Quartalets, plural of quartalet. Quartine, noodling. Quartanilic, of or pertaining to quartanilic acid or its derivatives. Quartanilic acid, an acid of the acrylic acid series, metameric with crotonic acid. Quarter, a fourth part of something. Quarter Ba, a community civil parish in Carmarthenshire, Wales. Quarter Badge, an ornament on the side of a vessel near the stern. Quarter badges, plural of quarter badge. Quarter bathroom, a room with a toilet, but no shower or bathtub and typically no sink. A water closet. Quarter bathrooms, plural of quarter bathroom. Quarter belt, a belt connecting pulleys whose axles are at right angles, a quarter turn belt. Quarter belts, plural of quarter belt. Quarter bill, a list specifying the different stations to be taken by the officers and crew in time of action, and the names of the men assigned to each. Quarter bills, plural of quarter bill. Quarter blanket, a blanket used under the saddle of a horse. Quarter blankets, plural of quarter blanket. Quarter block, a block fitted under the quarters of a yard on each side of the slings, through which the clewlines and sheets are reeved. Quarter blocks, plural of quarter block. Quarter bottle, a bottle of wine containing 0.1875 liters of fluid, 1/4 of the volume of a standard bottle. Quarter bottles, plural of quarter bottle. Quarter circle, a quarter of a circle, the shape formed from an arc that is a quarter of the circumference of a circle. Quarter circles, plural of quarter circle. Quarter crack, a crack in a horse's forefoot. A sand crack. Quarter cracks, plural of quarter crack. Quarter day, each of the 4 days customarily regarded as starting a new quarter year, formally established as a time for rents and other payments to be due, tenancies to begin and end, and various meetings and assemblies to be held. Quarter days, plural of quarter day. Quarter deck, alternative spelling of quarter deck. Quarter decks, plural of quarter deck. Quarter eagle, a former gold coin of the United States, worth $2.50. Quarter eagles, plural of quarter eagle. Quarter farthing, a British coin produced for circulation in Ceylon 1839-1853, which, at a face value of £1, is the lowest denomination of coin ever minted for the United Kingdom. Quarter farthings, plural of quarter farthing. Quarter final, alternative form of quarter final. Quarter finals, plural of quarter final. Quarter glass, the small triangular-shaped side window on some vehicles, originally used as a vent. Quarter glasses, plural of quarter glass. Quarter gunner, a petty officer who assists the gunner. Quarter gunners, plural of quarter gunner. Quarter horse, an American breed of horse originally bred for short-distance racing. Quarter horses, plural of quarter horse. Quarter jack, an automaton on a clock that strikes a bell every quarter hour. Quarter jacks, plural of quarter jack. Quarter light, synonym of quarter glass. Quarter lights, plural of quarter light. Quarter moon, either of the intermediate stages between the new and full moons. Quarter moons, plural of quarter moon. Quarter nettings, hammock, nettings along a ship's quarter rails. Quarter note, a musical note 1 beat long in 4/4 time. Quarter notes, plural of quarter note. Quarter of, synonym of quarter to, 15 minutes before a certain hour. Quarter of an hour, 15 minutes. Quarter pipe, alternative form of quarter pipe. Quarter pipes, plural of quarter pipe. Quarter point, any of the 32 points of the compass achieved by bisecting the angles of the 16 half points, for example, north by east lying between north and north-northeast, or northwest by west lying between northwest and west-northwest, the compass point corresponding to a quarter wind. Quarter points, plural of quarter point. Quarter pole, a pole indicating that the finish line is 1/4 of a mile away. Quarter rest, a rest of the same duration as a quarter note. Quarter rests, plural of quarter rest. Quarter saw, alternative spelling of quarter saw. Quarter saw, simple past and past participle of quarter saw. Quarter sawing, present participle and gerund of quarter saw. Quarter saws, third person singular simple present indicative of quarter saw. Quarter seam, a small join that runs around a cricket ball at 90 degrees to the main seam and has no stitching. Quarter session, a local court traditionally held at 4 set times each year in the Kingdom of England from 1388 and later in Wales, Scotland, Ireland, and various other dominions of the British Empire. Quarter sessions, plural of quarter session. Quarter sovereign, a British gold bullion and collector's coin with a face value of 25 pence. It is issued by the Royal Mint since 2009. Quarter sovereigns, plural of quarter sovereign. Quarter time, the interval between the first and second quarters of a sports match. Quarter times, plural of quarter time. Quarter tone, the musical interval equal to 1/4 of a tone or 1/24 of an octave, half a semitone. Quarter tones, plural of quarter tone. Quarter waiter, a gentleman usher on duty in the English court for 3 months of each year. Quarter waiters, plural of quarter waiter. Quarter water, a combination of water, food coloring, and sugar sold as a drink in small plastic bottles for 25 cents. Quarter waters, plural of quarter water. Quarter window, synonym of quarter glass. Quarter windows, plural of quarter window. Quarterass, to perform a task very incompletely or carelessly, to a more extreme degree than half-assing. Quarterass, very half-assed. That is, from another figurative viewpoint, even less than half-assed. Quarterasses, third-person singular simple present indicative of quarterass. Quarterassing, present participle of quarterass. Quarterbloke, a quartermaster or quartermaster sergeant. Quarterblokes, plural of quarterbloke. Quartercasts, having one half-caste parent, especially having 3 Caucasian and 1 non-Caucasian grandparents. Quartercasts, plural of quartercasts. Quarter centuries, plural of quarter century. Quarter century, a period of 25 years. Quarter day, each of the 4 days customarily regarded as starting a new quarter year on which rents, etc. are often due. Quarter days, plural of quarter day. Quarterdeck, alternative spelling of quarterdeck. Quarterdecks, plural of quarterdeck. Quarter-eagle, alternative form of quarter-eagle. Quarter-eagles, plural of quarter-eagle. Quarter-eater, a coin-operated arcade game. Quarter-eaters, plural of quarter-eater. Quarter-evil, symptomatic anthrax, blacklay. Quarter-final, alternative form of quarter-final. Quarter-finalists, somebody or something that appears in a quarter-final of a competition. Quarter-finalists, plural of quarter-finalists. Quarter-finals, plural of quarter-final. Quarter-hour, quarter of an hour, period of time equal to 15 minutes. A quarter. Quarter-hourly, occurring every 15 minutes. Quarter-hours, plural of quarter-hour. Quarter-ill, black-leg cattle disease. Quarter-life crises, plural of quarter-life crisis. Quarter-life crisis, a situation resembling the midlife crisis but taking place earlier when roughly a quarter of one's adult life has passed, typically in one's 20s or 30s. Quartermaster, archaic form of quartermaster. Quartermasters, plural of quartermaster. Quarter-mile, a quarter of a statute mile, a measurement of 440 yards, or 1,320 feet, or 402.336 meters. Quarter-miler, an athlete who specializes in running quarter-mile races or the equivalent 400 meters. Quarter-milers, plural of quarter-miler. Quarter-muncher, synonym of quarter-sucker. Quarter-munchers, plural of quarter-muncher. Quarter-phase, differing in phase by a quarter of a cycle, 2-phase. Quarter-pipe, a structure used to perform tricks approximately half the size of a half-pipe, similar in appearance to having a quarter of a circle in cross-section, with the middle of that quarter as the bottom. Quarter pipes, plural of quarter pipe. Quarter plate, a photographic plate measuring 3¼ by 4¼ inches. Quarter plates, plural of quarter plate. Quarter point, alternative form of quarter point. Quarter points, plural of quarter point. Quarter pounder, a burger weighing approximately ¼ pound. Quarter pounders, plural of quarter pounder. Quarter round, a form of ovalo consisting of a convex molding whose cross-section is a quarter circle. Quarter round, plural of quarter round. Quarter saw, alternative spelling of quarter saw. Quarter saw, simple past and past participle of quarter saw. Quarter saws, third person singular simple present indicative of quarter saw. Quarterstaff, alternative form of quarterstaff. Quarterstaffs, plural of quarterstaff. Quarterstave, alternative form of quarterstaff. Quarterstaves, plural of quarterstaff. Quarter soccer, a coin-operated arcade game. Quarter suckers, plural of quarter soccer. Quarter time, alternative form of quarter time. Quarter tines, plural of quarter time. Quarter tone, alternative spelling of quarter tone. Quarter tones, plural of quarter tone. Quarter up price, in share valuation, the bid price plus 25% of the difference between the bid and offer prices. Quarter up prices, plural of quarter up price. Quarter wave plate, a sheet of birefringent material whose thickness is such that the light associated with the larger refractive index is retarded in phase by 90 degrees with respect to that associated with the smaller refractive index, used to convert linearly polarized light into circularly polarized light. Quarter wave plates, plural of quarter wave plate. Quarter wavelength film, synonym of lambda/4 film. Quarter wavelength films, plural of quarter wavelength film. Quarter witted, having or displaying half the mental capacity of a half-wit. Quarter yearly, synonym of quarterly every 3 months. Quarter zip, having a short zip approximately a quarter of the height of the garment descending from the collar. Quarter zips, plural of quarter zip. Quarterage, a quarterly payment or allowance, tax, pension, or wage paid or received. Quarterages, plural of quarterage. Quarterback, an offensive back whose primary job is to pass the ball in a play. Quarterback, simple past and past participle of quarterback. Quarterbacking, the act of playing as a quarterback. Quarterbacks, plural of quarterback. Quarterboy, a male figure that strikes a bell every quarter of an hour as part of the mechanism of a public clock. Quarterboys, plural of quarterboy. Quarterdeck, the aft part of the upper deck of a ship, normally reserved for officers. Quarterdecker, a ship that has a quarterdeck. An officer who serves on a quarterdeck. Quarterdeckers, plural of quarterdecker. Quarterdecks, plural of quarterdeck. Quartered, simple past and past participle of quarter. Quartering, a foraging. Quarterines, plural of quarterine. Quarterer, one of a group of agricultural workers who were entitled to keep a quarter of the harvest as payment, yielding up the rest to their lord. Quarterers, plural of quarterer. Quartera. Third person singular simple present indicative of quarter. Quarterfinal. One of the four competitions in a knockout tournament whose winners go on to play in the two semifinals. Quarterfinalists. A person or team that takes part in a quarterfinal. Quarterfinalists. Plural of quarterfinalists. Quarterfinals. Plural of quarterfinal. Quarterfoil. Archaic form of quatrefoil. Quarterfoils. Plural of quarterfoil. Quarterhorse. Alternative spelling of quarterhorse. Quarterhorses. Plural of quarterhorse. Quartering. Present participle and gerund of quarter. Quartering block. A block on which the body of a condemned criminal was quartered. Quartering blocks. Plural of quartering block. Quarterings. Plural of quartering. Quarteri. An inhabitant of a particular quarter. Quarterites. Plural of quarteri. Quarterization. Division into quarters. Quarterize. To divide into quarters. Quarterize. Simple past and past participle of quarterize. Quarterizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of quarterize. Quarterizing. Present participle and gerund of quarterize. Quarterland. An old Scots unit of measure of land. Quarterlands. Plural of quarterland. Quarterless. Without quarter, merciless. Quarterlies. Plural of quarterly. Quarterlife. Of or relating to an age between 20 and 29 years old. Quarterlifer. Evisnarian. Quarterlifers. Plural of quarterlifer. Quarterlight. Alternative spelling of quarterlight. Quarterlights. Plural of quarterlight. Quarterly. Occurring once every quarter year 3 months, taking place quarter yearly. Quarterly court. A county court held every 3 months. Quarterly courts. Plural of quarterly court. Quarterly quartered. Synonym of counter quartered. Quartermain. A surname. Quartermain. A surname, a variant of Quartermain. Quarterman. Surname. Quartermans. Plural of quartermen. Quartermaster. An officer whose duty is to provide quarters, provisions, storage, clothing, fuel, stationery, and transportation for a regiment or other body of troops and superintend the supplies. Master of quartering. Quartermaster General. The staff officer in charge of supplies for an entire army and also in charge of quartermaster units and personnel. Quartermaster Generals. Plural of Quartermaster General. Quartermaster Sergeant. A class of rank or appointment in some armed forces, especially those of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth. Quartermaster Sergeants. Plural of Quartermaster Sergeant. Quartermaster Train. The vehicles and personnel dedicated to moving supplies which are under the command of the quartermaster. Quartermaster Trains. Plural of quartermaster train. Quartermaster. Simple past and past participle of quartermaster. Quartermastering. Present participle and gerund of quartermaster. Quartermasterly. Like or suiting a quartermaster. Quartermasters. Plural of quartermaster. Quartermasters General. Plural of quartermaster general. Quartermastership. The position or employment of a quartermaster. Quartermasterships. Plural of quartermastership. Quarterman, plural of quarterman. Quarter-miler, alternative form of quarter-miler. Quarter-milers, plural of quarter-miler. Quartermistress, a female quartermaster. Quartermistresses, plural of quartermistress. Quarter, a quarter part. 1/4. Quaternary, misspelling of quaternary. Quaternary structure, misspelling of quaternary structure. Quaterns, plural of quatern. Quarteran, obsolete form of quadroon. Quarterans, plural of quarteran. Quarteroon, obsolete form of quadroon. Quarteroons, plural of quarteroon. Quarterpace, a platform of a staircase where the stair turns at a right angle only. Quarterpaces, plural of quarterpace. Quarterpennas, plural of quarterpenny. Quarterpenny, a coin worth 1/4 of a penny. Quarterpie, alternative form of quarterpipe. Quarterpipes, plural of quarterpipe. Quarter-pounder, alternative spelling of quarter-pounder. Quarter-pounders, plural of quarter-pounder. Quarters, plural of quarter. Quarters of an hour, plural of quarter of an hour. Quartersaw, cut radially toward the heart of the log at right angles to the growth rings for stability or the production of decorative patterns. Quartersaw, simple past of quartersaw. Quartersaw, present participle and gerund of quartersaw. Quartersawn, past participle of quartersaw. Quartersaws, third person singular simple present indicative of quartersaw. Quarterstaff, a wooden staff with an approximate length between 2 and 2.5 meters, sometimes tipped with iron, used as a weapon in rural England during the early modern period. Quarterstaffs, plural of quarterstaff. Quarterstaves, plural of quarterstaff. Quarter-time, alternative form of quarter-time. Quarter-times, plural of quarter-time. Quarter-tone, alternative spelling of quarter-tone. Quarter-tones, plural of quarter-tone. Quarter-wave, a quarter of a wavelength. Quartz, plural of quart. Quintessence, anything that is slightly less pure than a quintessence. Quintessences, plural of quintessence. Quartet, a group of 4 people or things, particularly. Quartetus, a person who composes or performs quartets. Quartetists, plural of quartetus. Quartets, plural of quartet. Quartet, archaic form of quartet. Quartet, alternative spelling of quartet. Quartets, plural of quartet. Quartetti, plural of quartetto. Quartetto, a quartet. Quartettos, plural of quartetto. Quartets, plural of quartet. Quarty, a surname from Gaul. Quarties, plural of quarty. Quartful, the amount that fills a quart vessel. Quartfuls, plural of quartful. Quarterbra, the 4th order brachial plate of a crinoid. Quartic, of or relating to the 4th degree. Quartic function, any function of a polynomial whose greatest exponent is 4. Quartic functions, plural of quartic function. Quartically, in a quartic manner. Quarticity, the condition of being quartic. Quarticobariant, a covariant of degree 4. Quarticovariance, plural of quarticovariant. Quartic, plural of quartic. Quartic, a quarter or district of an urban settlement in France. Quartiers, plural of quartier. Quartile, any of the 3 points that divide an order distribution into 4 parts, each containing a quarter of the population. Quartile, divided into quartiles. Quartiles. Plural of quartile. Quartelo, a traditional Portuguese unit of liquid volume, varying in size between 350 and 530 ml. Quartimax, describing an orthogonal rotation that maximizes the squared loadings for each variable rather than each factor. Quartine, a supposed fourth integument of an ovule, counting from the outside. Quartines, plural of quartine. Quarting, present participle and gerund of quart. Quartino, a carafe that can hold a quarter of a lire of wine. Quartinos, plural of quartino. Quartinvariant, alternative form of quadrinvariant. Quartinvariants, plural of quartinvariant. Quartiparous, having given birth to 4 offspring. Quartisect, alternative form of quadrisect. Quarterly, a surname. Quarto, a size of paper 7.510 x 1012.5 or 190-254 x 254-312 mm, formed by folding and cutting one of several standard sizes of paper 1520 x 2025 or 381-508 x 508-635 mm twice to form 4 leaves, 8 sides. Quartode Simon, any of a group of early Christians, especially in Asia Minor, Syria, and Jerusalem, who observed Pascha Christian Passover or Easter on Nisan 14 of the Hebrew calendar, the day Jesus was crucified according to the Gospel of John, and the day before the beginning of Jewish Passover, also called the Feast of Unleavened Bread, Hebrew Mem, Hebrew Ah, Hebrew Tzadi, Hebrew Dayesh, Hebrew Vav, Hebrew Tav Matzot, which began on Nisan 15. Quartode Simonism, the doctrines of the Quartode Simons. Quartode Simons, plural of Quartode Simon. Quarto, a quadruplet. Quartels, plural of quarto. Quartos, plural of quarto. Quarterage, obsolete form of quarterage. Quartrages, plural of quartrage. Quartz, plural of quart. Quartumvir, alternative form of quatuorvir. Quartumvirate, alternative form of quatuorvirate, ruled by 4 people. Quartumvirates, plural of quartumvirate. Quartumvirs, plural of quartumvir. Quartz, the most abundant mineral on the Earth's surface of chemical composition silicon dioxide, CO2. It occurs in a variety of forms, both crystalline and amorphous, found in every environment. Quartz arenite, a sandstone arenite that is predominantly composed of silica. Quartz aranites, plural of quartz aranite. Quartz aranitic, of or relating to quartz aranite. Quartz clock, any timepiece that makes use of the piezoelectric property of a quartz crystal. Quartz clocks, plural of quartz clock. Quartz crusher, a machine designed to crush quartz in order to extract gold. Quartz crushers, plural of quartz crusher. Quartz crystal. A small crystal of quartz accurately cut in certain directions so that it can be vibrated at a particular frequency to produce an electric signal of constant known frequency. Quartz crystals. Plural of quartz crystal. Quartz glass. Synonym of fused quartz. Quartz glasses. Plural of quartz glass. Quartz halogen lamp. An incandescent light bulb in which the envelope is made of quartz instead of glass and the filament is surrounded by an atmosphere of a halogen gas, usually iodine. Quartz halogen lamps. Plural of quartz halogen lamp. Quartz heater. A portable electric radiant heater consisting of elements sealed in quartz glass tubes which produce infrared radiation in front of a reflective backing. Quartz heaters. Plural of quartz heater. Quartz Hill. A census-designated place in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Quartz lamp. A mercury vapor lamp consisting of an ultraviolet light source and enclosed by an envelope made from quartz rather than glass, which transmits ultraviolet light with little absorption. Quartz lamps. Plural of quartz lamp. Quartz mining. The mining of gold-bearing quartz. Quartz monzonite. An intrusive felsic igneous rock that has an approximately equal proportion of orthoclase and plagioclase feldspars. Quartz reefer. A person gold miner or prospector working on a quartz reef. Quartz reefers. Plural of quartz reefer. Quartz schist. A metamorphosed schist composed mostly of quartz with some mica and slash or tourmaline. Quartz chests. Plural of quartz chests. Quartz wacky. Alternative form of quartz wacky. Quartz watch. Any watch that makes use of the piezoelectric property of a quartz crystal. Quartz watches. Plural of quartz watch. Quartz aeronitic. Alternative form of quartz aeronitic. Quartz beta. Alternative form of beta quartz. Quartz crystal clock. A clock which is regulated by a quartz crystal. Quartz crystal clocks. Plural of quartz crystal clock. Quartz diorite. Any form of diorite containing appreciable amounts of quartz. Quartz diorites. Plural of quartz diorite. Quartz cyathine lamp. A type of light bulb consisting of a quartz bulb and a tungsten filament and the bulb containing iodine, operating at a high temperature and producing an intense light. Quartz cyathine lamps. Plural of quartz cyathine lamp. Quartz monzonite. Alternative form of quartz monzonite. Quartz strachite. Synonym of rhyolite. Quartz strachites. Plural of quartz strachite. Quartz wacky. A type of sandstone that contains over 95% quartz grains and more than 15% mud matrix. Quartz arenik. Alternative form of quartz aeronitic. Quartz arenite. Alternative form of quartz arenite. Quartz arenites. Plural of quartz arenite. Quartz arenitic. Alternative form of quartz arenitic. Quartzes. Plural of quartz. Quartzae. Of or relating to quartz. Quartzier. Comparative form of quartzy, more quartzy. Quartziest. Superlative form of quartzy, most quartzy. Quartziferous. Yielding or containing quartz. Quartzine. A fibrous form of silica similar to chalcedony. Quartzines. Plural of quartzine. Quartzang. The extraction of quartz from the earth and moreover the subsequent extraction of gold from quartz. Quartzip salmon. A form of salmon that has a high percentage percentage of quartz or similar material. Quartz subsaments. Plural of quartz subsament. Quartzite, a metamorphic rock from sandstone, consisting of interlocking grains of quartz. Quartzites, plural of quartzite. Quartzite, of, relating to, or containing quartzite. Quartzose, lacking quartz. Quartz-like, resembling or characteristic of quartz. Quartz-monzonite, alternative form of quartz-monzonite. Quartz-sulfidspathic, containing quartz and feldspar. Quartz-sulfidspatholithic, quartzic and feldspatholithic. Quartzoid, a form of crystal resembling quartz, having two six-sided pyramids, base to base. Quartzoids, plural of quartzoi. Quartzolite, a type of rock consisting of almost pure quartz, but also containing some feldspar and small amounts of mica and amphibole. Quartzolites, plural of quartzolite. Quartzolithic, relating to quartzolites. Quartzose, pertaining to quartz, made of quartz. Quartzose, pertaining to quartz, made of quartz. Quartzpheric, quartzic and porphyric. Quartzaki, alternative form of quartzwaki. Quartzy, resembling or containing quartz. Quaruba, any tree of the genus Bachygia of the tropical Americas. Quarubas, plural of quaruba. Quaz, alternative spelling of kvas. Quasar, an extragalactic object, star-like in appearance that is among the most luminous and putatively the most distant objects in the universe. Quasar-like, resembling or characteristic of a quasar. Quasars, plural of quasar. Quasas, plural of quaz. Quai, to defeat decisively, to suppress. Quashable, able to be quashed or annulled. Quahit, simple past and past participle of quash. Quashi, a native of the West Indies. Quashis, plural of quashi. Quasher, one who quashes. Quashers, plural of quasher. Quates, third person singular simple present indicative of quash. Quashkai, alternative form of Kashkai. Quai, a surname from Akin. Quates, plural of quashi. Quashe, present participle and gerund of quash. Quashings, plural of quashing. Quashkai, alternative form of Kashkai. Quat, simple past and past participle of quash. Quai, swati, bushy. Quasi, resembling or having a likeness to something. Quasi-corporation, an entity that exercises some of the functions of a corporation, but has not been granted separate legal personality by statute, especially a public corporation with limited authority and powers, such as a county or school district. Quasi-corporations, plural of quasi-corporation. Quasi-partner, a nominal partner. Quasi-partners, plural of quasi-partner. Quasi, almost, virtually. Quasi-academic, resembling academic work. Quasi-adjective, an adjectival noun, a specific Japanese part of speech. Some of these words can be used as regular nouns, and all can be used as adjectives when followed by the postfix Japanese letter na, In contrast to Japanese common adjectives, Chinese letter Kyoshi. In Japanese grammar, these words are categorized as Chinese letter Kyodoshi. Quasi-adjectives. Plural of quasi-adjective. Quasi-alliance. A security arrangement that is not based on a formal defense pact, but on tacit agreements. Quasi-alliances. Plural of quasi-alliance. Quasi-autobiographical. Parioli autobiographical. Quasi-biennial oscillation. A quasi-periodic oscillation of the equatorial zonal wind between easterlies and westerlies in the tropical stratosphere. Quasi-biennial oscillations. Plural of quasi-biennial oscillation. Quasi-compact, in which has every open cover has a finite subcover. Quasi-contract, an obligation created by the law in the absence of an agreement or contract, not based upon the intentions or expressions of the parties. Quasi-contracts. Plural of quasi-contract. Quasi-converb. Alternative form of quasi-converb. Quasi-converbs. Plural of quasi-converb. Quasi-crystal. Alternative form of quasi-crystal. Quasi-crystals. Plural of quasi-crystal. Quasi-derivative. A particular generalization of the derivative of a function between two Banach spaces. Quasi-derivatives. Plural of quasi-derivative. Quasi-differentiable. That has a quasi-derivative. Quasi-divinity. The condition, as of a king etc. of being considered to have some attributes of a god. Quasi-easement. A legal right that resembles an easement, but arises when a single owner uses one part of their land for the benefit of another part, before dividing the land into separate properties. Quasi-fascist. Synonym of parafascist. Quasi-fascists. Plural of quasi-fascists. Quasi-federalists. Being or supporting a system of government that appears to be devolved as a federation, but in fact still centrally controlled. Quasi-governmental. Alternative form of quasi-governmental. Quasi-governmentally. Alternative form of quasi-governmentally. Quasi-invariant. Preserving a specified property under transformation. Quasi-isomorphism, which induces isomorphisms of the cohomology groups. Quasi-isomorphisms. Plural of quasi-isomorphism. Quasi-Jewish. Resembling or somewhat Jewish. Quasi-judicial. Alternative form of quasi-judicial. Quasi-judicial agency. An agency of the executive branch that exercises some judicial functions and before which a minimum of due process is required. Quasi-legislative. Partly legislative. Quasi-magical. Almost magical. Quasi-money. Alternative form of quasi-money. Quasi-moon. Synonym of quasi-satellite. Quasi-moons. Plural of quasi-moon. Quasi-naturalistic. Resembling something naturalistic. Quasi-one-dimensional. Almost one-dimensional. Quasi-one-dimensionality. The condition of being quasi-one-dimensional. Quasi-periodic. Alternative spelling of quasi-periodic. Quasi-planet. A body comparable to a planet, but not a planet, such as a dwarf planet or a planetary mass moon. Quasi-probabilities. Plural of quasi-probability. Quasi-probability. A concept introduced in order to apply quantum corrections to classical statistical mechanics. Quasi-projective. Locally closed with respect to the are risky topology on projective n-space, isomorphic to such a set. Quasi-pseudometrizability. The property of being quasi-pseudometrizable. Quasi-pseudometrizable. Able to be equipped with a quasi-pseudometric. Quasi-realism. The non-cognitivist metaphysical view that although ethical sentences do not express propositions and thus cannot be true or false, they nevertheless project emotional attitudes as though this could be the case. Quasi-ren. The income earned in excess of post-investment opportunity cost by a sunk cost investment. Quasi-rents. Plural of quasi-rent. Quasi-reorganization. A corporate accounting procedure in which recapitalization is achieved by the elimination of the existing deficit and the establishment of a new earned surplus account for future earnings only. Quasi-reorganizations. Plural of quasi-reorganization. Quasi-rhyme. Somewhat of a rhyme. Quasi-rhymes. Plural of quasi-rhyme. Quasi-sacred. Resembling something sacred. Quasi-satellite. An object in a specific type of orbital configuration 1:1 orbital resonance with a planet, causing it to stay close to the planet over many orbital periods, despite not being a true satellite. Quasi-satellites. Plural of quasi-satellite. Quasi-science. Alternative form of quasi-science. Quasi-sciences. Plural of quasi-science. Quasi-scientific. Seemingly scientific, especially by using the language but not the methods or rigor of science. Quasi-spin. Alternative form of quasi-spin. Quasi-star. Alternative form of quasi-star. Quasi-stars. Plural of quasi-star. Quasi-stellar. Alternative form of quasi-stellar. Quasi-stellar object. A quasar. Quasi-stellar objects. Plural of quasi-stellar object. Quasi-stellar radio source. Alternative form of quasi-stellar radio source. Quasi-stellar radio sources. Plural of quasi-stellar radio source. Quasi-stellar radio source. A quasar. Quasi-stellar radio sources. Plural of quasi-stellar radio source. Quasi-stellar radio source. Alternative form of quasi-stellar radio source. Quasi-stellar radio sources. Plural of quasi-stellar radio source. Quasi-stoichiometric. Almost stoichiometric. Quasi-synonym. Synonym of parasynonym. Quasi-synonyms. Plural of quasi-synonym. Quasi-three-dimensional. Almost three-dimensional. Quasi-three-dimensionality. The condition of being quasi-three-dimensional. Quasi-tort. An unusual tort action on the basis of a legal doctrine that some legal duty exists which cannot be classified strictly as negligence in a personal duty resulting in a tort, nor as a contractual duty resulting in a breach of contract, but rather some other kind of duty recognizable by the law. Quasi-torts. Plural of quasi-tort. Quasi-traditional. Partially traditional. Quasi-transitive. Such that its vertex set can be partitioned into finitely many sets, so that there exists an automorphism mapping a vertex to another vertex if and only if the two vertices belong to the same set in that partition. Quasi-two-dimensional. Almost two-dimensional. Quasi-two-dimensionality. The condition of being quasi-two-dimensional. Quasi-abelian. Having properties similar to an abelian structure. Quasi-analytic. Belonging or relating to a generalization of the class of real analytic functions based upon the fact that, if f is an analytic function on an interval abr, at some point f and all of its derivatives are 0, then f is identically 0 on all of a b. Quasi-analytical. Synonym of quasi-analytic. Quasi-analyticity. The property of being quasi-analytic. Quasi-archaeological. Apparently, but not actually, archaeological. Quasi-atomic. Having some atomic characteristics. Quasi-ballistic. Synonym of semi-ballistic. Quasi-barreled. Alternative form of quasi-barreled. Quasi-barreled, for which every barreled Bornivorous set in the space is a neighborhood of 0. Quasi-bialgebra, a generalization of a bialgebra that allows for a weaker form of coassociativity. Quasi-bialgebras, plural of quasi-bialgebra. Quasi-binomio, describing a generalization of binomial distributions. Quasi-binominal, misspelling of quasi-binomial. Quasi-black, describing a form of black hole that has a quasi-horizon. Quasi-boson, a particle that behaves as if it were a boson. Quasi-bosons, plural of quasi-boson. Quasi-bound, describing a system, particle, etc. that has both a closed and an open boundary condition. Quasi-brittleness, the quality of being quasi-brittle. Quasi-categories, plural of quasi-category. Quasi-central, mathematics. Quasi-centroid, mathematics. Quasi-centroids, plural of quasi-centroid. Quasi-chemical, describing the interactions of particles that resemble chemical reactions. Quasi-circle, a Jordan curve in the complex plane that is the image of a circle under a quasi-conformal mapping of the plane onto itself. Quasi-circles, plural of quasi-circle. Quasi-circular, almost, but not quite circular. Quasi-classic, quasi-classical. Quasi-classical, having certain aspects of classical physics. Quasi-coaxial, describing an open wire power transmission cable that has shielding layers above and below it. Quasi-coherent, belonging to a generalization of coherent sheaves, including the locally free sheaves of infinite rank. Quasi-compact, alternative form of quasi-compact. Quasi-complete, almost complete. Quasi-concave, set of a function if the inverse image of any set of the form A infinity for that function is a convex set. Quasi-concavity, the state or condition of being quasi-concave. Quasi-condensate, a material that has some, but not all, characteristics of a condensate. Quasi-condensates, plural of quasi-condensate. Quasi-condensation, the formation of a quasi-condensate. Quasi-conformal, nearly, but not quite, conformal. Quasi-conformality, the quality of being quasi-conformal. Quasi-conformally, in a quasi-conformal manner. Quasi-continua, plural of quasi-continuum. Quasi-continuous, having some characteristics of a continuous function, system, etc. Quasi-continuum, a system that behaves as a continuum in most, but not all respects. Quasi-contractual, having certain elements of a contract. Quasi-controversial, synonym of semi-controversial. Quasi-conver, a verb form which functions as a converb, but is constructed differently. Quasi-converbs, plural of quasi-conver. Quasi-convex, set of a function if the inverse image of any set of the form infinity for that function is a convex set. Quasi-convexity, the state of being quasi-convex. Quasi-criminal, bordering on criminal, having certain characteristics of a crime. Quasi-critical, having most, but not all, characteristics of a critical system. Quasi-crystal, any solid with conventional crystalline properties but exhibiting a point group symmetry inconsistent with translational periodicity. Quasi-crystalline, of or relating to quasi-crystals. Quasi-crystallographic, relating to quasi-crystallography. Quasi-crystallography, the study of quasi-crystals. Quasi-crystals, plural of quasi-crystal. Quasi-cubic, almost, but not quite cubic. Quasi-cycle, any approximately cyclic phenomenon that does not repeat exactly. Quasi-cycles, plural of quasi-cycle. Quasi-cyclic, describing a certain type of cyclic group or cyclic code. Quasi-definite, mathematics. Quasi-democracies, plural of quasi-democracy. Quasi-democracy, any political system having certain aspects of democracy. Quasi-democratic, having certain aspects of democracy. Quasi-derivation, mathematics. Quasi-derivations, plural of quasi-derivation. Quasi-determinant, the equivalent of a determinant in matrices that have non-commutative entries. Quasi-determinants, plural of quasi-determinant. Quasi-diagonal, having an approximate unit consisting of projections which is quasi-central. Quasi-diagonality, the property in quasi-diagonal. Quasi-differentiable, alternative form of quasi-differentiable. Quasi-discrete, having certain aspects of a discrete state or system. Quasi-dist, the interior of a quasi-circle. Quasi-disks, plural of quasi-dist. Quasi-disorder, the condition of an apparently disordered system that has an underlying order. Quasi-disordered, apparently disordered but having an underlying order. Quasi-distribution, a quantum state described in terms of phase space quasi-probability densities. Quasi-distributions, plural of quasi-distribution. Quasi-documentary, somewhat or partially documentary. Quasi-dominance, the dominance repetitive appearance through generations in a population of a recessive trait because of repeated consanguineous matings. Quasi-dominant, of or pertaining to quasi-dominance. Quasi-dormant, apparently dormant. Quasi-dynamical, describing a system that has some characteristics of a dynamical system. Quasi-easement, alternative form of quasi-easement. Quasi-economic, having certain economic aspects. Quasi-elastic, almost but not totally elastic. Quasi-electron, a form of quasi-particle formed from an electron as it travels through a semiconductor. Quasi-electrons, plural of quasi-electron. Quasi-elliptical, almost but not quite elliptical. Quasi-enantiomer, either of a pair of compounds, one of which is a derivative of the enantiomer of the other and has very similar chemical and physical properties. Quasi-enantiomeric, or pertaining to a quasi-enantiomer. Quasi-enantiomers, plural of quasi-enantiomer. Quasi-energies, plural of quasi-energy. Quasi-energy, a measure of the heat energy produced per unit mass of an organism. Quasi-equational, relating to quasi-equations. Quasi-equilibrium, an approximate equilibrium. Quasi-equivalence, the quality or condition of being quasi-equivalent. Quasi-equivalences, plural of quasi-equivalence. Quasi-equivalent, very similar, but different. Quasi-essential, almost essential. Quasi-experimental, describing a trial in which the assignment to a group is based upon an experimental condition. Quasi-federal, having certain federal aspects. Quasi-ferromagnet, an analog of a ferromagnet produced in a spintronic environment. Quasi-ferromagnets, plural of quasi-ferromagnet. Quasi-feudal, having certain aspects of feudalism. Quasi-field, an algebraic structure Q plus where plus and are binary operations on Q, much like a division ring, but with some weaker conditions. Quasi-fields, plural of quasi-field. Quasi-finite, mathematics. Quasi-fission, partial fusion followed by fission of very large atomic nuclei, a possible means of generating neutron-rich isotopes. Quasi-fixation, the fixation of genes, prevention of mutation under normal circumstances. Quasi-fixations, plural of quasi-fixation. Quasi-free, describing the state of electrons in a metal or other conductor that may move freely, but come up against a periodic potential in the vicinity of its atoms. Quasi-geodesic, a map F, text R right arrow Y, having constants K0 and C0 such that one such KDX Y CDF X FY KDX Y plus C. Quasi-geostrophic, having some geostrophic characteristics. Quasi-gluon, a quasi-particle equivalent to a gluon. Quasi-gluons, plural of quasi-gluon. Quasi-government, quasi-governmental. Quasi-governmental, having a certain degree of funding or influence from the government. Quasi-governmentally, in a quasi-governmental manner. Quasi-group, an algebraic structure resembling a group whose arithmetic may not be associative. Quasi-groups, plural of quasi-group. Quasi-harmonic, describing any system that has some harmonic periodic characteristics. Quasi-harmonicity, the condition of being quasi-harmonic. Quasi-helical, having certain aspects of a helix. Quasi-hemide Meissmick waver, a note having a time value half as long as a hemide Meissmick waver 64th note, a 128th note. Quasi-hemide Meissmick wavers, plural of quasi-hemide Meissmick waver. Quasi-hexagon, a rough approximation of a hexagon. Quasi-hexagonal, having some hexagonal elements. Quasi-hexagons, plural of quasi-hexagon. Quasi-historical, having certain historical elements. Quasi-whole, a whole equivalent to the absence of a quasi-particle. Quasi-wholes, plural of quasi-whole. Quasi-homogeneous, having some homogeneous characteristics. Quasi-horizontal, approximately horizontal. Quasi-hydrostatic, treated as hydrostatic in nature by ignoring other effects. Quasi-hyperbolic, mathematics. Quasi-identities, plural of quasi-identity. Quasi-identity, a kind of horn clause, a generalization of identities. Quasi-information, synonym of misinformation. Quasi-invariant, alternative form of quasi-invariant. Quasi-isometric, apparently or approximately isometric. Quasi-isometric, Plural of quasi-isometry. Quasi-isometry. An equivalence relation that is an isometry when viewed at a large scale. Quasi-isomorphism. Alternative form of quasi-isomorphism. Quasi-judicial. Having a resemblance to a judicial system or process. Quasi-lattice. A non-periodic structure that exhibits long-range order without translational symmetry. Quasi-lattices. Plural of quasi-lattice. Quasi-legal. Legal to a certain extent or in a certain way, of dubious or tenuous legality. Quasi-legislative. Having a resemblance to a legislative system or process. Quasi-likelihood. An apparent likelihood. Quasi-linear. Very nearly linear. Quasi-linearization. Alternative form of quasi-linearization. Quasi-linearizations. Plural of quasi-linearization. Quasi-linearity. The state or condition of being quasi-linear. Quasi-linearization. Mathematics. Quasi-linearizations. Plural of quasi-linearization. Quasi-linearly. In a quasi-linear manner, almost linearly. Quasi-linguistic. Having or appearing to have certain aspects or properties of linguistics, apparently but not actually linguistic. Quasi-literacy. The state of being almost but not entirely literate. Quasi-literate. Almost but not entirely literate. Quasi-literates. Plural of quasi-literate. Quasi-local. Describing a ring that is not Noetherian. Quasi-localized. Approximately localized. Quasi-locally. In a quasi-local manner. Quasi-magical. Alternative form of quasi-magical. Quasi-mathematical. Seemingly or speciously mathematical. Quasi-measure. A net-negative increasing semi-additive set function defined on a ring of sets that is continuous above the origin and takes its values in the extended domain of real numbers. Quasi-measures. Plural of quasi-measure. Quasi-medical. Apparently or supposedly medical. Quasi-meromorphic. Describing a mapping that has some characteristics of a meromorphic one. Quasi-mesenchymal. Apparently mesenchymal. Quasi-metric. A structure that satisfies most, but not all, axioms of a metric. Quasi-metrics. Plural of quasi-metric. Quasi-microscopic. Apparently microscopic. Quasi-military. Having certain military aspects. Quasi-minimal. Relating to a quasi-minimum. Quasi-minimality. The property of being quasi-minimal. Quasi-miraculous. Almost miraculous, having aspects of miracle. Quasi-model. Of or relating to a quasi-mode. Quasi-mode. A mode that remains activated only through some constant action on the part of the user, such as holding down a certain key on the keyboard. Quasi-modes. Plural of quasi-mode. Quasimodo. The first Sunday after Easter. Quasimodo Sunday. Synonym of Quasimodo. Quasimodogeneity. Synonym of Quasimodo. Quasimodos. Plural of Quasimodo. Quasi-modular. Being the holomorphic part of an almost holomorphic modular form. Quasi-modularity. The property of being quasi-modular. Quasi-molecular. Having some characteristics of a molecule relating to a quasi-molecule. Quasi-molecule. A quasi-molecular species. Quasi-molecules. Plural of quasi-molecule. Quasi-momenta. Plural of quasi-momentum. Quasi-momentum. Crystal momentum. Quasi-momentums. Plural of quasi-momentum. Quasi-money. Synonym of near money. Quasi-monochromatic. Almost, but not quite, monochromatic. Quasi-monoenergetic. Approximately monoenergetic. Quasi-monomorphic. Apparently monomorphic. Quasi-monopolistic. Having certain aspects of a monopoly. Quasi-monotone. Exhibiting weak monotonicity. Quasi-moon. Alternative form of quasi-moon. Quasi-moons. Plural of quasi-moon. Quasi-morphisms. Plural of quasi-morphism. Quasi-municipal. Having some, but not all of the functions and powers of municipal entity. Quasi-musical. Having or appearing to have certain aspects or properties of music, apparently, but not actually, musical. Quasi-neutral. Whose bulk is more significant in terms of interactions than its edges, where boundary layer effects may occur. Quasi-neutrality. The state or condition of being quasi-neutral. Quasi-neutron. A quasi-particle equivalent to a neutron. Quasi-neutrons. Plural of quasi-neutron. Quasi-nilpotent. Of a bounded operator over a Hilbert space, having a spectrum containing only zero. Quasi-norm. A function that has all the properties of a norm except the triangle inequality. Quasi-normal. Describing an oscillation whose amplification decreases exponentially. Quasi-norms. Plural of quasi-norm. Quasi-numerical. Seemingly or speciously numerical. Quasi-optical. Having some characteristics of an optical system or device. Quasi-order. A pay-order. Quasi-orders. Plural of quasi-order. Quasi-organizational. Somewhat organizational. Quasi-palindrome. A quasi-palindromic DNA sequence. Quasi-palindromes. Plural of quasi-palindrome. Quasi-palindromic. Approximately palindromic containing inverted repeats. Quasi-parallel. Almost parallel. Quasi-parental. Having or involving certain aspects of parenthood. Quasi-particle. Any entity that has some characteristics of a distinct particle, but comprises a grouping of multiple particles. Quasi-particles. Plural of quasi-particle. Quasi-particulate. Of or relating to quasi-particles. Quasi-parton. Vedics. Quasi-partonic. Of or relating to quasi-partons. Quasi-partons. Plural of quasi-parton. Quasi-perfect. Having most, but not all, perfect characteristics. Quasi-periodic. Almost periodic. Recurring at irregular intervals. Quasi-periodically. In a quasi-periodic manner. Quasi-periodicities. Plural of quasi-periodicity. Quasi-periodicity. The condition of being quasi-periodic. Quasi-permanent. Apparently permanent. Quasi-perpendicular. Partially perpendicular. Quasi-pinning. An approximation to pinning. Quasi-planar. Having some characteristics of a planar system or device. Quasi-Poisson. Describing a generalization of a Poisson distribution. Quasi-polynomial. a generalization of a polynomial. Quasi-polynomials, plural of quasi-polynomial. Quasi-pornographic, having certain elements of pornography. Quasi-positive, describing a matrix, all of whose elements are non-negative except for those on the main diagonal. Quasi-potential, a complex function of momentum and energy applied to an individual attractor in a complex system of multiple attractors. Quasi-potentials, plural of quasi-potential. Quasi-primitive, mathematics. Quasi-probabilities, plural of quasi-probability. Quasi-probability, alternative spelling of quasi-probability. Quasi-progressive, alternative spelling of quasi-progressive. Quasi-proton, a quasi-particle equivalent to a proton. Quasi-protons, plural of quasi-proton. Quasi-psychotic, apparently, but not actually, psychotic, suggesting psychosis. Quasi-public, having some characteristics of a public system or organization. Quasi-quark, a quasi-particle equivalent to a quark. Quasi-quotation, the process of quasi-quoting. Quasi-quote, to enclose a text fragment within source code in a special markup that allows it to be separately parsed to yield a computed output value. Quasi-quoted, simple past and past participle of quasi-quote. Quasi-quoter, a software mechanism that quasi-quotes. Quasi-quoters, plural of quasi-quoter. Quasi-quotes, third-person singular simple present indicative of quasi-quote. Quasi-quoting, present participle and gerund of quasi-quote. Quasi-racism, practices and institutions that result in racist distinctions and discrimination, but which are not consciously motivated by racist ideology. Quasi-racist, virtually racist, pertaining to or exhibiting quasi-racism. Quasi-random, apparently random, but produced by a non-random algorithm typically from a given seed. Quasi-randomized, describing a trial in which a quasi-random method is used to assign participants to groups. Quasi-randomization, the process of making something quasi-random. Quasi-randomized, alternative spelling of quasi-randomized. Quasi-randomly, in a quasi-random manner. Quasi-randomness, the quality of being quasi-random. Quasi-rape, simulated rape, for example, as a type of role-play. Quasi-rapes, plural of quasi-rape. Quasi-reflexive, over relation tilde on a set S, such that every element that is related to some element is also related to itself, i.e. XYS, X tilde Y X tilde X Y tilde Y. Quasi-regular, having some regular characteristics. Quasi-regularity, the property of being quasi-regular. Quasi-relativistic, describing a system that behaves as if it were relativistic. Quasi-religious, almost or as if religious. Quasi-rent, alternative spelling of quasi-rent. Quasi-rents, plural of quasi-rent. Quasi-reversibility, a property of some Q's differing from reversibility in that a stronger condition is imposed on arrival rates and a weaker condition is applied on probability fluxes. Quasi-reversible, apparently reversible. Quasi-hime, alternative form of quasi-rhyme. Quasi-robotic, somewhat robotic, robot-like. Quasi-sacred, alternative form of quasi-sacred. Quasi-satellite, alternative form of quasi-satellite. Quasi-satellites, plural of quasi-satellite. Quasi-science, an area of inquiry that makes use of some of the methods of science, but which fails to be a true science. Quasi-sciences, plural of quasi-science. Quasi-scientific, alternative form of quasi-scientific. Quasi-semantic, semantic in some limited manner or to some limited degree, apparently, but not actually, semantic. Quasi-separable, that becomes disconnected when a suitable subgraph is removed. Quasi-sexist, virtually or almost sexist. Quasi-sexual, somewhat or seemingly sexual. Quasi-simple, being a perfect central extension of a simple group S. Quasi-social, having some social features without being truly social. Quasi-solid, semi-solid. Quasi-solids, plural of quasi-solid. Quasi-solution, a generalized solution to certain ill-posed problems that is well posed in the sense of Hadamard. Quasi-solutions, plural of quasi-solution. Quasi-species, a group of organisms once but no longer thought to be a separate species and sometimes given such a name. Quasi-spherical, having some spherical characteristics. Quasi-spheroidal, almost, but not quite spheroidal. Quasi-spin, a quantum angular momentum associated with subatomic particles that exhibit collective behavior. Quasi-split, describing a polynomial or group, etc. that has some characteristics of a split system. Quasi-square, almost, but not quite square. Quasi-stability, the quality of being quasi-stable. Quasi-stable, temporarily stable. Quasi-star, a theoretical early universe object with the outer layers of a star and a black hole for a stellar core, theorized to be born of an ultramassive pre-stellar nebula collapse to an ultramassive protostar, and later birthing an intermediate mass black hole when the star's life ends. Quasi-stars, plural of quasi-star. Quasi-state, synonym of protostate. Quasi-states, plural of quasi-state. Quasi-static, happening so slowly as to appear to be static. Quasi-statically, in a quasi-static manner. Quasi-stationarity, the condition of being quasi-stationary. Quasi-stationary, almost stationary. Quasi-steady, almost steady. Quasi-stellar, similar to a star. Quasi-stochastic, having certain stochastic or stochastic-like aspects. Quasi-stoichiometric, alternative form of quasi-stoichiometric. Quasi-straight, almost, but not quite straight. Quasi-strategies, plural of quasi-strategy. Quasi-structure, partially structured, having both structured and free-form elements. Quasi-symmetric, almost but not quite symmetric. Quasi-symmetrical, alternative form of quasi-symmetric. Quasi-symmetries, plural of quasi-symmetry. Quasi-symmetry, a mapping that preserves shape but allows size to change in a well-defined manner. Quasi-synchronous, describing a synchronous communication that is almost indistinguishable from synchronous. Quasi-synchronously, in a quasi-synchronous manner. Quasite, a small horned humanoid demon with a long tail. Quasi-Tau, mathematics. Quasi-thermodynamic, having some thermodynamic characteristics. Quasi-thin, of a group, being a finite simple group that resembles a group of Lie type of rank at most 2 over a field of characteristic 2. Quasi-topological, semi-topological, and such that the function mapping elements to their inverses is also continuous. Quasi-toric, describing a smooth 2 n-dimensional manifold that admits a smooth, locally standard action of an n-dimensional torus, with orbit space and n-dimensional simple convex polytope. Quasi-trace, mathematics. Quasi-traces, plural of quasi-trace. Quasi-triangular, exhibiting quasi-triangularity. Quasi-tripolar, apparently or functionally tripolar but typically dipolar. Quasi-trivial, trivial in a restricted sense or to some limited extent. Quasites, plural of quasite. Quasi-tubular, having some characteristics of a tubular system or device. Quasi-uniform, having some but not all of the characteristics of a uniform structure. Quasi-uniformity, the pathway of being quasi-uniform. Quasi-unipotent, almost unipotent. Quasi-universal, being nearly or almost universal, existing in the vast majority of typical conditions. Quasi-universality, the state of being quasi-universal, the property of existing or holding true in virtually all conditions. Quasi-universally, in a quasi-universal manner. Quasi-vacuum, plural of quasi-vacuum. Quasi-vacuum, any state that approximates to a vacuum, especially one free of baryons. Quasi-varieties, plural of quasi-variety. Quasi-variety, any of a class of algebraic structures generalizing the notion of variety by allowing equational conditions on the axioms defining the class. Quasi-visual, apparently visual. Quasi-zero, apparently zero. Quasi-zeros, plural of quasi-zero. Quasme, a surname. Quasquicentennial, relating to a period of 125 years. Quas, alternative spelling of kvas. Quasation, a shaking or agitation. Quasations, plural of quasation. Quasitive, shaking, trembling. Quast, simple past and past participle of quas. Quasas, plural of quas. Quassa, any of several tropic trees of the genus Quassia having scarlet flowers. Quassas, plural of quassia. Quassin, a very bitter triterpenoid lactone, extracted as white crystals from the quassia tree, used in traditional Chinese medicine. Quasine, archaic form of quasin. Quasines, plural of quasine. Quassing, present participle and gerund of quas. Quasinoid, any of several triterpenoids related to quasin. Quasinoids, plural of quasinoid. Quasins, plural of quasin. Quasts, a surname. Quasts, plural of quas. What? Alternative form of quaternary ammonium. What? A pustule. Quata, archaic form of quieta. Quatacane, a local anesthetic. Quatinans, a surname. Quatas, plural of quata. Quatavius, a male given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Wait, quiet, Whiteness, relating to the belief that the Book of Concord is authoritative insofar as it faithfully describes the Christian faith as revealed in the Bible, admitting the possibility that the Book of Concord might contradict the Bible. Quater imaginary, of or relating to a non-standard numeral system using the imaginary number 2i equals square 4 as its base. Quatercentenaries, plural of quatercentenary. Quatercentenary, a 400th anniversary. Quatercentennial, alternative form of quatercentenary. Quatercentennials, plural of quatercentennial. Quaterfoil, archaic form of quatrefoil. Quaterfoils, plural of quaterfoil. Quater, quaternate, composed of or arranged in sets of 4. Quaternal, occurring in 4s or having 4 elements. Quaternalize, to convert to quaternal form. Quaternalize, simple past and past participle of quaternalize. Quaternarian, quaternary. Quaternaries, plural of quaternary. Quaternary, plural of quaternarius. Quaternarily, in a quaternary way. Quaternaris, a specialist in the quaternary period. Quaternarists, plural of quaternaris. Quaternarius, a unit of 4 metrical feet. Quaternarization, any reaction in which a tertiary amine is converted to a quaternary ammonium compound. Quaternarizations, plural of quaternarization. Quaternary, the geological period of the Cenozoic era immediately following the Tertiary. It is subdivided into the Pleistocene and the Holocene epochs. Quaternary ammonium, an ammonium group in which each hydrogen has been replaced by an alkyl or aryl group. Quaternary ammonium compound, an amine derivative containing 4 radicals of general formula R1, R2, R3, R4, and plus X dash. The radicals may be the same, different, or part of a ring. X is any univalent anion such as OH dash. Quaternary ammonium compounds, plural of quaternary ammonium compound. Quaternary care, highly specialized healthcare treatments such as experimental medicine and uncommon surgical procedures. Quaternary compound, a cation consisting of a central positively charged nitrogen atom with 4 substituents, especially organic alkyl and aryl groups, discounting hydrogen atoms. Quaternary compounds, plural of quaternary compound. Quaternary healthcare, synonym of quaternary care. Quaternary industry, the sector of industry that involves the intellectual services, research, development, and information. It is considered the 4th basic industry. Quaternary moon, synonym of quarter moon. Quaternary number, the number 10. Quaternary sector of the economy, alternative form of quaternary industry. Quaternary sectors of the economy, plural of quaternary sector of the economy. Quaternary structure, the arrangement of multiple folded or coiled proteins to form a multi-subunit complex. Quaternary structures, plural of quaternary structure. Quaternary twin, first cousins whose parents are a pair of identical twins. Quaternary twins, plural of quaternary twin. Quaternate, composed of or arranged in sets of 4. Quaternation, the conversion conversion of an amine into a quaternary ammonium compound. Quaternations, plural of quaternation. Quaternion, a group or set of four people or things. Quaternion algebra, a particular kind of algebra generalizing the classical quaternions, a four-dimensional central simple algebra over a field. Quaternion algebras, plural of quaternion algebra. Quaternione, of or pertaining to a quaternion. Quaternionically, in terms of quaternions. Quaternionics, the application of the mathematics of quaternions in various disciplines. Quaternionist, one who studies or promotes the use of quaternions. Quaternionists, plural of quaternionists. Quaternions, plural of quaternion. Quaternization, alternative form of quaternization. Quaternizations, plural of quaternization. Quaternize, alternative spelling of quaternize. Quaternize, simple past and past participle of quaternize. Quaternizes, third person singular simple present indicative of quaternize. Quaternizing, present participle and gerund of quaternize. Quaternitarian, of or relating to a group of four. Quaternities, plural of quaternity. Quaternity, a group or set of four. Quaternium, a quaternary ammonium functional group. Quaterniums, plural of quaternium. Quaternization, quaternarization. Quaternizations, plural of quaternization. Quaternize, to convert an amine into a quaternary ammonium compound. Quaternize, simple past and past participle of quaternize. Quaterun, obsolete form of quadroon. Quaterans, plural of quaterun. Quaterpolymer, a copolymer derived from four species of monomer. Quaterpolymers, plural of quaterpolymer. Quataphy, rare form of Gaddafi. Quatlo, imaginary unit of currency. Quatlos, plural of quatlu. Quatorzang, a poem or stanza consisting of 14 lines. Quatorzangs, plural of quatorzang. Quators, the four aces, kings, queens, jacks, or tens in the game of piquet, any of these counting as 14 points. Quatordes, plural of quators. Quatrain, a poem in 4 lines. Quatrains, plural of quatrain. Quattro, alternative form of quadrille. Quattrals, plural of quattro. Quatrandori, a gray monoclinic mineral containing silver, lead, sulfur, and antimony. Quatrale, a great-great-great-grandfather, the grandfather of the grandfather of one's father. Quatrails, plural of quatrail. Quater, a card, die, or domino with 4 spots or pips. Quaterquart, French pound cake. Quaterquarts, alternative form of quaterquart. Quaterquart, alternative form of quaterquart. Quaterquarts, alternative form of quaterquart. Quadtreble, a voice pitched a fifth above treble. Quadtrebles, plural of quadtreble. Quatrefoil, a quatrefoil. Quatrefoils, plural of quatrefoil. Quatrefoil, a symmetrical shape that forms the overall outline of 4 partially overlapping circles of the same diameter. Quatrefoiled, decorated with quatrefoils. Quatrefoils, plural of quatrefoil. Quatrefoiliated, decorated with quatrefoils. Quatters, plural of quatter. Quadridual, lasting 4 days. Quatrim, any of several small copper coins similar to farthings in any of several countries. Quattrini, plural of quattrino. Quattrino, alternative form of quattrino, Old Italian coin. Quattrinos, plural of quattrino. Quatrins, plural of quatrin. Quattro, a surname. Quattrocentism, alternative form of quattrocentism. Quattrocentes, alternative form of quattrocentist. Quattrocentists, plural of quattrocentes. Quattrocento, alternative form of quattrocento. Quattroon, obsolete form of quadroon. Quattroons, plural of quattroon. Quattros, plural of quattro. Quattuorate, alternative form of quattuorate, ruled by 4 people. Quattrumvirates, plural of quattrumvirate. Quat, plural of quat. Quats, plural of quat. Quatsino, a Native American group of British Columbia, Canada. Quat, a small village in Quat Malvern Parish, Shropshire, England. OS grid ref so 7588. Quat Malvern, a civil parish in southeast Shropshire, England. Quata, simple past and past participle of quat. Quate, an old Jamaican coin worth 3 cents or 1.5 pence. Quatas, plural of quatti. Quatting, present participle and gerund of quat. Quattlebaum, a surname. Quattlebaums, plural of quattlebaum. Quattrini, plural of quattrino. Quattrino, a former very small Italian coin. Quattrinos, plural of quattrino. Quattrocchi, a surname from Italian. Quattrocchis, plural of quattrocchi. Quattrocentism, the art style of the quattrocentists. Quattrocentists, an artist of the 1400s, the 15th century Renaissance Italian period. Quattrocentists, plural of quattrocentists. Quattrocento, the 1400s, the 15th century Renaissance Italian period. Quattrone, a surname from Italian. Quattrones, plural of quattrone. Quattuordecillion, Quattuordecillions, plural of quattuordecillion. Quattuordecillions, plural of quattuordecillion. Quattuordecimal, based upon the number 14. Quattuordicuple, 14-fold. Quattuortrigentillion, Quattuorvigintillion, Quattuorvier, a member of a quattuorvirate, one of 4 people associated in some office. Quattuorviral, of or belonging to the quattuorviri, or the quattuorvirate. Quattuorvirate, a group of 4 people, especially a council of 4 men sharing office or rule. Quattuorvirates, plural of quattuorvirate. Quattuorviers, plural of quattuorvier. Quatuor, a quartet. Quatuors, plural of quatuor. Quatuorvir. Misspelling of quatuorvir. Quatuorvirate. Misspelling of quatuorvirate. Quatuorvirates. Plural of quatuorvirate. Quack. Alternative form of quack harsh bird call. Squawk. Quacks. Plural of quack. Quae. A surname from Spanish. Quaet. Simple past and past participle of quave. Quagmire. Obsolete form of quagmire. Quavires. Plural of quavmire. Quire. A trembling shake. Quaver rest. A musical rest equivalent to 1/8 of a whole rest, or 1/8 of a measure in 4/4 time. Quaver rests. Plural of quaver rest. Quaver. Simple past and past participle of quaver. Quaverer. One who quavers. Quaverers. Plural of quaverer. Quaveriness. The state or condition of being quavery. Quavering. Present participle and gerund of quaver. Quaveringly. In a quavering manner, tremulously. Quaverings. Plural of quavering. Quaverous. Quavery. Quavers. Plural of quaver. Quavery. Apt to quaver, shaky trembling. Quaves. Plural of quave. Quaving. Present participle and gerund of quave. Ca. Alternative form of quag swamp. Ca. The black-crowned night heron, Nycticorax nycticorax. Quack. Simple past and past participle of quack. Quack. Present participle and gerund of quack. Quacks. Plural of quack. Quagmire. Alternative form of quagmire. Quagmires. Plural of quagmire. Quas. Plural of qua. A surname. P County. One of 33 counties in New Mexico, United States. County seat. Tucumcari. It. The fee charged for using a key. Keys. Plural of keyage. T. Past participle of quail. A surname. T. Simple past and past participle of key. T. Plural of key. Teha. As much or many as a key can accommodate. Teos. Plural of keyful. It. Present participle and gerund of key. Til. A surname from Manx. Tilai. Resembling or characteristic of a key. Keelism. A characteristic phrase or statement made by Dan Keel, born 1947, American retired politician who served as the 44th Vice President of the United States from 1989 to 1993. Keelisms. Plural of keelism. Kia. A man who works on a key. Keymaster. A harbor master in charge of a key. Keymasters. Plural of keymaster. Keyman. Plural of keyman. Hit. Plural of key. Keyside. An area alongside a key. Keysire. One who lives or works on a quayside. Quaysiders. Plural of quaysider. Quaysides. Plural of quayside. Keyword. Towards a key, in the direction of a key. Keywords. Keyword. Towards a key, in the direction of a key. Pues bam, a benzodiazepine derivative used to treat insomnia. Puesanon, a cardiotonic and vasodilator drug formerly used to treat heart disease. Puazidane, a bronchodilator. Puazolas, a mast cell stabilizer. The station code of Quarry Bay in Hong Kong. Quebec, a city and district of Azerbaijan. Quebadli, a city and district of Azerbaijan. Quebani Ka Mitha, alternative form of Kibani Ka Mitha. Quebec, a tomb structure in the Arab world, particularly an Islamic dome shrine. Quebaz, plural of Quebec. Quebec, plural of Quebec. Quebec, misspelling of Quebec. Quebec, misspelling of Quebec. Quebai, alternative form of Quebai. Quebebite, alternative form of Quebebite. Quebebite, plural of Quebebite. Qubit, a quantum bit, the basic unit of quantum information described by a superposition of two states. A quantum bit in a quantum computer capable of being in a state of superposition. Quibitope, a generalization of a chirotope involving qubits. Quibitopes, plural of quibitope. Qubits, plural of qubit. Quibite, a quantum byte, one composed of 8 qubits. Quabites, plural of quabite. Synonym of cucumber. Quacumber, alternative form of cucumber. Quadad, alternative form of cadad. What a quantum dit, the unit of quantum information described by a superposition of d states, where the number of states is an integer greater than 2. Quadet, plural of quadet. Quad, synonym of alquids. Quate, Jerusalemite. Quatses, plural of quatsi. Plet, a Chinese surname from Hokkien. Puetsere, Sarah. Whatever happens, happens. Whatever will be, will be. Ostensibly employed to express a personal philosophy of fatalism and acceptance of the future. Puesera, Sera. Alternative form of Quesire, Sira. Plet, abbreviation of Quebec. Play, abbreviation of Quebec. Puit, a thick, bushy plot, a thicket. Puiches, plural of queech. Puiti, yielding or trembling under the feet as moist or boggy ground, shaking, moving. Puit, alternative form of queek. Puit, simple past and past participle of queek. Puike, present participle and gerund of queek. Puitis, plural of queek. Puio, to faint away. Puil, simple past and past participle of queel. Fuiue, present participle and gerund of queel. Puils, third person singular simple present indicative of queel. Puile, a surname from Irish. Puilis, plural of queely. Poyan, a woman, now especially an impudent or disreputable woman, a prostitute. Puyenthyan, a city in Queanbeyan Palerang Regional Council area, New South Wales, Australia, bordering on the Australian Capital Territory. Queanbeyan-Palerang. Queanbeyan-Palerang Regional Council, a local government area in the Southern Tablelands, New South Wales, Australia. Queen, archaic spelling of queen. Queens, plural of queen. Queenie, a young woman. Queenies, plural of queenie. Queenish, like a queen, an impudent or disreputable woman. Queens, plural of queen. Queef, a priority queue data structure. Queeps, plural of queep. Queeze, comparative form of queasy, more queasy. Queasiet, superlative form of queasy, most queasy. Twiddly, in a queasy manner, delicately, squeamishly. Quedenas, the state of being physically queasy. Nausea. Quidsinuses, plural of queasiness. Twi, experiencing or causing nausea or uneasiness, often characterized by an unsettled stomach. Puesan, to make queasy, sicken. Puesant, third person singular simple present indicative of queasin. Puese, comparative form of queasy, more queasy. Pueet, superlative form of queasy, most queasy. Pue, alternative spelling of queasy. Quebec, a province in eastern Canada. Capital, Quebec City. Largest city, Montreal. Quebec, alternative form of Quebec, a province in eastern Canada. Quebec City, the capital city of the province of Quebec, Canada. Quebec City, alternative spelling of Quebec City. Quebec red trout, synonym of Sunapee trout. Quebec Sign Language, a sign language of the French Sign Language family used primarily in Quebec. Quedesser, a native or inhabitant of the province of Quebec, Canada. Québécois, alternative form of Québécois. Québécois, alternative form of Québécois. Québécois, plural of Québécois. Québécois, plural of Québécois. Québécois, plural of Québécois. Québécois, synonym of Québécois. Québécois, alternative spelling of Québécois. Québécois, plural of Québécois. Québécoism, the quality of belonging to or being characteristic of Quebec. Québécoisms, plural of Québécoism. Québécoistan, Quebec, viewed as a hostile separatist region. Québecer, alternative spelling of Québécois. Québecer, alternative form of Québécois. Québécois, alternative form of Québécois. Québécois, plural of Québécois. Québécois, plural of Québécois. Québécois, plural of Québécois. Québécois, alternative spelling of Québécois. Québécoiens, plural of Québécois. Québécois, of, pertaining to, or typical of Quebec. Québécois, alternative spelling of Québécois. Québécois, alternative spelling of Québécois. Québécois, a native or inhabitant of the province of Quebec, Canada, or the Quebec City, Quebec. Québécois, alternative form of Québécois. Québécois, the quality of being Québécois. Québécois, alternative form of Québécois. Québécois, female equivalent of Québécois. Québécoises, plural of Québécois. Québécoises, plural of Québécois. Quebecois. Alternative spelling of Quebecois. Quebecois. Alternative form of Quebecois. Quebecol. A polyphenolic compound extracted from maple syrup. Quebecs. Plural of Quebec. Quebedo. A surname from French. Quebedois. Plural of Quebedo. Quebexican. A combination of Quebecois and Mexican. Quebexicans. Plural of Quebexican. Quebi. The IEC prefix meaning 2 equals 1024 equals 1,267 octillion 650 septillion 600 sextillion 228 quintillion 229 quadrillion 401 trillion 496 billion 703,205,376. Compare queta, meaning Quebebi. Strictly, to 1024, 1,267 octillion 650 septillion 600 sextillion 228 quintillion 229 quadrillion 401 trillion 496 billion 703,205,376 bytes or to 1024 rabibytes, as opposed to a quetabyte. Quebebites. Plural of quebebi. Quebracamine, an alkaloid obtained from the dried bark of the quebracho tree. Quebraquine, an alkaloid, probably identical to yohimbine, from the quebracho tree. Quebraquetzal, a Quebraquine, an alkaloid, probably identical to yohimbine, from the quebracho tree. Quebraquetzal, a polyhydroxycyclic alcohol 2-0-methylchiroinositol, obtained from the latex of the rubber tree as a starting point in the synthesis of several pharmaceuticals. Quebracho. Any of several trees of southern South America would produce very hard wood rich in tannin, especially those of the genus Schinopsis. Quebracho crested tinamou, a Tinamou eudromia formosa. Quebracho crested tinamus. Plural of quebracho crested tinamou. Quebrachos. Plural of quebracho. Quebrada. A ravine or valley in Latin America. Quebradas. Plural of quebrada. Quebradillas. A town and municipality of Puerto Rico. Quebrado. Alternative form of quebrada ravine or valley in Latin America. Quebrados. Plural of quebrado. Quebrantemuro. Alternative form of Lombard canon. Quebre. Sulfur. Queca. Obsolete form of queta. Quecabi. Obsolete spelling of quetabite. Quecabites. Plural of quecabite. Quetai. Alternative form of Quechua in Mayan language. Quetzin. Any member of the Native American people from Arizona. Quechans. Plural of Quechin. Quechua. A member of one of several South American ethnic groups that spans Peru, Bolivia, northwestern Argentina, northern Chile, and in Ecuador and southern Colombia. Quechuan. Of or pertaining to the Quechua people or language. Quechuanas. A linguist who specializes in studying Quechuan languages. Quechuanists. Plural of Quechuanists. Quechuans. Plural of Quechuan. Quechuas. Plural of Quechua. Quechumaran. Of or relating to a proposed language family that unites Quechua and Aymara. Quecto. in the international system of units and other metric systems of units, multiplying the unit to which it is attached by 10^3 short scale nonillionth or long scale quintillionth. Symbol Q. Hectogram and C unit of mass equal to 10^3 grams. Symbol Qg. Hectograms, plural of hectogram. Hectosecond and C unit of time equal to 10^3 seconds. Symbol QS. Hectosecond, plural of hectosecond. Quetta, alternative form of quetta. Quetta, alternative form of quetta. Quetta, alternative form of quetta. Quetta, obsolete form of Quetta state in western Malaysia. Quetoy, a town and civil parish with a town council in the city of Gloucester, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref So 8014. Quedlinburg, a town in Germany, north of the Harz Mountains, in Harz district in the state of Saxony-Anhalt, a town famous for its architecture, an UNESCO World Heritage Site. Pui, vaginal flatulence. Puives, plural of quiv. Puiv, an emission of air from the vagina, especially when audible, vaginal flatulence. Quit, simple past and past participle of queef. Queer, someone who queefs. Queevers, plural of queefer. Quiddy, comparative form of queefy, more queefy. Quiz, superlative form of queefy, most queefy. Queevang, present participle and gerund of queef. Queefs, plural of queef. Queef, non-specific pejorative. Quit, a vocal sound produced by certain birds. Quit, simple past and past participle of queek. Queeke, present participle and gerund of queek. Queetis, plural of queek. Queen, the wife, consort, or widow of a king. Queen Adelaide, a hamlet in Ely Parish, East Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 5681. Queen Angelfish, a benthic warm water marine angelfish of species Holocanthus ciliaris, found around coral reefs of the western Atlantic Ocean, and having blue and yellow coloration and a distinctive spot or crown on its forehead. Queen angelfishes, plural of queen angelfish. Queen Anne, Queen Anne of Great Britain, reign 1702-1714. Queen Anne's Bounty, a fund is set up in the early 18th century to financially assist the poor members of the clergy. Queen Anne's County, one of 23 counties in Maryland, United States. County seat, Centerville. Queen Anne's dead. That is yesterday's news. Everybody knows that already. Queen Anne's lace, a flowering plant, species Daucus carota, especially the flowering part of the plant. Queen Anne's thimbles, a blue North American flower of the phlox family, Gilia capitata. Queen Apple, a class of early ripening apples with red flesh, an apple of this class. Queen apples, plural of queen apple. Queen bee, a reproductive female, especially the only one in a colony of bees. Queen bee acid, 10-hydroxy-2-decenoic acid, a bioactive compound found in royal jelly. Queen bee syndrome, a social phenomenon whereby women in positions of authority treat subordinate women worse than they treat men. Queen bees, plural of queen bee. Queen Bess, Queen Elizabeth I of England and Ireland. Queen cake, a soft, muffin-sized, often heart-shaped cake, particularly popular in the 18th century, containing currants and flavored with mace and sometimes lemons or oranges, which may be topped with chocolate or shredded coconut. Queen cakes, plural of queen cake. Queen Camel, a village and civil parish in South Somerset District, Somerset, England OS Grid Ref ST 5924. Queen Cell, a special cell in a beehive for the queen bee, having a peanut-like shape and texture. Queen Cells, plural of queen cell. Queen Charlotte, a village in British Columbia, Canada. Queen Charlotte Islands, Haida, Hawaii. Queen City, a small city in Schuyler County, Missouri, United States. Queen City of the South, nickname for Cebu City, a major city in Cebu Province, Philippines. Queen Conch, a Lygergigas, a large edible sea snail. Queen Conches, plural of queen conch. Queen Conch, plural of queen conch. Queen Consort, the wife of a reigning monarch. Queen Cup, a large, vertically oriented cell in a beehive that will develop into the queen cell. Queen Cups, plural of queen cup. Queen Dowager, the widow of a king. Queen E, the Queen Elizabeth Way, the Q. Queen Elizabeth, Rosa Queen Elizabeth, a pink grandiflora rose cultivar. Queen Elizabeth Islands, an archipelago that is a component of the Canadian Arctic Archipelago, the northern islands north of the Parry Channel, the Strait East-West-Northwest Passage, west of the Nares Strait, and bounded on the north and west by the Arctic Ocean. Queen Elizabeth Land, the portion of British Antarctic territory from Weddell Sea to the South Pole. Queen Elizabeths, plural of Queen Elizabeth. Queen Excluder, a selective barrier inside a beehive that allows workers past, but not the larger queens and drones. Queen Excluders, plural of Queen Excluder. Queen for a day, describing a proffer letter agreement. Queen, to behave like a queen, to be superior or conceited. Queen Mandibular Pheromone, a honeybee pheromone produced by the queen and fed to her attendants, who share it with the rest of the colony to give the colony the sense of belonging to the queen. Queen Maud Land, a region claimed as a dependent territory by Norway in eastern Antarctica. Queen Mother, a widowed queen consort, a queen dowager whose son or daughter from that marriage is the reigning monarch. Queen Mothers, plural of Queen Mother. Queen Mum, Queen Mother. Queen Mums, plural of Queen Mum. Queen of Beasts, the Lioness. Queen of Clubs, one of the 52 playing cards in a standard deck. Queen of Diamonds, one of the 52 playing cards in a standard deck. Queen of Hearts, alternative form of Queen of Hearts. Queen of Hearts, one of the 52 playing cards in a standard deck. Queen of Heaven, synonym of Mary, Mother of Jesus, in particular reference to her role as Queen of Heaven. Queen of Love, the Roman goddess Venus. Queen of Puddings, a traditional British baked dessert of egg custard, jam, and meringue. Queen of Sheba, a pampered woman with an aristocratic demeanor. Queen of Spades, one of the 52 playing cards in a standard deck. Queen of Spices, cardamom. Queen of the May, alternative form of May Queen. Queen of the Meadow, Philippendula ulmaria, the meadowsweet. Queen of the Night, any night blooming cereus especially of species Epiphyllum occipedalum or Selaniserius grandiflorus. Queen olive, a superior kind of olive grown in Spain. It is large and oblong, with a small but long pit and a delicate flavor, and is cured when green. Queen olives, plural of queen olive. Queen out, to behave in a submissively appeasing, accommodating, overly flattering, or flamboyant way, especially when excited. Queen palm, Siagris romanzoffiana, a medium-sized palm native to South America, widely planted in the tropics and subtropics for the fine texture of its fronds. Queen palms, plural of queen palm. Queen pineapple, a small pineapple cultivar. Queen pineapples, plural of queen pineapple. Queen posts, a supporting post designed to span longer openings than a king post. Queen posts, plural of queen posts. Queen regent, a queen ruling on behalf of another or as temporary royal governance. Queen regents, plural of queen regent. Queen regnant, a female monarch who reigns in her own right in contrast to a queen consort who is the wife of a reigning monarch. Queen regnant, alternative spelling of queen regnant. Queen retinue pheromone, a kind of honeybee pheromone that serves to attract a circle of bees around the queen. Queen retinue pheromones, plural of queen retinue pheromone. Queen scallop, an edible scallop, species Equectin opercularis. Queen scallops, plural of queen scallop. Queen snake, Regina septivittata, a non-venomous colubrid snake endemic to North America. Queen snakes, plural of queen snake. Queen substance, synonym of queen mandibular pheromone. Queen truss, a truss framed with queen posts. Queen trusses, plural of queen truss. Queen up, to get in drag, to get ready to perform as a drag queen. Queens, ellipsis of Queen's University, Kingston. Queen's bench, synonym of King's bench when the monarch is female. Queen's birthday, a holiday or observance commemorating a female monarch and observing her birth, including. Queen's bishop's pawn, a bishop's pawn on the queen's side, i.e. a pawn on the c-file. Queen's bishop's pawns, plural of queen's bishop's pawn. Queen's cake, alternative form of queen cake. Queen's cakes, plural of queen's cake. Queen's counsel, an honorific status officially conferred on senior or meritorious barristers and occasionally the other kinds of lawyer during the reign of a queen. Queen's counsels, plural of queen's counsel. Queen's cowboy, a member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Queen's cowboys, plural of queen's cowboy. Queen's cup, synonym of bride's bonnet, the plant Clintonia uniflora. Queen's delight, the plant Stellania sylvatica. Queen's English, often preceded by the spoken or written English regarded as used and safeguarded by the Queen of England. Standard English characterized by correct grammar and what is thought of as proper usage of words and expressions, and when spoken formal British pronunciation. Queen's Gambit, a common closed game in chess, characterized by the moves 1.d4, d5, 2.c4, in which white's second move is queen's bishop's pawn to the fourth rank. Queen's Gambit accepted, a common closed game in chess, characterized by the moves 1.d4, d5, 2.c4, dxc4, in which black's second move is queen's pawn to the fourth rank, capturing white's queen's bishop's pawn, as a response to the Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit decline, a chess opening characterized characterized by the moves 1.d4, d5, 2.c4, e6. Queen's hard bargain, synonym of one of His Majesty's bad bargains. Queen's hard bargains, plural of Queen's hard bargain. Queen's Indian defense, a chess opening characterized by the moves 1.d4, nf6, 2.c4, e6, 3.nf3, b6. Queen's knight's pawn, a knight's pawn on the queen's side, i.e. a pawn on the b file. Queen's knight's pawns, plural of Queen's knight's pawn. Queen's Park, an urban park in downtown Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Queen's Pawn, a pawn on the queen's file, i.e. the d file. Queen's Pawn Game, a chess opening characterized by the move 1.d4, in which the white queen's pawn advances 2 squares as the first move. Queen's Pawns, plural of Queen's Pawn. Queen's Peace, the public peace for the maintenance of which the Queen as head of the executive is responsible. Queen's Pipe, the furnace in which contraband tobacco is burned after being seized by the state, or the chimney from which the resulting smoke rises. Queen's Pudding, a steamed suet pudding. Queen's Rook's Pawn, a rook's pawn on the queen's side, i.e. a pawn on the a file. Queen's Rook's Pawns, plural of Queen's Rook's Pawn. Queen's Shilling, alternative form of King's Shilling during reigns when a monarch is a queen regnant. Queen's Shillings, plural of Queen's Shilling. Queen's Speech, an address to the people of the United Kingdom and British Commonwealth broadcast on radio and television by the Queen on Christmas Day. Queen's Speeches, plural of Queen's Speech. Queen's Tobacco Pipe, synonym of Queen's pipe furnace in which contraband tobacco is burned. Queen Cage, a small case used to introduce and protect a new queen bee to a queenless hive in order to determine whether the new queen will be accepted or rejected. Queen Cages, plural of Queen Cage. Queen Cake, alternative form of Queen Cake. Queen Cakes, plural of Queen Cake. Queen Consort, alternative form of Queen Consort. Queen of the Prairie, the flowering plant Philipendula rubra. Queen Size, pertaining to a larger than average dress, blouse, skirt, pant, or stocking size for women. Queen Size, alternative form of Queen Size. Poynan, a surname from Irish. Poynans, plural of Queenan. Queenborough, a small town and civil parish with a town council on the Isle of Sheppey, Swalborough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 9172. Queen Cake, alternative form of Queen Cake. Queen Cakes, plural of Queen Cake. Queencraft, craft or skill in policy on the part of a queen, kingcraft as practiced by a female sovereign. Queen Cup, alternative form of Queen's Cup, the plant Clintonia uniflora. Queen Caps, plural of Queen Cap. Queendom, the condition or character of a queen, queenly rule, power, or authority. Queendoms, plural of queendom. Queen, obsolete spelling of queen. Queened, simple past and past participle of queen. Queened out, simple past and past participle of queen out. Queened up, simple past and past participle of queen up. Queener, a surname. Queeners, plural of queener. Queens, plural of queen. Queenfish, Seraphis pallidus, a North American croaker with elongated elongated body and large mouth. Queenfishes, plural of queenfish. Queenhill, a hamlet and civil parish served by Longdon, Queenhill and Holdfast Parish Council in Malvern Hills District, Worcestershire, England. OS grid ref so 858,369. Queenother, an apex or pinnacle. Queenodes, plural of queenhood. Quinny, a female given name from English. Quinier, comparative form of queenie, more queenie. Queenies, plural of queenie. Queenie, superlative form of queenie, most queenie. Queenie, present participle and gerund of queen. Queening out, present participle and gerund of queen out. Queening square, a square on the first or eighth rank which a pawn may reach in order to become a queen or other major piece. Queening squares, plural of queening square. Queening stool, a low seat with an opening allowing the dominant partner to sit and receive oral sex from the submissive partner lying underneath. Queening stools, plural of queening stool. Queening up, present participle and gerund of queen up. Queenings, plural of queening. Queenish, like a queen, regal. Queeness, a supporter of the queen. Queenists, plural of queeness. Queenite, synonym of emate. Queenites, plural of queenite. Primus, without a queen. Quemusmus, the condition of being queenless. Querimut, a female kinglet, a petty queen. A queen ruling over a small or unimportant territory. Queenmuts, plural of queenmut. Queenware, comparative form of queenly, more queenly. Queenliest, superlative form of queenly, most queenly. Queenai, resembling or characteristic of a queen female monarch, regal, majestic. Queemoi, in a queenly manner. Queemimus, the state of being queenly. Queenwine, a queenlet, a petty queen. Queenlings, plural of queenling. Queemai, having the status, rank, or qualities of a queen, regal. Queenmaker, someone who has strong influence over the choice of a female leader. Queenmakers, plural of queenmaker. Queenophone, synonym of cowsnophone. Queenophones, plural of queenophone. Queenpin, the most important female person in an undertaking or organization. Queenpins, plural of queenpin. Queeneride, having a queen. Queedert, synonym of queen's delight to plant Stellingia sylvatica. Queens, a surname. Queen's consort, plural of queen consort. Queen's consorts, plural of queen consort. Queen's County, the former name for County Leys in Ireland used from the mid-16th century till 1922. Queen of Beasts, plural of Queen of Beasts. Queens of Clubs, plural of Queen of Clubs. Queens of Diamonds, plural of Queen of Diamonds. Queens of Hearts, plural of Queen of Hearts. Queens of Hearts, plural of Queen of Hearts. Queens of Sheba, plural of Queen of Sheba. Queens of Spades, plural of Queen of Spades. Queens of the May, plural of Queen of the May. Queens out, third person singular simple present indicative of queen out. Queen's Regent, plural of Queen Regent. Queen's Regents, plural of Queen Regent. Queen's Regnant, plural of Queen Regnant. Queen's Regnant, plural of Queen Regnant. Queen's Up, third person singular simple present indicative of Queen Up. Queen's, ellipsis of Queen's College, Cambridge. Queen's Consort, plural of Queen Consort. Queen's Consorts, plural of Queen Consort. Queensberry, a hill in the Lothian Hills area in the Southern Uplands, Scotland, United Kingdom. Queensberry Rules, a code of rules governing professional and amateur boxing, published in 1867 and endorsed by the 9th Marquess of Queensberry. Queensberry, a suburban area in the Borough of Brent and Borough of Harrow, Greater London, OS Grid Ref TQ 1889. Queensferry, a town and community in Flintshire, Wales, OS Grid Ref SJ 3168. Queenship, the rank, status, position, or dignity of a queen. Queenships, plural of queenship. Queen's side, the side of the chessboard nearest to the queen at the opening position. Queen sides, plural of queen side. Queensol, abbreviation of Queensland. Queensland, a state of Australia, located in the northeastern part of the continent, a former British colony from 1859 to 1901. Capital, Brisbane. Queensland Blue, a kind of bluish-green Australian heirloom squash. Queensland Cherries, plural of Queensland Cherry. Queensland Cherry, synonym of Bignay the Triadidesma buneus. Queensland Heeler, an Australian cattle dog from a line bred in Queensland, Australia. Queensland Heelers, plural of Queensland Heeler. Queensland Laurel, the shrub or small tree Anapterus macleanus, native to Queensland and New South Wales. Queensland Laurels, plural of Queensland Laurel. Queensland Lungfish, synonym of Australian lungfish. Queensland Maple, the tree Flinders brelliana, endemic to northern Queensland. Queensland Maples, plural of Queensland Maple. Queensland Nut, the macadamia nut. Queensland Nuts, plural of Queensland Nut. Queensland Tiger, a cryptid which may be a relict Thylacoleo marsupial lion or mainland variant of the Thylacinus Tasmanian wolf and Tasmanian tiger. Queensland Tigers, plural of Queensland Tiger. Queensland Walnut, Arendors trianiander pimasdunia. Queensland Walnuts, plural of Queensland Walnut. Queenslander, a native or inhabitant of Queensland, Australia. Queenslanders, plural of Queenslander. Queenstown, former name of Queenston, a rural community near Niagara Falls, Ontario, in Canada. Queensville, a suburb of Stafford, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 9322. Queensware, a type of Wedgwood creamware. Queenswire, a suburb of Glenrothes, Fife Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref No 2701. Queenward, towards a queen. Quinwy, the wild parsnip, Pastinaca sativa. Quinwy, Davisia arborea, a flowering plant of eastern Australia. Queenie, like a royal queen, queenly, queenish. Quean Zealander, a New Zealander living in Queensland, Australia. Quean Zealanders, plural of qui and Zealander. Twib, the sound a bird may make, similar to peep, chirp, cheep. Twit, simple past and past participle of queep. Twive, present participle and gerund of queep. Twibs, third person singular simple present indicative of queep. Queequeg, a fictional sidekick character in American author Herman Melville's 1851 novel Moby Dick, the multiracial tattooed Polynesian cannibal prince and skilled harpooner who became a whaler on European vessels out of Wanderlust. Queequeg practices an alien fictional religion and constantly engages in feats of bravado intimidating to the white and ethnically European protagonist, but befriends him and shows no resentment at treatment by white societies. Melville's text describes him as George Washington cannibalistically developed. Queequeg syndrome, a condition where a patient has adapted to and accepted an unrealistic role that a prejudiced society has thrust upon them. Queequegs, plural of queequeg. Queequehatch, obsolete form of quickhatch. Queequehatches, plural of queequehatch. Queer, of or relating to the culture